Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this show runs through the ages. Sinners and saints, goblins and haints, but beware as they say we're contagious. Sick with the truth, we uncover the lies. We beat on the drums as they march side by side. Wake up, my dear friends, and smell that fresh roast. Last night shall no longer exist. You're here by yourself, but you're never alone, as we spin stories you'll hear in the mist. Reptilians and greys, we folk who stay hidden. Mysterious booms, archaeology forbidden. Stay away from the village, keep off of the moors. There's a lady in white and bloodstains on the floor. So sit back and relax, take the load off your feet, as we're here to amaze, entertain, and complete. You see, my name is John, and Stacey's here too. And my, do we have something in store for you. Welcome to the Paranormal Sideshow with your host, authors of Till Death and Beyond, John and Stacey Edwards of ParanormalSideshow.com. Happy New Year! Hello and welcome to the Paranormal Sideshow. I'm your New Year baby, John, and I am joined as always by my foxy ass wife, Stacey.
Hello.
So here we are a few days past New Year's, and of course, being that our episode is all about New Year's, new fears.
That's good.
You like that?
I do.
I like it too. It was inspired by all those wonderful people that do the New Year, New Me.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. That rhymed too. I like that. Can we do a little cartoon where I'm like, New Year, New Me, and you're like, oh, I see. And I'll be like, OPP. And you'd be like, no, my PP. And I'll be like, okay, I like your PP. And you'd be like, cool, you down with my PP? I'll be like, I'm down with your PP.
Okay, I think we need to stop this right now.
Yeah, you know me. Okay, I'm done. So it is my favorite time of year. I don't know if you know that or not.
You have a lot of favorite times a year, I think.
Well, it's different me's.
I see.
Obviously, my altogether favorite time of year would be autumn.
Right.
Not cold autumn. Not this really isn't autumn, but for some reason, people who change season dates went way too over the top until they went to winter.
Right.
Like first day of winter, we're dead.
Right.
You know, if we just went by that on when we bought winter clothes, think about that. They come out here and they're like, okay, here's your fall clothes, here's your spring clothes. Imagine you just came to this planet from another place, right? That's why aliens eat us, okay? Because they come here and they're like, okay, we could just go buy this. Let's just go buy their clothes. Because, I mean, come on, that's just normal knowledge. It's like back on Knack-Knack. You know, it says summer and it's bikinis, and it says winter and it's pukas. That's what they call heavy coats.
Of course.
On Knack-Knack. But, you know, so you come here and you go here and we look at the dates, right? So first day of winter is
winter solstice.
Right. It's December 21st. I mean, that's
supposedly.
That's weird.
Right.
So if you're just going by that, no, I don't like fall at all. I like late summer, early autumn, okay?
Right.
Because October is way different than December, and for the love of God, November. If we're in the Northeast, I mean, and we're still wearing our bikinis, I mean, even our autumn wear.
Right.
You know, so my favorite time of year is pertaining to something I enjoy watching, which I feel like I've built this up to be something really big, and it's not as big as I've made it. January 4th, it's always on the same date. It's always on the same date every year, and that's Wrestle Kingdom.
Right.
And that is the greatest wrestling event in mankind's history. There is no wrestling event larger, bigger, better, bolder, or better wrestled than this one. There's no entertainment here. There's no sports entertainment. There's no dancing girls. There's no chimpanzees. If there was only chimpanzees. But it's Tokyo, Japan, Tokyo Dome, about 40,000 people every single year. And they always do it on 1/4. I admire them for this because it doesn't matter if it's on a Wednesday. It's on January freaking 4th.
Right.
And it's going to be, a holiday pretty much. Then this year, though, they've expanded. So it's not just the 4th. It's January 4th and January 5th. They're having 2 nights at Wrestle Kingdom.
Oh, that's nice.
This is insane. So then the 6th is their New Year's Dash, which is a must see. You have to watch that. It's not actually in a Tokyo Dome, but it's all their new angles pretty much, because they do long-term booking, and it's like if you were looking at it as a television show,
right?
Your finales, like if you're watching Grey's Anatomy, Shonda would write a 2-parter that you got to watch in 5-hour intervals, 2 nights in a row.
Right.
Okay. And everything that you've been wanting to happen is going to happen those nights. So you want the people to get together.
Right.
You want the nice person to get the job or win.
Right.
The bad person to get their comeuppance. Sorry.
Right.
Their upcomings is probably different, but their comeuppance, and everything kind of ties together. And then you also love the start of a season, right?
Right.
Because the start of a season is all the new crap, and it still ties in some cliffhangers. So same thing happens, except on big scale. So imagine if you got 2 nights in a row of live, 5 hours, and then you got like 4 hours of all the new stuff.
That'd be amazing.
It would be cool, wouldn't it?
It's nice getting the finale with the cliffhangers and then the new thing right away.
Yeah, because you're weird.
And not having to wait.
Because you and Raja are strange. And they do love that show very much. So they really hold on to these mid-season finales and whatnot. So I walked downstairs the other night, and I just have to tell this. We keep a lot of stuff on our DVR because we never have time to watch anything.
No, I know.
And we used to have time. We don't have time anymore. It's
like the days are shorter.
It's a commodity here. I don't know what the difference is in this area, but when we were in Maine, we had time to watch stuff.
Right.
It's very weird.
I think because in the winter we were snowed in.
Well,
quite a lot.
Maybe, but I mean, I still had the same responsibilities. I mean,
true.
This area is more demanding. I know that. So regardless, that's neither here nor there. But we have a lot of stuff we keep on our DVR. And so they purposely, though, will not watch the finale of the season or the finale of the mid-season, if they can help it, because of how horrible this woman writes. Now, you got to understand from my perspective, because I don't watch it. So I just think this Shonda Rhimes is just a heel, just the most mean, evil, snooty person in the world that's just like, I'm going to destroy these women's lives for like 3 months, and they're going to cry and hate me until it comes back. And
I'm not even sure that she still does the bulk of the writing because she has so many shows now.
Yeah, but she has a formula.
There's a formula, and generally we try to wait on the finale till it's a lot closer to the, when it comes back, because of the cliffhangers
you're ruining
if you
my story.
think everything,
you're ruining my story. No, I'm going to have to interrupt you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm pulling the host card. I don't like to do this in front of people. Hold on a second.
Oh, really? You're pulling it out?
Yeah.
The actual card.
Here's the host card. I'm sorry.
All right.
So, I just don't want you to give it away.
Okay.
So I walked downstairs the other night to get a drink. And it's the middle of the night, and they're doing this tag team watch babies thing. You taking the big one or me? Oh, okay, I'm taking the little one. And they're half asleep, half crazy, and they just look really disheveled. They both look disheveled, and I'm like, hey guys, I woke up and I'm gonna get some water and we'll go back to bed. Everything okay? And they're both like, well, Roger's like, but Stacey's like, yeah, we made a mistake. we watched the Grey's Anatomy mid-season finale early, and we should have done it. Roger's like, closer, yeah, we should have done it closer. And I was like, was it bad? And you're like, yeah, I mean, yeah. I was like, all right, I love you. Good night, guys. And but that's my perception of everything. So you can continue what you're saying.
Yeah, well, she just leaves a lot of cliffhangers. People, hanging in the balance. I believe there was one season where it didn't do that. Like one time, the finale was like, wow, things all kind of happened the way you wanted them to, and there weren't any,
Did people complain?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think people were surprised. But for the most part, it's a lot of dramatic, cliffhanging endings and people, dying that you don't want to die.
Well, isn't that what drama is?
Yes, but boy, she goes over the top.
I don't know. I mean, we love British drama. And to watch a good British drama, my God. I mean, it is just love affairs, affairs, sex affairs.
Well, I equate it to watching Game of Thrones, George R.R. Martin. Like, people are going to die, and you're just going to have to get over it.
George R.R. Martin's a little different. People are earmarked to die.
Main characters are going to go, and you're just going to have to be okay with it.
He starts out, and I truly think that he waits so long, and I really get this. From being a musician, right? Mm-hmm. I get it more than anything. So I would write a song.
Right.
And if I write a song, I'll be all into it, man. Mm-hmm. Today I'm going to write my first gangster rap. And I mean, it'll happen like that too. It'll be crazy. Or I'll write something just amazing. Mm-hmm. And I'll be so into it. The guys are into it. We're like, this is the greatest song ever, man. What do you think? Oh, yeah, dude. You were dead on, man. Your vocals were great. I'm like, man, your drums are awesome. Oh, man, that riff, dude. That riff. You know what we could do? We could break that break we threw out of that one song. Let's throw it in. Oh, yeah, dude. So it's all cool, right? Mm-hmm. And we record it. Well, something happens. Next practice, we don't do that song again. We're not working on it. We just run through the set list.
Right.
So we forget about it for like a month and a half, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And we're like, sitting around. We're going to work on new music today. We would have new music days where you just want to create. And those days were hell because we had all these spontaneous songs. And a lot of times we threw them away because where it had been a while, we had doubted ourselves through that period. Like we had thought about things or something happened where we're just like, I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know. I was really stretching my limits on that. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. That was always my big thing.
Is there such a thing as musician's remorse?
It is. It is. Like, it's one of those things where I am a big fan of going in a studio and just spouting it all out on the first take. And I absolutely demanded that on our first EP. Mm-hmm. And here's another fact that people don't know. So it's a cool story. Mm-hmm. When I went in and did our 5-song EP, it was a 4-song EP. Mm-hmm. Okay, I paid for the extra song because, it was offered like, hey, do you want $50 for another song or whatever, do you have one? Mm-hmm. Well, we did, and that we were happy with because of the remorse stuff. Like, we were like, well, we don't want to do that yet. We're stretching ourselves on this. So literally, I was like, come up with a riff. I was like, just something. Mm-hmm. And he did this riff and I was like, and this was during a break, a 20-minute break. And I'm like, time and time again. I was like, yeah. I got it. I wrote these lyrics down. Right. Mm-hmm. And the recording of that song is the first time I played it.
Which song was it?
Time and Time Again.
Really? That was just an on the fly song? It's like the main song.
It's the main song. It ended up being the main song.
Wow.
It ended up being the single, if you will, local radio.
Right.
But everybody who would listen to the album would go, yeah, man, that song right there, that's cool.
I even really like the guitar solo Aaron does in that.
Yeah.
It's like really cool.
It's great. Mm-hmm. It's great. And the screams I do at the end, it's not too much. Mm-hmm. It's not forced, it's emotional, and it's talking like about a relationship. And
well, I did upload those songs to Patreon.
Okay.
So people
that's cool.
Can, for free. Like anybody can just go listen to them.
Very, very cool. Well, yeah. That worked, right? Mm-hmm. And because what we did was he was like, hey, do you want to do some, do you want to use these effects on your vocals? And a lot of people do it, and basically like auto-tuning stuff. Mm-hmm. And do you want to double it, triple it, quadruple it, whatever? And I didn't. And I was like, and I don't want anything on their instruments other than what they play live. Mm-hmm. And because we do use things like, you'll use a flange or you use something to change the tones or whatever. But I didn't want anything.
You didn't want any like After Effects.
No After Effects. I didn't want drum triggers. I didn't want where it'll go through and fix the pieces that you missed or whatever. Mm-hmm. No, I wanted it live. Mm-hmm. So we went through and we played the songs twice live. Mm-hmm. And we would go back in and then maybe lay the solo in. Mm-hmm. We would do the live solo and then go back and do the solo.
Right.
And put that in there. Mm-hmm. Because you do want your solo to be pretty, accurate, right?
Right.
So little things like that. But I put maybe, I think 3 or 4 vocal tracks, because I had a fun vocal track where I went in and just put little words here and there that you could barely hear, just for messing with people. So I would go through a whole song just so I could go red rum, and it's all.
I've never noticed.
Yeah,
that. I'm gonna have to listen back now.
Dude, there's so much in there.
That's funny.
That's crazy. And in some of them, you'll hear me I write this long thing that I'm talking through the whole thing, and unless you have headphones on and you're listening, you don't hear it. But I do a whole story.
Wow.
But I love that stuff. And
I'm gonna have to go through your practice tapes, because there's a lot of songs you have that you never had a chance to record.
Yeah.
That I really like.
Yeah, but we went through and we did that quickly, and that was the way I wanted it. I wanted it to be raw, and I love it. I love the album. I love the way it came off. It could have been so much different, but I like the way it was, because then when people seen us live, we had been playing those songs, and the more we went on, those songs, songs develop with time, and they get better, and you get better. But when we did our full length, and which I lovingly call A Season in Hell, because of, if you ever watch this movie called Eddie and the Cruisers 2, Eddie had, or actually it's Eddie and the Cruisers 1, sorry. Eddie and the Cruisers, the movie, they talk about this album that was lost because Eddie had died or whatever, and they all wanted these tapes of the lost Eddie and the Cruisers album, Season in Hell. And it had been like all these years, and there was rumors and allegations and all this stuff. So jokingly, I refer to it as this, because the guy who recorded it was just a screw job on the whole thing. But we went into proper studio and we did it live, like a scratch track, where you play it. You're in different rooms, but you're playing through all the stuff live, so I can hear all the instruments and everything in my headphones. And I did the scratch vocals, and we did the scratch everything. The stuff we did scratch, I was like, okay, print. I mean, I was really happy with it, but we had paid the money and for full production. So we went through, and that's where the guys got like messed up. Like they didn't do as well. They weren't that kind of band. Right. And, there was a lot of things where it would go like, okay, we got to meet again in 3 days. We got to meet again next week. Things just started happening like that, and the band fractured. Yeah. Because of the demands, like that wasn't my guys. They were all super talented, but they were such artists that they couldn't be told what to do. Right. And even the bass player, he was doing like these incredible bass runs, and he couldn't be told. The lead guitarist, same way, had too much pressure. Like it was like he couldn't deal with that world of being, someone telling him that, no, you have to do this.
Like
you have to
be
do that.
artistic on demand.
He taught himself.
Kind of thing.
I mean, he was completely self-taught, so he has no idea what you're talking about.
Right.
But he can play better than anybody and do solos more in depth than anything I still hear, off his ears. Right. So I don't know. I'm a big fan of, let's just put it out there and get it done. I'm a big fan of that. And because you have the remorse, you really do, man. And that's why we can't let any of that go. Man, we got such a jam-packed show. We've missed you guys.
We have. We've had so much going on.
So much. I mean, like all the stuff. And we're going to go over part of the stuff. But man, we got a jam-packed show. This is, if you've never listened to the show before, you're in for a treat. And when you go back, you're going to be like, what happened to that show I listened to? This is the best show, the absolute best show we've ever done. And I'm saying that at the start. Now that's a bold claim.
It is.
That is the,
because we have some pretty good shows.
We have some pretty good shows. Yeah, we really do. And this is a very bold claim, but I'm claiming this now because I know the preparations and whatnots that went into this. So I'm even going to start off with a poem.
Ooh, a poem?
Yes, a poem. It's signifying the end of the decade. Oh. The decade. I don't know why we're doing this, but so the end of this decade going into a new decade. Sounds like a sports car, doesn't it?
It does.
The new decade. El Labio. El Diablo. All right. Another decade in the book, but so quickly the pages burn. Or perhaps it took forever and only feels fast because of CERN. It came in with dystopian zombies and goes out with a satanic flare. Just like when weed was still illegal, and now grandma says puff puff share. Me and my little group used to whisper about ghosts and aliens because it was wrong. Now the government admits Area 51 is real. We may be screwed. Hey, thanks, Tom DeLonge. 2010. I remember the day I started my first book. George R.R. ain't got crap on me, as 2019 was when you got your first look. We went from newsletters to vlogs, from teams to just us two. But by God, now we've told the world about the Keeper and Paper Booze. We started out with Wes and Tim, somewhere in the haunted South. Went to Rick and the gang, as Japanese demons loved my purty mouth. We had movies and lectures, a Ghost Brothers spot where I glow. We moved to the north and back south again, while perfecting our little sideshow. What's the future hold for us? I'd love to tell you if I could. I mean, it's not like we've been secretly working 3 years for our own show.
John, honey.
What?
Sweetie, you can't.
All right. Well, you can just go back and edit that part. Let me start at the top here on this one line. What's the future hold for us? I'd love to tell you if I could. So in the meantime, let us entertain you like the others wish they could. That's right. And then I would normally go, welcome to the Paranormal Sideshow. But I'm just going to keep our normal intro and all that stuff. And you can edit the rest of this, or you can really embarrass me by not editing any of it out.
Okay.
Deal?
Deal.
You can just surprise me when I listen back.
All right, you'll be surprised.
Yeah, and then I'll chase you. But maybe you want that, so I don't know. All right, now that we got that out of the way, let me get to the normal part of the show here, and once again say Merry freaking decade.
That's right.
It's a little decadence, by the way. I love that word, decadence.
Decadence.
Yeah, it's always been one of my favorite words. So you know what though, the time that we've been having between Christmas and New Year's, I hate that period.
Right.
Because it's like anticipation for Christmas, right? And you've got like holiday spirit, and you're out shopping, and you're looking at lights, and Santa's coming to town, and all this cool stuff. And when you go out places, everybody's different. They're in leading up to Christmas. Everybody hasn't got their credit card bill yet. They're they're just, everybody's happy.
All the gifts are wrapped, so they don't remember how much they've spent.
It's awesome, man. And you're just like, you're really jamming, right? I mean, it's just like, I don't care what people say. A little Christmas music, the right kind of hot chocolate, the right kind of, walking around. And plus you're going out shopping, right? What's not fun about that? Right. So you're going out and you're looking for stuff, and you're seeing stuff for you, if you're me. For later on, and that's a fun part of it, and looking at new pop figures from freaking Duran Duran, but I digress. And anyway, you get to Christmas, and boom, man, it's awesome. You get to Christmas afternoon, you're getting a little sluggish, right? But then after Christmas, actually after the I think the 26th is still cool. I'll give Boxing Day its due. Right. Boxing Day is still cool. Yeah. But it's like 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th. When you're going through that time, that in-between time, when they still consider it the holidays, there's still bowl games, there's still, this kind of stuff. But for me, I like to call it Chodmas.
That's a weird name.
Yeah, well, it's absolutely like what it feels like to me. I like to refer to it as Chodmas. It's that week that lands strategically between the two fun things. Oh no! I mean, but when you're there, it's still somewhat magical, right? Because you can literally head a little bit in either direction, and it's like one of the funnest things ever, right? But it's
interesting philosophy.
Well, it is, but I like to relate most things to the human anatomy, right? And Chodmas needs to be a thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to catch on.
Well, no, see, really, I was thinking if we gave it a name,
right, something that sounded fun.
Yeah, it would be a celebration.
I mean, I guess it could be. Just keep the celebration going between Christmas and New Year's.
Listen, would you rather have a Santa talk, or would you rather have the Chodmas talk? I mean, really. So it's just one of those things, man. We just it's self-explanatory. People, like, I guarantee you, when they're like, well, what do you call it? Chodmas. It's that weird week in between two magical things.
Right.
You know, and they're like, oh.
They get it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I understand.
And it hurts really bad to get hit there. So, I mean, it's one of those things, you know? No one's expecting that.
You've invented a new thing.
Well, I would hope so. So, this is yet again, I know this seems like a broken record. I'm enjoying the thing with the words.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I'll stop. I feel like I'm on some, you know, like bad TV show where they enunciate everything too much.
Some bad documentary or something.
Some bad documentary. You know, that's one of the things I love about British people. And I know you're listening, British people, since you're like the second most listeners we have. The whole thing with enunciating everything exactly, even spelling things like it sounds. That's the coolest thing ever.
It makes sense.
It does. You know, I was listening to a comedian, and I really don't know who it was because it was actually on a commercial for a show, but it was on the radio. It was on Sirius or something, and he was talking, and he was like, well, we could say what we want because we invented the language.
There you go.
And I absolutely love that cheek.
Right.
You know, that's the one thing people are like, oh, I don't know about going overseas. Everybody's so rude. I'm like, that's why I need to go. Because they're rude, but they're not mad.
Right.
They get it. Don't talk to me before this time. Don't talk to me after this time. I have to have my tea at this time and this time and this time.
I can relate with that.
We belong there.
Yeah.
We absolutely belong there. So, you know, anyway, this is yet again like the third time we've done this thing. Okay. And that's not to count the times we've tried doing this thing. So that would be like 20. We actually started doing this thing on our anniversary. So there are some certain parts, only a few, that Stacey wants to keep from where we did them originally. Because, and the reason, it's a good reason. The reason is we do everything with spontaneity. My part to the show, which is as far as the written part, is this part. Okay, I do the stuff for the first part of the show normally. Sometimes Stacey will contribute something, and you know, because we both have something we need to do. But for the most part, I do what we call the monologue part of it, and you know, we go over everything we've been doing and have discussion and all that, and we go to her part, which is the news. Well, during the first part of the show, on our anniversary, which is December 18th, we did a show on December 18th, and I wrote her a poem, which
was very sweet.
I don't regret writing it. I regret saying it on the show.
No.
But she wants to keep it.
It was very sweet.
So we're going to play that now.
All right. So I wanted it to be in tune. I didn't want it to be some, you know, traditional lovey-dovey thing that, you know, you would see posted on a wall somewhere that I might write.
Right.
So I just wanted to do something more, tailored to the Paranormal Sideshow.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Every time I start the show, I say my lovely wife, but little do they know, it's not only been this life. You've been my friend, my lover, and yes, my ride or die. But I think in the others, we screwed up and went bye-bye. The universe, she smiles and agrees those villagers acted out of haste. It's not your fault those kids came by and you had a little taste. The cults, elitist orgies, a cursed town, or maybe two. Regardless of the circumstance, I'm glad I burned with you. We carry little pieces from one life to the next, like birthmarks of your shackles or a desire to fling a hex. Or perhaps your wit and wisdom, maybe my ability for a rhyme, maybe even our affinity for hashtag mommy daddy time. But if this is our final trip, and they say one final life, I'd still take my chances, good or bad, to have my lovely wife.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you, baby.
Well, in a weird way, it's sweet, I guess.
I need to keep that. It's very us.
It is very us. It is very us.
See how sweet that was? But unfortunately, he read me the poem, and then we didn't finish the show.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
we kind of took a break.
There was a giant hashtag fall in the room.
We took a break, and then we never really got back to it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Weird how that happens.
we got to stop talking about it.
Yeah. So then we tried again
Yes.
to do the show.
We did try again. And this time it didn't work out as well. This time it was more of a Christmas show. And well, it was a Christmas show. And the thing was that we kept from this one was we had a special guest call in to our new magic board. And it was Great Antonio.
Yes. He had to talk to me for Christmas.
So Great Antonio actually gave some predictions. And funny enough, I've seen some of those predictions already kind of happening on a few of them.
Well, we're playing them a little late.
Yeah. People are like, yeah, right.
Yeah, you saw that.
Yeah, but some of them happened. So we wanted to include that. And a little, fun because Antonio, when he does stop by, even though he's a filthy, disgusting human being, to me, we like to bring him on, especially this time of year when we're starting a new adventure. So here, God help us all, is the Great Antonio.
Hello?
Hello, pretty lady.
Oh, it's the Great Antonio.
It's the Great Antonio. Yes, I knew that already. And it's Great Stacey.
Well, Merry Christmas, Great Antonio.
Oh, Feliz Navidad. You're so beautiful.
Well, thank you. Did you just call to say Merry Christmas?
I called to say Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkahs to everyone's that we met in the Great Antonio from the beyond.
Oh,
I see all.
Yes, you do.
I know all. Is the connection coming in good?
It's good. I'm not sure how you got through on this line.
Oh,
but
well,
it's,
I've got the direct line. You gave it to me the other day, remember? On the chat.
John's listening.
Okay. So the Great Antonio. I've enjoyed myself here. There's no snow, not a white Christmas. Well, not the kind that comes from the sky. Is that the right, Philip? Yes. But the Great Antonio's enjoying himself here in the islands. I got a great deal.
Oh.
Yes, I got the great deal. I'm in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I got about 78-acre island, private island.
Wow.
It used to be called. It's a Little St. James. It's a nice little island here.
Oh wow.
There's some weird stuff though.
So it sounds like a good Christmas. What kind of weird stuff?
Well, there's a building. It had police tape and I don't know. It's just
very strange.
weird stuff. A lot of people with cameras taking pictures of the Great Antonio.
Oh.
But I don't know. I got a great deal on it.
Yes. Very cheap.
I had a guy. He set it up, and I seen that it was going to be a wonderful deal.
Ah, well, there you are. So, Great Antonio, since you're here,
Yes, pretty lady.
do you happen to have some maybe Christmas predictions for us?
Oh, well. It wouldn't be very good predictions because today is Christmas.
That's true. I didn't mean about Christmas.
Oh.
I just meant because it's Christmas.
I believe I'll be on an island on Christmas Day.
Because it's Christmas, could you do some predictions for us for a future date?
Oh, yes. We could probably work something out.
Okay.
Pretty lady. Do you remember the messaging? Okay. So, you want predictions from the great beyond?
Yes.
Great Antonio will give you 2020 predictions early.
Oh, wow.
Yes. You had me scheduled for next week, but no.
Oh, okay.
I'll do it now.
Alrighty
just
then.
for the pretty lady.
Well, thank you.
And where will we start in 2020? That's hard to say. Let me try to enunciate that one better.
Okay.
Where will we start in 2020? The Great Antonio from beyond. Okay, we're going to start. I want to start rather small.
Okay.
Small like a baby.
Ooh.
Yes. A royal baby.
Ooh.
Unexpected. Unexpected, but this royal baby is going to fix some wounds.
Oh, okay.
Like the baby Yoda.
Oh, I see.
It's going to use the Force.
Is that how it's going to happen?
And everybody loves the baby Yoda.
Baby Yoda's adorable.
That's what our baby would look like.
Really?
It's a weird world. Shut up, Philip. I can have babies with girls. Yes, Philip. It depends. Anyway, don't listen to Philip.
Okay. I can't hear Philip anyway.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yes, okay.
Because he is a bitch. Just take it from the Great Antonio. So now I want to go to Hollywood.
Oh, okay.
You ready for a prediction from Hollywood?
I'm ready.
Okay. It's coming from the great beyond.
I've got something with Simon Cowell.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what it is, but there's something significant for 2020 with Simon Cowell. He's going to maybe marry or divorce something. I don't know if he's married already. I'm just picking this up. Work with me here.
I know he has kids. I don't know his marital status.
Yes, we all have kids. Okay, now I'll keep with the theme of actors and okay, the Pope.
The Pope.
Yes, so there's also something very big with the Pope. I don't believe the Pope will still be the Pope at the end of 2020.
Oh wow.
Let's not go into that too deep.
Okay.
Let's just
say he's going to be unpoped.
I believe there might be a new Pope.
Oh, okay.
But that's a big prediction.
That is a big prediction.
That's a big papal predictions. They usually charge extra for that.
Oh, I see.
Anything, I got a little shady a few years ago. Anything when they ask me, hey, can you tell me about the church? I'm like, oh, please no. Especially Philip. Philip had to go to counseling. It's hard on the other side. Okay. Again, sticking with all the woods of Hollywood. Oh, Hollywood. I'm getting Kirk Douglas.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Kirk Douglas this is another big prediction.
Okay.
Kirk Douglas not going to make it through 2020.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
You said this is going to be it for him, huh?
Yeah, he's going to join Philip.
Oh, I
Yes.
see.
We need more talent.
Yes, on the other side.
On the other side. Kirk Douglas is not going to have a very good 2020. Well, it depends on how you look at it.
I suppose.
I don't think Kirk Douglas knew what he did in 2017. So the man's like 103. It's not a big
Right, not a big stretch.
The great Antonio is not going out on a limb here. So, last 2 years, the great Antonio, beautiful lady, has had the same prediction, and he still sees the same thing, except he's got an asterisk here.
Okay.
There's an asterisk he's seeing in his head.
Wow.
When you see the asterisk, you know that you might not know what it means, but it's something big. So, in 2019, one of the only predictions that did not come through for the great Antonio was about the Queen Mother herself.
Yes.
Right. So, great Antonio mispredicted.
Yes.
I don't believe it was death. I believe it was something she went through with her family and the guy who didn't really kill himself.
Right.
What? What are you talking about? Whose island? Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good at all. Are you sure? Seems like my real estate deal was a little more interesting. It explains.
Probably should have gone more in depth with that vision, huh?
Yeah, but it explains the size of the tiny beds. So next, the Queen for this year. Well, 2020. I believe it's not going to be family problems.
Okay.
We'll just keep it there. But there is an asterisk.
Okay.
So there's going to be something with the Queen.
Okay.
Maybe she'll love the baby.
Maybe.
Maybe she won't.
Maybe she won't.
Maybe she'll eat the baby because she's a reptilian. you never know with these things. It's the great Antonio. I don't come up with it.
You just tell us what.
I'm just a transistor. A radio, if you will. I just pick it up. You tune me in.
Right. You just
use my
broadcast what they tell you.
You turn my knobs. You're so sexy. You're such a
Okay,
MILF.
let's go on to the next prediction, please.
When you look up MILF in the encyclopedia, it's got a picture of you. Just, yeah. So next, I stick with Hollywood.
Okay, more Hollywood.
More Hollywood. People love the Hollywood.
They do. They like to know what the celebrities are doing.
Absolutely.
Is this going to be a prediction about something good for Hollywood and not about something dying?
Not at all. Not at all. China and Hollywood is going to be very apparent. Yes, the Chinese. They like their movies and
they do.
They like infiltrating and creating propaganda. So it's going to be very noticeable in 2020.
Okay.
So you have Die Hard with a Chinaman. It's going to be very, very noticeable.
All right.
It's like Beijing Impossible.
I see. That pretty blatant. Huh?
Yes. Big time. They're trying to really turn the screws here. So I'm picking something up here. I'm picking something up from Germany.
Okay.
Yes, it's absolutely Germany. Their leader, Merkel. It sounds like a African American kid who doesn't get any bigger.
That's Urkel.
Oh.
It's close.
Germany. Merkel is going to have a very tumultuous year in 2020.
Okay.
By July, you'll see the tumults.
Okay. Tumults by July.
Tumults by July. Okay. I got something here. I got something for you, pretty lady.
Okay.
And I've also got a prediction.
Oh, okay.
So, I'm seeing London.
Okay.
I'm seeing Big Ben.
Oh.
Yeah. And shut up, Philip. I'm not flirting. Okay. Something here with the churches. I see the church is on fire, but it's not because of the Holy Spirit. It doesn't
like
look
actually
on
fire.
Maybe some actuality here on 7 churches. Let's just remember. Let's put a little clip here.
Okay.
Let's put a pin in it.
Okay, let's put a pin in it.
Yes, a pin in the churches.
Okay.
I also see this is also a very common theme these days. I see the flag of falseness. Yes, on the east coast of the United States. That was not discovered from Christopher Columbus.
No, it was not.
No, not at all. Did you know, in the 2nd century, there was a science fiction written, and they talked about going across the Atlantic Ocean.
Wow.
Yes, isn't that something?
That is something.
That's a long time ago, time before Christopher
So
Columbus.
now you're predictions and random facts.
Yes, it's redictions. So we go back to the false flag. I see the power grids on the East Coast. There's going to be a gigantic blackout.
Oh no.
Yes, it won't last quite as long as everyone fears, but yes, it's a gigantic blackout that's going to affect several of the grids, including Washington, D.C.
Of course.
And New York City.
The big cities.
Yes. There are going to be some power issues.
Ah.
I'm not sure if it'll make it to Pretty Lady.
But it's a planned like false flag outage, right?
Oh, yes.
Ah, I see.
Yes. Fear-mongering.
Yes, of course.
All
That's
the
a
good,
conspiracy.
All the good stuff. Election year.
Of course. It is election year.
Yes, there you go.
Okay.
You can put it together yourself, my beautiful woman. All right. So now we have to go more to stick with the elections.
Oh, all right.
And we're going to I actually know who's going to win the election, so I don't want to do that because
Let's
that's
not do
so
that.
partial.
Let's not do that. We don't want to sway anyone.
No, we don't want to sway anyone. Plus, Philip is not very happy with it.
Okay.
So civil unrest, though.
Yes.
Not that we haven't had enough of civil unrest.
Right. That's not a stretch.
Civilians are not, they're so unrestful, says. I was talking in French.
I see.
Okay. Parlez-vous. Yes, civil unrest. And be very aware of, I see fear. And there's great fear around going to actually vote on the elections.
Ah.
Yes.
I see.
They're trying to, in special places, they're trying to scare people, especially the older people.
Yes.
And to not vote.
To not go vote.
Yes.
I see.
Yes, because maybe something happens around some voting stations and that type of thing. So just beware.
Yes.
Next, I'm trying to get something happy for you.
I'd like to have a happy prediction.
I don't think I like it 2020 very much.
No, it's not shaping up very well.
Okay, let me pull this out. All right. Now maybe I can get some predictions a little better. Okay.
Something happy.
Yes. Oh, it's happy. Just keep talking. Breathe a little closer to the microphone. All right. And, I've got something happy. Yes. Okay, that one's not happy. Let's not do that. The government. Your government is stepping in and making a historic proclamation on social media banning.
Oh, wow.
Yes, they're going to step in and it's the tech giants are not going to like this very much.
Oh, I see. So the government's going to step in and do something.
Yes, without a vote.
Oh.
Yes, I see there's no vote. I don't understand your politics very much, but
right.
Something with social media.
Okay.
And
we'll watch for that.
We will watch for that. You're going to love the place you live. This is just for the pretty lady.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
I see. Okay.
You're going to very much love the place you live.
So you're saying next year I'll be moving.
You're going to be moving into your most favorite place ever.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Yes, you're going to feel really good in your bubble bath.
Oh.
And you can always take pictures and let Great Antonio know how happy you were.
I see. Just to prove that your prediction came true.
Absolutely. And I'll give you free prediction every time.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes, on anything you want. You may have to wait a few minutes.
Right.
But yes. Shut up, Philip! Shut up!
Do we know about when in 2020 this is going to happen?
As soon as you send the picture.
That's not what I meant, Great Antonio.
Oh.
I meant the house.
Yes, the Great Antonio is so apologetic. It's an M moth.
Ah, an month.
Yes, an M moth. So, I'm not sure right off the top of
That kind of narrows it down.
Great Antonio's head only has 2?
There's only 2.
Okay. I did in Manuary. It's a thing Philip likes. He talks about it all the time. I don't believe that actually happens at the first of the year.
No.
I believe that's in June.
Yeah, probably.
So Philip really enjoys that. Okay. So let's go to I'm getting something here. I'm picking it up from the great beyond because I know all and I see all. Oh. Every path leads to something very exciting. Every path that I see, Great Antonio, every path that he sees here, it all leads to something very exciting for the pretty lady.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes, this is in 2020 as well.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Pretty lady want percentages. Oh, Great Antonio's waited on this one to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
100%.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Well, that sounds amazing.
100%.
Especially since you said every path, though. I can't mess it up.
You can't mess it up if you try. Every path leads to 100% something wonderful for pretty lady. She's going to be very excited about.
I'm going to need something wonderful with all that horrible stuff that's happening next year.
The horrible stuff can happen to everyone else.
There you go.
It's something very good for pretty lady and family.
Oh, okay.
Great. I believe your entire family is
going to be blessed.
Included in this. Oh, can you tell Great Antonio what that was?
I don't know what that was, Great Antonio.
Did you hear that?
I did hear that, yes.
Philip! What kind of spirit did you find on this island? That was very strange.
That was very strange.
Great Antonio deals with the spirits from the beyond all the time, but that was kind of terrifying.
Oh. So, do we have any more predictions?
I believe that somebody's tried to give one.
I think so.
Wow, that was very strange. It had to be on your end.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Speaking of your end. Wowza. Okay, Great Antonio is picking something up. He's picking something up as long as nobody else has anything to say in here.
It's best not to ask.
We will not ask. It is that time of year. Mm-hmm. It's the most magical time of the year.
It is.
Okay, this one's kind of strange.
Okay.
Moth.
Another
Another
Okay.
The best you that you can be.
Okay.
You'll feel better about yourself and your body. Hold on, let me think about that one.
Let's just continue.
You'll feel best about yourself and your body and your smile.
Mm-hmm.
Especially your smile.
Mm-hmm.
You feel good about your smile. And your complexion.
Mm-hmm.
And your family will feel the best about. It'll be the best you can be.
Oh, well, it's probably going to happen about the same time as whatever the wonderful blessing thing is.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I believe Grant Antonio believe this is right.
Yes.
Philip says so too.
They probably coincide.
Yes. It's a
Okay.
Yes. Ooh. You naughty lady. Oh, Philip knows what you're thinking. Yes, he does. Philip can stick it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Philip was filling me in.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, better than filling me up. You got to watch him, Philip. Philip, he doesn't understand sides. He takes none. All right. So, getting something here. There's an issue. There's an issue. I'm seeing a SpaceX issue. Yes, the Great Antonio is picking up. There will be an issue with SpaceX. Significant issue.
Oh,
Yes, there's something that's going to happen with the X of space.
I see.
And it's not going to be a very happy day.
Uh-oh.
Yes, something's going to set them back tremendously.
Oh, that's not good news.
Yes. No, it's not good news at all. But I'm not sure what that is. I was trying to pick that up. But I can say that the economy, people like the economicals.
Yes, they do.
It's going to keep doing well, even though it should not be because of election years.
Right.
It'll slow though. It'll slow the growth.
Of course.
But it's not going to be, as prediction models always say,
right.
Election years are bad. But I don't believe the Great Antonio is saying that this is not going to be so.
Oh, well, good.
It'll keep doing good. There will be something major, a major announcement. This is in your field.
Oh, okay.
Major announcement from NASA.
Oh, wow.
Yes, the Great Antonio sees from the other side because he knows all and he sees all. Then NASA will have an announcement that's not just ice. It won't just be a big, huge chunk of ice floating through space or
right.
some Uranus thing. This is going to be a big announcement. This is going to be something as big
something
as
important,
like a salamander on Mars.
Oh, wow.
Something
like that.
Something like that.
Oh, wow.
Not necessarily 8-legged giant creatures that you use laser blasters for.
Right.
But maybe a salamander.
Maybe something.
Yes, something big.
Oh, okay. I look forward to that.
They begrudgingly say it.
Right.
I do know that. They begrudgingly
something happens that they have to.
Yeah, they have to say it. They have to say it. Yes, sometimes that happens.
It does.
I had to tell Philip some things just because he already knew. It was a really rough day. It's when I first met Philip.
I see.
Yes, he was freshly dead. Okay, we have something here. This one's really huge.
Okay.
There is a fault in California, and I see an 8.0 or greater earthquake for
wow,
Los Angeles and San Francisco.
That's a big one.
It goes all the way.
Wow.
And this is major destruction.
Wow.
Yes, this is
8.0 is pretty bad.
It's 8.0 and higher. That's the other side they don't have seismographs.
Right.
So they're taking the buildings and kind of guessing from there.
Right, I see.
So yes, it's going to be the big one. But not the big one from where they thought.
Right.
It's not the big one from where they thought.
So it's from somewhere different.
It's a different fault. Somebody else's fault.
Of course.
Yes. It's not,
isn't it always?
Yes. The San Andreas is off the hook.
Oh, okay.
Yes. But it will screw the San Andreas up quite heavily.
I'm sure.
It eventually be really bad. It's going to be a tool song. But not on this one. This one's going to be dangerous, but we're not going to get a new island. So you'll be safe because hopefully you won't be in Hollywood.
I will not be anywhere near there.
Yeah. So there's also something else, but I know that this is a tsunami. There will be a tsunami.
Is it a result of the earthquake?
Not that earthquake.
No.
But there will be a tsunami. It's going to be like 2004. It's going to be one of the big ones. And scary.
Oh, I see.
Horrible.
Do you know where?
Next to the ocean.
Of course.
Absolutely, I do.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay. It will not be a lake. It will not be a river.
Okay, thank you for that.
Dude, absolutely, welcome. Not the continental United States.
Okay, good.
So there you go.
Okay.
Okay, this is all for you here.
Okay.
UFOs.
Oh.
Great Antonio still calls them UFOs. The other side calls them UFOs too.
Okay.
They said we're not going to give them more abbreviations. We're done.
No UAPs, huh?
No UAPs. We appear enough. And did you realize that in the 1980s, there was a one-hit wonder? Philip talks about it all the time. The song was called "Shut Up or Your Face."
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah, neither did Great Antonio. So next, the Great Antonio, who knows all and sees all UFOs, insane level.
Oh.
The word insane. Insane level of UFOs sightings.
Oh, wow.
Credible.
Oh, credible ones.
UFO sightings.
Wow.
Credible UFO sightings that people say is helicopters. But yes, I'm looking at you right now, my friend out in the West, because I love you. The great Antonio does. That's a personal message.
Okay.
No, it's the credible UFO sightings everywhere.
So lots of them in 2020.
Tell your bald husband that it'll be 1952
Oh,
all over again.
okay. I'm sure he'll understand that reference.
Yes, flappy flap flap.
Oh, okay
Yes,
then.
all over the place.
I'm excited for that.
Yes, me too.
That'll make this
The
show
great
more interesting.
Antonio loves it. Philip likes to hold signs. They can't see them though. Now, this one could be the biggest thing you've ever heard from Great Antonio.
Oh, wow. Okay then.
This is a really hard prediction to put out there. But this one's big,
Okay.
as in Bigfoot.
Really?
100% proof of Bigfoot,
Really?
as in the body.
Someone's going to find one
The body.
and it's going to be legitimate.
Legitimate.
Wow. And they're going to be able to prove that it's legitimate. It's just that's overwhelming.
It's a big one.
Yes, it is.
There's going to be a Bigfoot found. And I believe that it might not start out dead. Hopefully it starts out dead.
And it can't be hidden.
Please let us not kill the Bigfoot.
Yes, please not.
Because you start the Great Bigfoot Rebellion. But no, it's Great Antonio does see a significant find with the Sasquatch. So there's going to be something significant.
Okay.
Significant on the Bigfoot level is some kind of proof.
Right. And it would have to be.
We have no proof.
Right.
We have feet. I've got big
imprints.
feet too. You know this already. You know this to be true.
Yes, let's move on.
Yes, pretty lady. Absolutely. Next, I want to talk about the 5G.
Okay.
Not the 5G Philip owes me. Bastard. Died right after Vegas. But the 5G technology that all the little boxes.
Yes.
Yes.
Lots of controversy around
Lots
that.
of controversy. Lots of the cancer in the brains.
Right.
But there's a worse thing for you in particular.
Oh, okay.
The 5G is going to set off an enormous spike in paranormal activity.
Oh, that's not bad.
No, but it could be.
Maybe.
So the 5G, it's they don't see this happening yet. They don't know, but the paranormal investigators will be coming out and saying, we've noticed in these areas. You know how the paranormal investigators sound.
Yes.
They're going to be saying that on the television.
I see.
That the 5G is going to give itself and lend itself to paranormal activity.
Oh.
Philip's excited.
I bet.
Yes, it's like Blue Chew for Philip. It's going to really get him up in the mornings. But it's going to be you can connect those. Why don't you connect them yourself, pretty lady?
I might try that.
You'll get that theory yourself.
Yes, I'll start watching the areas where they put the 5G.
So I've got one for your listeners.
Oh, a listener prediction.
It's a listener prediction.
Okay.
This is special. This goes out to I don't want to give an actual name, so let's call it Amanda.
Okay.
Let's just say Amanda B.
Okay.
And we'll do the letter B. That's her last name, not B, like bzzz.
Right.
But we'll just do it like Amanda B. And it's just putting this out there as a fake name.
Okay.
But the person this affects they'll know that it's them. The great Antonio sees your 2020 getting much better from where it is right now. And Philip is telling me to let you know to not let it bring you down, because you will have the joy that you want. You'll have the happiness that you want in a place that you did not expect. A place you did not expect. So you're going to have exactly what you need and exactly what you want. And it's going to come from a place that you did not expect. So all of the trials and tribulations that you've went through over the past few weeks, the great Antonio is telling you, pretty lady, because you're also a pretty lady. Great Antonio sees some spice. It's a little J-Lo. Liking that. Sorry, pretty lady number one.
It's okay.
I'm seeing this here. This pretty lady number two needs to know she's sexy. Okay. So anyway, sorry. Your life's going to get much better. Your kid's life's going to get much better. And I believe you just need to keep listening to the Paranormal Sideshow.
I see.
You'll get all the happiness you ever need. No, it's coming from a place that's least expected, and you just keep doing the things you do, and you're going to find what you need. And the other side wants you to know that you're going to be okay.
Well, good. I hope that helps whoever it is.
I believe it will.
Mm-hmm.
And Philip, what? Oh, what did you find now? Oh no, those are my pictures. Yes, no, don't call the government. No, those are mine. Those are pretty lady in the shower. No, she doesn't. Hello, pretty lady.
Yes,
yeah. Yes,
mm-hmm.
yeah. Oh, yes. Okay. Well, there's some interference coming through. Enjoy your 2020. We love you very much.
Okay.
Bye.
Yes, bye, Gran Antonio. Well, that was really nice. Wasn't it nice of him to call?
You know, it's weird when I actually hear back.
It's funny because he doesn't even really act like you're in the room. It's very strange.
It is.
Yeah.
It's almost like when I listen to it back, it's live again. I don't know. I feel just as
awkward
and somewhat turned on. It's very strange.
Very strange. Very strange.
But anyway, there you go. So he had some interesting predictions.
He did. Some bold ones.
Some bold.
Mm-hmm.
Bold with a capital B.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't usually go that bold.
Right.
So, we'll see what happens. And there is another thing as well that we were going to play from one of the shows. Not quite, not a funny thing or anything, but something we wanted to do out of respect. So here we go.
All right. So I'm going to bring the show down a little bit. So I want to tell a story.
Okay.
We have a lot of people that reach out to us, and, we love sharing our life with you. We really do. We love sharing our stories, paranormal or not. We love to share that with everybody. And our triumphs and our tragedies and everything else. We think it's an important part of the show. Before we go into our thoughts on the paranormal, our thoughts on UFOs, our thoughts on Bigfoot, cryptos, all that good stuff, I think it's important, and Stacey does too, that we're honest and we bare our souls. And in doing that, we make a lot of friends out there. And those people reach out and they enjoy listening, and thank God they do, but they enjoy listening as a couple sometimes. And, it's like their time. It's like their show or whatever. And I can't tell you how much that means to us. It means the world to us. Mm-hmm. When we get a letter from somebody that tells us, hey, I was listening to this, got my wife into it, or vice versa.
Mm-hmm. So
we had a couple that would listen to us, and, Scott, I'm not going to say a last name or anything, but Scott would listen to us. He's from up north, and he just really enjoyed the show. We share a haircut and, certain things like that. So he's a sexy man,
Of course.
But Scott and his wife would, listen, and it's something they did together. It's just something they enjoyed doing. Mm-hmm. And he had reached out before, and, he knew about me in wrestling, so he shared some wrestling pictures and all this stuff. And so she passed away and well before her time, mm-hmm. Over the past couple of weeks. And I just wanted to give a shout to Scott, and I told him on a personal message, because he reached out and let me know that we love you. And, I know it's hard right now, but I'm not going to tell you how to deal with that. I'm just going to say that, there is tomorrow. There is good still that's going to happen. And I really appreciate you listening. I appreciate you letting us share a little bit of our lives in your life, and how much that really does mean to Stacey and I both. I shared the story with Stacey, mm-hmm. and told her. So we love you, man. And hopefully we get to, meet you someday. And it happens. I'm warning you now, because we're all over the place, and we'll meet you because we meet people. And it's just how it happens. But best of wishes to you. And I hope everything goes good, and I hope we entertain you from this point on in the show.
All right. Once again, our hearts and our energy are with you for the new year, and hope everything is nice and powerful and energetic and decadent. Okay, so it's that time. We got to sort of give a little bit of an update. I mean, we've went a whole month.
Yes, it seems like forever.
Well, that's because it went from December 1st to January 1st.
Yeah.
We haven't done that in a very long time.
I know, but we did have good reason.
And we're going to list those reasons now with our family out here. So I'm going to start with the biggest and the best.
Yeah.
December 3rd.
Yes.
So you want to tell about December 3rd?
It was the arrival of our very beautiful brand new granddaughter.
Yes.
Little Waverly.
It's hard to believe that we can be 28.
I know, and have grandkids. It's
I know.
very weird.
It's really sad that we did so early. I'm glad they let us stay together.
Since we were kids ourselves.
5th grade.
I know. It was terrible.
Weird. Be a good movie of the week, though.
But everything happened very quickly
Oh
from
my
her
God.
birth.
Oh my God.
It was an interesting.
So I'm going to give my take real quick,
Okay.
and then you can sort of chime in.
Okay.
So I hadn't slept in a couple of days because, I mean, there's going to be a beautiful baby girl come to my beautiful baby girl. And, you know, I'm just a nervous wreck.
Right.
Because I do that.
Yes.
It's kind of my MO. So I go out and I'm walking around. I'm probably bothering them, actually. And when I come in there, I'm like walking around a lot and I go in the bathroom. So I hear the guy come in that does the epidural. And this guy sounds like Dr. Butterfingers. He's in there and he's just like, and I'm just like, God, this guy is something.
let me give a little bit of backstory to this because this part is really funny. So Raja was due on December 2nd, but she went to the doctor. The baby hadn't come, so they decided to just induce her the next day on December 3rd. So we got there very early in the morning. John hadn't slept. He was a nervous wreck, absolute nervous wreck, because we knew this was going to happen, in the morning. So we got there at 6 a.m. and we got in the room and it was time for them to come and do the epidural because she said, I want epidural. She started going, contractions were getting worse and she's like, I'm ready for my epidural. And normally they don't like anyone to be in the room when they do that. Like they'll let one other person in the room, but they want everyone else to leave because, they're sticking a huge needle in your back. It's a little bit traumatizing. And I was in the room. It just so happened that Kyler was asleep.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it was time for him to sleep. So I had made a bed for him. He was sleeping. Well, John had come in the room to use the bathroom, and I didn't want to tell them that he was in the bathroom. And could you hang on and wait a second because I didn't know how long he was going to be in there. So we just didn't say anything, and they didn't know he was in the bathroom. So he had to try and be really quiet, really quiet in the bathroom the whole time they were doing the epidural. And it took like 15 or 20 minutes. It took a while.
On the commode, mind you.
It was really funny.
My legs fell asleep.
He was texting me.
Yes. my legs completely fell asleep. I had to do that weird commode dance where you kind of get off with your hands. And anyway, so I come out and she's like, you know what? Raja and Stacey, why don't you just go into the car, go get on your heated seats and, put a podcast on. And so I did. And I took a bunch of nerve pills and
he was going out there to take a nap.
Yeah. So I get all like comfortable and I got Conrad talking and I'm just like leaning back and all of a sudden I get a text right when I'm starting to doze off. And it says in all caps, need you now. And it's Stacey, obviously. And I'm like, what the hell? So I start getting out of the truck, man. I'm getting my stuff together and I'm getting out of the truck. I get one leg out of the truck and I get another text. And it's like, the baby's here. And I'm like, what? And, sometimes you get like a couple of messages at once and you're thinking, oh my God, and I'm so upset because, come on, the baby came and I wasn't even in the hospital. So I run upstairs and I go in there and I find out what happened.
So what happened was Raja had gotten her epidural and, John had come out and it had been probably 20 minutes or so by the time we told him to just go on and take a nap. So after Raja had the epidural for about 30 minutes, she realized that it wasn't working. And so she called the nurse and she said, my epidural's not working. And do you think that they could redo it? So the doctor came in and checked her and she was fine. She was like so many centimeters dilated, but the doctor was like, you have plenty of time. We can redo the epidural. It's fine. So the guy came back in to do the epidural. John had gone at this point, was heading down to the car. And Raja sat up in the bed and was leaning over and the guy was getting ready to do the epidural. And she was like, I feel like I need to push. And so the only people in the room are, me and the guy doing the epidural and this little nurse. Now, this nurse had only been on the job for like 6 months. She was really young and she was new. She was very sweet and did a great job, but she was just new. And she's like, well, let me just lay back and let me check. And so Raja laid back and the nurse looked under the blanket and her eyes got as big as saucers. And she said, the baby is coming now. And so the guy with the epidural, he had like all this stuff in his hands. He just dropped it all on his little tray, ran out of the room because he didn't want to be anywhere near there when she was having a baby. And the nurse started hollering for the doctor. And I hollered for Ariana to come in there because Ariana's always in the room when when this happens. And so I grabbed her hand. And by the time the doctor got in the room, 3 pushes, nurse was holding the baby. Like completely freaked out, and the doctor basically just came in to sort of catch her and do the rest of it. But it was like instantly.
Yeah.
Thought we had plenty of time, and then instantly. So that's why I texted you, because I wanted you to come up and get Kyler, because I thought it was going to be a lot of screaming and yelling and and I was like, I need you now. Come get Kyler.
But it's Raja, so it's.
And then I was like, well, never mind.
Yeah.
It's done. Kyler slept through the whole thing, and the baby was beautiful, perfect. Absolutely perfect.
They I didn't know they ranked babies, but when I found out there was a ranking, I wanted to have the top, and we did. So they apparently rank babies 1 to 10. I don't know how
good they look when they're born.
No, I figured it was talent.
It's not like it's not like a little bikini contest or something.
So I actually ask him whenever I see something like rank, I'm like, what's that? Is 10 the best? And the nurse, you could tell, was, yeah. Oh, cool. So that's good then. Yes, it's good. So it means everything.
It's like it's not a competition, John.
So everything's healthy, and we don't have to put a chain around her down in the basement or anything like that. Throw her raw meat every few weeks, and so no. Good thing she is the bane of my existence now, because I can't walk through a room without gooing and gawing and or holding her. She's so beautiful.
Yes, but the first couple of weeks we didn't sleep between her and the 2-year-old and Raja having to be up every hour to feed her and
me working.
Yeah, and you working and us trying to help her, and it was like none of us slept at all.
I don't think we've slept yet.
Yeah, it was like nap here and there where you can. So,
yeah. But yes, Waverly, Aaron, and yes, her name is Waverly. Mm-hmm. Aaron is her middle name, and you guys remember when I lost one of my good friends that was the lead guitarist for Dead Level, my band back in the day, and his name was Aaron Smith. So Raja loved Aaron to death, and she decided to pay tribute and homage to Aaron, and so Aaron is spelled ARIN on Waverly Aaron. The cool thing about that is we wanted to make it unique, so it's not ERIN or whatever. I'm sure there's another ARIN out there somewhere.
Probably.
But it's just a cool spelling. And it also says Airy in it because Airy is going to be so close with Waverly. That's just they're the same age difference, really. It's
they're the same age difference that Raja and Airy are.
Yeah.
Airy and Waverly are the same.
Yeah. So and they're super close. So and it's going to happen. So actually, what's happened is Kyler and Airy have gotten very close, because Kyler's like went to the next aged woman, on both ends. Like, because Kyler's been up your butt too, and he's like, I need the attention.
Yes.
So good stuff. But anyway, that's one big thing. I did, as we talked about on the previous shows, I got to do 2 different pay-per-views in the wrestling world, and that was just amazing. I did WrestleCade, which was on the pay-per-view gimmick, and that was just a really cool weekend. It's like one of the biggest fan fests there is and every wrestler you can ever imagine's there from throughout your childhood, and it's a strange getting ready in that locker room. But it was very cool, big crowd, lights, TV, action, the whole thing. I enjoyed it. I even got to do the hand of God. I lit my hand on fire for it in front of those people. And that was cool, because I wanted to give some, people something to remember. I didn't catch myself on fire this time, which you guys don't know about, but that happened on a previous show. Like that happened during this time period too. We won't go into that one this time.
Right.
But then I did another pay-per-view, And this one was really important to me. And you could still get this one on Fight. If you have the Fight TV app, it's the Don't Tell Bobby. And we talked about that as well. Bobby Eaton of the Midnight Express. It was just for him. And he really didn't know. And what's so funny about it, he's one of those lucky few people that may just be Bobby actually by this point, that doesn't have internet, doesn't really care. And, you know, he came and he was genuinely surprised. Anybody who knows anything about pro wrestling, he came with superstar Bill Dundee, and a little kayfabe here. They're actually, Bobby married into Bill Dundee's family. So Bill Dundee's his father-in-law.
Oh, that's cool.
And so that's something, I don't think I ever even told Stacey that.
No.
But, you know, so the really cool, really cool part to this, a lot of people love Bobby. And a lot of people in this wrestling world, it's just like when I was in the music world, it's just like the paranormal. Imagine going to a paranormal event, because you guys will understand this. And you're doing it for, let's say, somebody very, you know, revered in the paranormal field. Say Johnny Zaffis or something.
Right.
Okay. And we're all getting together. And in the same room, you have like Nick Groff and the Ghost Adventures crew. You have like Brian Harnaugh, there's a name from the past, and Jay and you have Grant, and you have, but everybody that has riffs or, you know, pettiness or whatever, it was all put away. And let me tell you, there was people in that locker room that are supposed to be bitter enemies. And we don't do each other's shows. We don't talk. We have years of animosity. And the funny thing was, a lot of us didn't remember why we were mad in the first place. And instead, we all got together for a really good cause. And we were helping a brother. And in doing that and being around Christmas, we all worked for free. And it wasn't just people at my level that worked for free.
Right.
I managed who I consider should be a Hall of Famer, WCW, WWF legend, Jim Crockett Promotions legend, The Barbarian. Faces of Fear. A lot of people will remember that. Powers of Pain. He was in Powers of Pain with the Warlord, Faces of Fear with Haku, Ming. But The Barbarian, man, was one of my favorites even in the mid-'80s when he first started. He was part of Paul Jones' Army. And the only time I've ever had anything with him was when we faced him. You don't want to face the Barbarian. And I told him that, man, he's just fun to talk to because he's got the broken English and, you know. So he's just, because I told him, I was like, you know, Barb, I have faced you before and you beat the dickens out of me with a chair. And he's like, yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember, but I'm sure you deserve.
Yeah,
and
I'm sure you
like,
deserve
I was
it.
like, yeah, I'm sure I did too. And so I found out how hard a Tongan's head is because he accidentally headbutted me there toward the end, and I did a few bumps. Very hard Tongan head. But love Barbarian, and that match honestly is going to be one of my favorite matches of all time because it's one of my favorite nights of all time. And even something else happened in wrestling just the other night. This is huge. Okay. Now, this wasn't pay-per-view or anything like this. This is one of my local shows. Stacey came. Yes, that's right. She's like, it hasn't been that long. It was the year 2000. The last time Stacey came to see me wrestle was the year 2000. Okay. I had cornrows, and she had to do that herself to my hair. I thought it looked awesome, but people look back and laugh at that. Still, I liked it. I thought I looked good, but. And she came back then, but she had a bad experience because that was like in the circuit where you're really just starting out. So there was a lot of inbred people. There was a lot of inbred wrestlers. There was just a lot of inbreeding. And, you know, Stacey sat there and she did her puzzle books. And, you know, it was a miserable experience for her back then because we had 3 young kids. And
you had to be there way early.
Yeah,
and stay way late
because I was trying to make my name.
And it was really hard on me.
Yes, it was really hard on you, and you were a trooper. And then you never went again. So
it was just easier not to go.
So 19 years later, no, I'm sorry, hark, almost 20 years later, she came with me, and I did ask her if she would come. And I said, could you look hot? And she's like, when do I not? And so I brought her, and she sit and talked to Chase's girlfriend the whole night. And
who was there? Flew in from Texas
yes.
to be there, and she doesn't go to the shows that often either.
They sit and watch college football on an iPad.
We watched your match and Chase's match, and
anyway,
some college football in between.
So let me ask you, because I didn't ask you this. When I did the hand of God, I lit my hand on fire again.
Yes.
When I did that, how did it look from back there? Did you see the fire?
Yeah, you could see it really good. In fact, Chase's girlfriend, she didn't know that you did that, and so you lit your hand on fire, and she goes, "What is he doing?" I was like, "Oh, you didn't know he did that."
So I mean, so the flame.
Yeah, you could see it really well.
That's cool, man.
It worked out good.
That's cool. Everybody loves that, and obviously, you don't see many people do.
No, especially really lighting
the way I do it.
Right.
And once again, I had a kid that had never took it before, and he was begging me to take it though, because a lot of
he isn't begging you anymore.
A lot of times, if you haven't taken it, I don't want to do it.
Right.
Unless we really go over it. Because there's a certain way you put it out.
Right. I mean, it's a safety concern.
And I'm not going to go into it, but there is a way that you need to take it and a way that you put it out because it's a real flame. I use rosinol and I pour it in my hand and I light it and then I hold it up. When I hold it up after cupping it, it goes all over my hand and sets my entire hand on fire. And then I chop my opponent and their chest catches on fire. And I call it the hand of God. And I even had a song back in Dead Level, that's how long I've done this, called Hog, Hand of God. And it was all because of this. But it's really cool that you got to see it, because I don't know if you've ever seen it before. Maybe.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know if I've seen it live. I may have.
Yeah. Maybe you've seen it live once. But anyway, a lot of fun having you there. And, there's some other stuff that's happened. Our youngest son graduated from the University of Tennessee. And he promptly moved to Chicago.
He did.
like the next day. But he's getting...
And then got a job the next day.
Yeah, he's getting married to a beautiful young girl. And her family is... from Poland, first generation, I believe. And so she's got an adorable little accent, and he's got a little baby as well. Yes. And this little baby sometimes speaks Polish.
He's so cute.
And sometimes speaks English.
Yes.
So it was fun. They came over for Christmas, and it's just really cool. And if anybody follows our social media, you got to see some of those pictures and stuff of Will, and just really excited. It was a lot of fun, and really proud of the job Will's done, because he's been through a whole lot. He started with a full ride football scholarship at another school and found out he was diabetic, and not that there's a good kind, but it was the kind where he had to wear a pump. He had to keep that in control. He lost all his muscle mass, but it just turned him into a model. I don't know how he does that.
I don't know how that happened.
So he, he's been through a lot. He's been through a whole lot of, ever since birth. He was a preemie. They pushed me out of the room when he was born and told me that, pretty much to prepare myself. So preparing myself meant going off the deep end, which I did. Took him over a month to get out of the hospital, and he was always my little miracle. So through all that, he ended up being a spitting image of me at the age he is. I hope that stops now, because I would rather him not be, a mean, bald, goateed, looking dude in 10 years. But he does look like I did at that age.
Yes.
So I don't know, really proud of Will and his accomplishments he's done.
I'm also proud of our accomplishments.
Yes.
Yes, which is 21 years now we've been together.
Well, 21 years of marriage. We've been together 23. So that's insane. I mean, just to think, that we were 3 years old. I mean, it's just really bananas.
I know. It's amazing they let us get married so young.
We were kids, though.
We were very young.
And, we will say it till the bitter end. If it wasn't for what happened in 97, it's not that we don't love each other, but let me tell you, some of those 4 and 5 year things, they get kind of long. And, it's paranormal and the weird really got us through. It really did. As strange as that is, severe hauntings will bring you very close.
It'll either tear you apart or bring you closer together.
Especially in the bed. When you hear something walking around in the kitchen.
That's right.
Literally. And Miss Minimalist over here is just like, there's somebody walking in the kitchen. Listen. And the kitchen was right down the hallway. And I'm talking about Gastonia, North Carolina, circa 1999. We moved down there for work. I was managing a rent-to-own store. I had to think for a second. And we got this ranch-style house. And we always like to rent houses when possible. And other than the fact that it was hotter than 40 hells that summer, my God. And we had an electricity bill from this big giant air conditioner of like $800 we probably still owe. But I'm sure it's about $8 million now.
Probably.
But the house was haunted. It was super freaking haunted. At the time, we were very new to being on our own, like as a family, away from anybody we knew. And we were trying to make it on my salary, and I had some stuff taken out of my check, and so we were only getting about half of it. It was hard times. It was hard times. Sorry, little dusty roads. But it's one of those stories where we didn't have a chance to move somewhere else. We were there. And you hear these stories and you're like, well, why didn't they move out? Well, you've got a new job in a new town. You've put your deposit down.
Yep. You don't have family around.
You don't have any family, and family that you do have doesn't even want to claim you. And that's how it was for us at first. We were the black sheep. We were both the black sheep. And we were absolutely on our own. And we were so close. Like, we're close now, but we had a lot of fun, probably too much fun that year. But when it would get to nighttime, now I didn't have it happen until it was nighttime because I was literally at work all day, every day. But at nighttime, you would turn all the lights off and we would have the door open so the kids could come running in the bedroom if they need to. And our bed, we had a king size. You could look over and see all the way down the hallway to the kitchen. It wasn't that long, but I mean, it was a ranch style house. So, I mean, it was a little bit of a trip. And we would literally hear the footsteps, but not like a little bang here or a little knock here. I'm talking.
Yeah. Constant walking because the floor creaked.
Yeah.
So you could hear it.
Yeah. And it was like they were walking around just
like in circles or something. It was terrifying. And
it would and there was hardly any sleep because of it. And that house was horrifying. And especially, it's more ominous when you're in a place you don't know any of the neighbors. You don't have anywhere to run to. And it's just creepy. And there was a lot of creepy stuff happen there. That's where all the churches kept coming to visit us. We had like 3 that one summer.
Right.
And which is weird. When you think about it, it's like maybe they knew. Like maybe they knew there was like 7 people slain in that house.
Right. Something crazy.
I've always wanted to go back and look up now that I have the way to do stuff like that.
Right.
That property.
Look up that address.
That address and see if there was, people that died in that house mysteriously, because it was weird for us to be able to rent that. Like there was nothing for rent.
Right.
And we found this house.
I was so excited when we found it because it was really close to the elementary school.
Yeah.
And our oldest was starting kindergarten, the first one to go to school. And after we moved in and he started school, I found out that because we lived so close, the bus wouldn't pick him up.
Oh, my God.
We lived 3/4 of a mile from the school. And if you lived within a mile of the school, the bus would not pick you up. And so I would drive him to school in the morning before you went to work. But then you were at work when it was time for school to get out. So I would have to walk 3/4 of a mile with 2 kids, little kids. I had to carry one and get him and then walk all the way home. By the time we got home, the kids were just dead. They were like, we need naps.
Like in 110 degrees.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was really bad. And I was working jobs at the time. I mean, I was a general manager, but I wasn't able to call my shots yet.
Right.
And, if I'd have left work every day, I wasn't even close enough to drive home.
No.
Because we got a place called Gastonia. I worked in Charlotte.
Yeah, and I couldn't drive you and come home because I had to double the gas.
Yeah,
so
we didn't have it.
Yeah, it was just a situation.
Yeah, it was a situation, but hey, it all worked out, right?
It did.
Just the fun little story there. I don't think we've ever told you that one. Mm-hmm. So there you go. Now I have to talk about something else. Mm-hmm. I have to talk about The Mandalorian.
Yes, love that show.
Okay, I haven't loved a show like I love The Mandalorian in a very long time. It's been a very long time. Mm-hmm. Probably when I first started watching Doctor Who.
Right.
The 45 years that it was good. Mm-hmm. David Tennant and Matt Smith era. Mm-hmm. Capaldi, it started getting
a little weird.
So anyway, we love The Mandalorian. Mm-hmm. It is, to me, I love Westerns. Mm-hmm. And I love, the lone gunfighter that has a heart.
Right.
And, a lot of Clint Eastwood's like that. Mm-hmm. He'll be mean and rough, and John Wayne's like that too. But he'll have like a little girl or something.
Soft side.
Yeah, Jason Statham.
Or a baby Yoda.
Yeah, baby Yoda.
That is the cutest stinking thing I've ever seen. How did they make that thing so adorable?
I don't know. That thing, it made the show. I mean, little baby Yoda's hands, because anybody's had a little baby. Mm-hmm. Knows they come and stop the ship and all this stuff, and it's just fun. It's anytime you have the big rough guy taking care of the little baby, I think there's an aspect to that's sweet. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But then you have Gina Carano, who I'm absolutely adore, and
well, she's beautiful. Yeah, she is beautiful.
She really is. Mm-hmm. She really is, and all the actors on that show are great. Mm-hmm. So we have not watched the finale yet, even though it's been out for over a week. And I think we've done that on purpose. We do that sometimes. Mm-hmm. It's like the longer we wait, the longer it's still on. But I actually read today that a lot of people are canceling Disney Plus now that The Mandalorian's over.
Really? Mm-hmm. I actually use Disney Plus quite a lot.
Well,
we have kids.
Yeah, not everybody has kids.
Yeah.
So also going to talk about the new Star Wars movie.
Mm-hmm. No spoilers.
No spoilers, but I would say everybody's seen it by now.
Possibly.
Regardless, absolutely love it. Mm-hmm. And I think that J.J. Abrams saved the mess that Rian Johnson created.
Yes.
Because I hate the last one.
J.J. Abrams is a miracle worker.
I loved episode 7 almost more than the originals. Mm-hmm. And we watched episode 7 probably 11, 12 times.
Right.
Bought it on every platform.
We never even rewatched the 8th one.
No, or got through it a second time.
No.
I hoped that the second time at home it would be better, and I honestly, it's taxing. Mm-hmm. It's just taxing, and it's got stupid parts, and it's just, I hate it because it could have been so great.
It could have been, yes.
But I think JJ told his entire story in this last one and really saved it for me. So I can watch the way he did it. You could honestly go without watching number 8 and get the whole story.
You could. You wouldn't really miss anything.
I mean, the flashbacks and stuff, I mean, you could really get it. But anyway, it's great. It even prompted me for my Star Wars love to go back and start watching some fan films because I never thought that they would be good. And holy cow.
They're really good.
I'm telling you guys, spend some time on YouTube and watch some fan films. Okay, just look up Star Wars fan films.
They're high quality. They're not like just somebody with a video camera doing something silly.
If you turn it on and it's somebody with a video camera doing something, find another one. Okay, I'm telling you, there's a crop of amazing fan films, and a lot of them stick into the actual lore. So it's good stuff, and I think some of them actually become canon. They get accepted as canon, when they're good enough. But I wanted to hit that, and I talked about, by the way, everybody knows metalhead here. Hi, how you doing? But I've got a very eclectic taste. So I love metal, but I also love Elton John, and I love some country. I mean, a couple rap songs. I know I freak Stacey out sometimes because I'll turn on a rap song from like 89 and I'll sit there and do every word. And
it's funny because he'll listen to stuff and he'll think he's getting away with it, and then we'll get in the car and his phone will hook to the car, and all of a sudden he'll just start playing this really random weird stuff, and he'll be like, oh, I wonder how that got on there. He'll be turning it off.
I've got a soundtrack, and anyway, it's I love music, man. I think anybody who really loves music, you don't have to have a genre. No. It's music. So anyway, throughout all that, I took a lot of flack as a kid because I was in love with Duran Duran. And they are amazing. So don't pigeonhole them as like a boy band or some crap like that. They all play their instruments and they all write their own songs. Write their music. Simon Le Bon writes all the lyrics, and he inspired me writing lyrics when I was a little kid because I bought something called the Book of Words, and it was photocopies of his actual notebook. And I would look at that every day. And I remember laying out, it's this weird memory I have, laying out at my grandmother's way back in these woods, in this little field that was back there. And I had my own notebook, and I had that notebook, and I was just laying out in the sun, man, like in that field. And I could go back there and sing without anybody hearing me, or, they wouldn't hear you scream back there either. So different time.
Yeah.
But I remember going back there and writing my songs and stuff, and looking at how he wrote it and kind of the structure he did with the verse, chorus, and he'd write that on there. And that inspired me throughout Dead Level and everything, really, with how I wrote. But I would never have expected to see pop figures. So I've got to get these. I have to get the Duran Duran pop figures. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm putting this on the record, Stacey.
Okay.
So you remember.
You've officially asked for the Duran Duran pop figures.
Yes, I have. So then came Christmas.
Yes.
And
that was fun.
Yes. For Christmas, I got something I didn't expect. And for the first time...
Let me just tell you how hard it is to get John something he's not expecting.
Yeah.
That's really difficult.
So for the first time, the second time. Last year, I got a really cool present that I had wanted forever. And forever. And Stacey got me this DVD collection but it's not a collection, dude. It's like one of those illegal to buy kind of things. Like it's like
no, it isn't.
It's like all these burned copies of this mid 80s wrestling show that I love, and
every episode ever.
So it's amazing, and I got that, and so this year, oh my God, Stacey and Raja, jeez. So I'd been wanting this thing. I talked about the Midnight Express, Bobby Eaton. So I'd been wanting the Midnight Express scrapbook. Now Jim Cornette, he's their manager, and he was there, by the way, which was awesome. He has one of the largest podcasts in the world, 2 of them actually. But when he sells out of a book that he does, he never makes new ones.
Right.
He's very into it being collectible. So if he makes a run of 500, it's 500. There'll never be any more, ever. And he says, don't ask me. I'm not going to make any more. He's a collector himself. So he wants things to be collectible. So they made these when I couldn't afford it. Okay. And I believe I was managing Bobby Eaton when they made these. That's how bad it is.
Right.
So then they were gone. And every now and then you would see one. Now, a funny thing happened this past summer. Stan Lane of the Midnight Express, at his mom's house, they were cleaning out his mom's house and found like 100 of them that had never been...
Yeah, like in a box or something.
In a box. And because of how much they were going for, like on eBay and stuff like that, they sold them for, like, I think, $450.
Yeah, it was like a ridiculous amount of money.
That's $4.99, I think. I think it's $500.
Yeah.
$500, but they sold out.
Yeah, quickly.
Even
if we wanted to spend the money on it, we couldn't have.
So I was like, well, that's it. And I'd pretty much, decided I'm never going to have this. And I asked for another book from him, and I opened that first, and I was like, oh man, I was really excited because Ariana got it for me. And I mean, I love it. And then my last present I opened, I could see their faces, and I just knew. I was like, what have they done? What have they done? And I would be lying if I said I didn't think I was going to open that box and not see that, because I did. I did seriously have that go through my head. But I was telling myself there's no way. But they were so excited. It would have to have been that, or they stuffed Nev Campbell in a box or something. I mean, I don't know. It'd have to be something. So I open it up, and it's that scrapbook. And my goodness, it was so great. Nothing else mattered at that point.
Yeah, so I have to give Raja most of the credit. She is the one that found it. She is so good at that, at finding things online. And she found it, and she came to me, and she's like, this is what we need to get. But she couldn't afford it all on her own, so we went in together on it. And
yes,
all I did was hand over money. She did the important stuff.
Yes, well, Raja's the best gift buyer ever.
Yes.
She should be a professional gift buyer. Like, you should get a hold of Raja and tell her a little bit about your husband or something, or your wife, and be like, well, here's their interest, and here's the first place we met, and all this stuff. I guarantee you the most thoughtful present you'll ever see will come from her. And if you're a jealous person, don't know Raja, because Raja's going to buy that person something that lights their whole life up.
Yeah.
And that's just who she is. She is such a thoughtful person, and the most thoughtful, caring person probably ever created. Stacey and I are, we done really well, but it was great. But I think that everybody had a great Christmas. I will have to say Christmas was won by Ariana.
I think so. I think she took the prize.
Not only does she have her drum set now,
yes,
she has her. She already got tickets to see her favorite band, and so she was excited about that because her birthday's on Kennedy's assassination date, and which I was so psyched about.
Yes,
but
yes, for her birthday we bought her tickets to the concert.
Yeah,
she wants to see Set It Off, and they are coming to Nashville, and so we bought her tickets. And she was so excited when she got them for her birthday. And so for Christmas, I found out that they were doing a VIP meet and greet package, which we didn't know that they were doing. She didn't know, and I just happened to see it online, and so I bought her a ticket for it. And she'll get to meet the band, and she'll get to have a picture with them, and she'll get, like the special ticket and get in early and all the extra stuff. And she opened that, and it wasn't even her drum set was like her big present. That's what I expected her to get. I mean, she was happy about it, but nothing tops the reaction she had when she opened that VIP ticket. Like, she had to excuse herself and go to the bathroom because she was overwhelmed.
Yeah,
excited.
I almost had to excuse myself after seeing it.
It was so cute.
It's so weird seeing your daughter like mark out. But it was a great Christmas and a lot of fun. We have our big present to each other coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yes.
Stacey and I are going away.
We are.
We got a cabin, a Mac Daddy cabin.
Yes.
With all the amenities that we want.
We decided this is what we wanted. Instead of buying each other a bunch of little stuff, we decided we wanted a week away.
Yeah.
In a cabin by ourselves.
So we're going. It even has like the heart-shaped tubs and stuff, So we're going full. We're going full gear on this, and it's going to be pretty amazing. So looking forward to that. I'm sure we'll have some wonderful stories. I'm sure we'll get a Bigfoot attack or something because it's us.
I'm sure we'll take our equipment with us like we did last time.
Yes, absolutely. And speaking of our equipment, I had a weird dream, and I'm not going to tell everything yet. But I had a weird dream, and in that dream, somebody was asking for help, and I wrote it down in my notebook on my iPhone, and I've been trying to do that more and more because I have these dreams, and I can tell the difference. I can tell the difference when somebody's standing there telling me something, but I've been having a lot of recurring dreams, same place, and different ones now of different places, but it'll continue. It'll continue when I have the dream again. And it's like real time has passed. So if I'm in this one building and I have a dream again like a week later, then a week has passed. And I don't know. You don't always remember your dreams. Am I dreaming it every night? I don't know. It's weird because I'll have memories of things I didn't do. But anyway, this dream number one here, it was real, man. It was a vision. So I wrote down the place and the state and what I thought was being said. She was British, and she had a British accent. And I told Stacey, and by accident, I was looking up something else, and it was there on my phone. I was like, oh, hey, this is that dream I had the other day. And I start telling her about it. Stacey is always this way. She's always like grabbing books like Hermione Granger. She's always like, oh, we got to go to the library. We got to go to the library. So she's looking up stuff, and I told her the name of it, and the name didn't sound, I can't tell you yet because we got to go there first. But I told her the name of it, and she goes, oh, could it be? And she said this name that made a lot more sense than what I wrote.
It sounded a lot like what you said.
What I wrote down was what it would have sounded like if you were British. And it was really cool when she said it. And I was like, oh my God. And she goes, what does it look like? And she was like real careful not to let me see or anything. I was like, well, it's a stone, da-da-da-da-da. Told her where it was and everything. And she's like this. And
I did the big reveal.
And it was exactly what I described. So we looked it up. It's in South Carolina. I'll say that much. And it takes us about 2.5 hours to get there. And it's 24-hour access, so we can actually go at night. We're going to take our equipment, and we're going to see how miserably haunted it is, because she looked it up, and it's supposed to be a very haunted location.
It is. And in your dream, it was a lot of very nefarious type spiritual things going on that they were asking for help with.
Like nature spirits.
Yeah.
Like things, evil.
Yeah, there were woods involved, and
it's a terrifying place just because of that. And it's really weird because I've never heard of the place that I know of. Okay, conscious, unconscious, I get that. Right. That I know of, I've never heard of the place.
Right. It's not a place that we would actively seek out.
No one's ever done it on TV. I know that.
Right.
Because there's not enough to it, really. And it's going to be interesting. So you'll find out. We'll probably live cam it on the way down. We still won't say where we're heading, and this is just for our safety, because if we're doing the live stream, people get weird. Right. And they'll show up where you're at and stuff, and it's just something I don't want to jeopardize the investigation because of that. So I'm going to keep it undisclosed until we're leaving. Right. And I hope everybody understands that.
We will film while we're there, though.
Yeah. If you do recognize it, then great. Okay. But please identify yourself before you get close to the guy who packs. Just saying. So, it's going to be interesting. And I want to tell you guys that because it's something to look out for at some point. I can't tell you when because I don't know when, but at some point we'll be doing that. And it'll be very, very fun and exciting, just like what we're getting ready to get into right now. This is the fun part. This is the part where it's like, ding, ding, ding. Here's the fun. Here's the fun.
Okay.
All right. You wanted the best. You got the best. That's right. It's the end of the decade. It's all coming down, man. This is it, dude. You need to light one up. You need to hold that baby in. And you need to think about the cosmos and what are questions that need answered. Because we might not partake in the toke, but we do know where you're at right now. And so does the government. So be careful if it's not legal in your state. And if you don't have any of that or any prescription medication or you don't drink, then hold your breath for like a minute, spin around 3 times, and you'll be in the same spot.
Get good and woozy.
Or you can get some whipped cream. Never mind. So I'm going to do some list.
Of course you are.
I'm going to do some list. And these lists are not just lists. They're cool lists. They're amazing lists. Because I could have went to like Newsweek. I could have went to Time. I could have went to one of these rags out there. And I could have said, you know what? You losing money thing. You're not going to be here in 3 years. You better switch everything over now kind of thing. I could have went to them and I could have got one of their little people to write. And it said the top 20 best costumes of the 2010s. Right. Top 20 best songs. You know what? Go to Billboard. Okay. If you want to find that out, go to Billboard. Because mine's going to be different. I promise you. my top 20 songs of the 2010s are going to be a bunch of songs from the 90s. So it's
I don't think it works that way.
So it should. In these days of streaming and stuff, everything's on demand, right?
Right.
So I guarantee you there's songs that are charting that, well, it's kind of like Last Christmas, which you hate.
So do you.
Well, it's funny because we did a Christmas list on the episode you're not hearing.
Right.
And these Christmas lists were like Christmas songs and what they say the best Christmas songs are and what our list is. And my list was all like Sinatra and Dean Martin.
Right. Very classic, things you really want to listen to at Christmas.
But one interesting thing when I was doing the research on this, I don't know if I told you this or not, Last Christmas by Wham, which we argue is not a Christmas song, and Stacey and I actually read the lyrics aloud and just imagine it.
It's horrible.
It is. So Last Christmas didn't chart until 2017.
Right.
George Michael had been no longer with us for maybe 10 years? Has it been that long?
I actually don't know.
It's been a while.
It's weird. I don't know why that song charts as a Christmas song. Just because it says the word Christmas,
well,
it is not a Christmas song.
Okay, so here's the thing. It's a catchy song.
It is catchy.
And I don't remember what holiday I put in there, but I was like, if it said that, I would be like, man, that's an awesome song.
Right.
It's like last summer, you give me a heart, whatever.
Yeah.
And that would be great. And that makes sense.
Well, at first I thought it was just a bad song because the chorus, is, last Christmas I gave you my heart. And then like the very next day you threw it away or something terrible.
Right.
But when you read the whole lyrics, there's actually a whole part in there where he is like, I'm probably going to come back to you anyway, even though you treat me so bad.
Yeah.
Yay, Christmas. I mean, I don't, it's awful.
Yeah. So, all right, I'm going to tell you something. And I'm going to go back to this whole list thing.
Okay.
But I didn't tell our friends out here in Radioland, and I didn't tell you. So I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
We do this a lot, like revelations on the show.
Right.
People are like, I bet they already know. No, we don't. This is how it works. So Stacey and I don't actually get a chance to talk until this show. As funny as that is, and we don't get to talk like this.
No.
The other night, which is last night, and you had just left the room, and I don't remember where you were going. You're probably going to take care of the baby or
I think
something.
I was going to get Kyler. Yes.
Yeah. So you had just left the room, and we had decided we couldn't do the show last night. As soon as you left the room, I had the creepiest thing happen, and it was that woman from South Carolina. And it was her voice, except it was disembodied.
That's weird.
It was on the bed. It was right beside me. And I'm not going to say what it said on here.
Right.
But it was in the British accent. It was everything. And
is this because you had told me about the dream?
I believe it has to be. I believe it may be because we looked it up and knew.
And decided to go.
And we were putting energy into that. So I was going to keep this to myself this whole time. And I was sitting here thinking, why? Why am I keeping that to myself? Maybe there's more to this. Maybe there's something that's like trying to get me to keep it to myself.
Right.
And I'm trying to fight those emotions because every time that happens, I end up in a circle somewhere being, holy water being thrown on me. So I was going to tell you now and tell everybody since they're here. But yeah, it was straight up disembodied. It was not like a voice in the head or anything like that. It was whispery. It was the whole thing you get when you hear like a Stacey.
Right.
And it was it was like that, except it had a British accent. And I'm not going to say the words it said, but let's just say it was like, please hurry, come to see me. It was that much.
Right.
I was sitting there and I actually hollered for you 3 times.
Oh, did you? I didn't hear you.
You're in the hallway still.
Really? I didn't hear you at all.
The first time I was kind of like, Stacey. And then I was like, Stacey. Because I think sometimes the bass will. And then I was like, Stacey. And this is funny. So I'm going to do this. she's close enough to our little studio here. Just hold on a second.
Okay.
All right. I just paged Ariana to come into our little studio part here. So Ari, come over here next to my microphone.
Should I close the door?
No, you're fine. You're fine. So you just go ahead and say hello.
Hi.
Okay. So last night you heard me hollering for your mom, and do you remember what happened? You opened the door and
Was that when I was downstairs and you said, I think Daddy's hollering for you, and I said, go see what he wants?
Yes.
Yes.
Because
I didn't hear him yelling.
I heard him yelling, and Mommy had Kyler, and she went back downstairs, and you're like, can you go ask him what he needs? And so I was like, sure. So I went and asked you, and you said nothing.
yeah, I was like, never mind.
Yeah.
I was wondering, I never heard anything about it.
So then I just went back in my room, and was just like, well, whatever, okay.
So you'll know when you hear the show, but I didn't want to tell you.
Because he thought it would scare me or something.
Right. Yeah. So, and we also like told about your reaction for the Set It Off tickets.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the VIP
The
that is.
VIP.
Yeah.
So, good stuff. Thank you. Good show, old girl.
Cool,
Give me a high five. All right. We'll see you later and put the sign back up.
Right.
All right.
All right, the sign, of course. The keep out, we're recording, don't bother us sign.
It's not that mean. All right. So I thought I should.
Verify that you were actually yelling for me, and I didn't actually hear you.
I wanted to know that I actually did that.
Well, I really didn't hear you. She's the one that told me you were yelling, and I was down at the bottom. I was just down at the end of the.
I was just trying to give you a timeline.
Mm-hmm.
You had just left me, right?
Yes. So it was about. I don't know.
Because I was freaking out because I had to work this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like back to the grind.
Maybe like 1:30 or 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just like, I got to be up at 6.
And then you had to sleep all by yourself because I was downstairs with the baby
Yeah. I wasn't.
who decided he didn't want to sleep at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. I wasn't scared. I don't get scared over stuff like that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You just, after a while, you just don't.
Right.
I can't really explain why you don't, but when it happens all the time, you just don't. It's like, well, if they're going to do something, they're going to do it. You know, the worst thing you ever get is scratches. And that's only because they really want to talk to you, but they don't ever scratch me. They scratch
Right.
you.
Mm-hmm.
They scratch the piss out of you. And we have a lot of pictures of that.
Mm-hmm.
I've never understood that, but every time that happens to you, it's when I'm not talking to somebody.
You would probably just like it. You just be like, lower.
Yeah. Could you get right there? Maybe they do scratch me. I just don't feel it in certain places from
Maybe that's what
all
it
the
is.
bumps I've taken. Okay, well, enough of the weird. Let's get weird.
Okay.
Our list this time, and we were talking about the list from Christmas that we did. What I didn't want to do is have the magazine, you know, this is the best of the 2010s.
Right. You wanted to make your own
Right.
list.
Instead, my own list, our own list of things that, you know, we dig, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I did do one thing that's kind of like the songs. I did movies.
Okay.
Not just movies, but the kind of movies we like, horror movies.
Yes. Paranormal, suspense, horror, psychological thriller movies.
Yes, and if your name is Dakota Edwards, this is not your top 10.
Right.
So this is my top 10 because he is he could sit there and tell you the second cousin of the producer that didn't make the film.
And who wrote the soundtrack and
Oh,
how many
yeah.
songs are on it and how many vinyl copies he has.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And it's one of those, I love it because I've got that knowledge on a lot of things. You know, and I had that knowledge on horror movies at one point,
Right.
but mine stopped.
Okay, so this is a list of horror movies from the entire decade.
It is.
Okay, just our personal favorites.
Qualifiers where they had to be released between January 1 of 2010 and by the time I made the list.
Right.
That's the only qualifiers.
Okay.
So I didn't go through anything else, indie or whatever, or how good it did at the box office.
Right. Basically just horror, paranormal suspense movie.
It's how much I like it.
Right. Okay.
And I did put stuff in there. Rewatchability is always in there for me.
Yes.
If I can only watch it once or only desire to watch it once, you got to look at some movies I love, you know, like The 13th Warrior. I've watched it a million times. There's not a way to count.
Right.
The movie that right now somebody's probably saying that has Eddie Redmayne and Ned Stark.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched it so many times with the plague, Black Death.
Yeah, I think it's Black Death.
Yeah.
They're like priests, and that was a good movie.
So it was on Netflix, and I watched that thing 100 times.
Mm-hmm.
I just loved it, and
great.
I'm weird like that.
Right.
So I do that, and these are movies like that. So I'm going to start out number 10.
Okay.
Ouija, Origin of Evil, and it is not the ill-fated Ouija first movie.
Right.
It is a sequel, but not. It has nothing to do with the first movie, except the company made it.
Right.
But Ouija, Origin of Evil is something you do want to go out of your way to see if you've not seen it. And it's really an old school horror movie. And just to tell you a little bit about it, they have like the psychics, the people come over to the mom's house and she's a fraud. And so they get the Ouija board or whatever, and they're starting to use that, but it really starts working, scares the girls. But then one of the girls gets really obsessed with using it, and the fun just goes from there.
It is a very creepy movie, and you don't have to see the first one to enjoy
Well, it has
one.
nothing to do with the first one.
Right. So.
But it's just really good old school horror. And that's what I love, man.
Yes.
It's done really well. Number 9 is The Right. And this is one of those movies, it's got Sir Anthony Hopkins in it, and he's creepy in anything. I've watched that guy in normal, like, supposed to be happy dramas, and he's always like, he's always hello Clarice, you know? I mean,
right.
He's always creepy.
He is. I think it's just the way he talks, maybe. I don't know.
He looks like he would cut you up and put you in a freezer.
Probably.
But he's an incredible actor. And something about that movie, the way that movie's written, any Exorcist movie, I'll watch. Any possession movie, I'll watch. I love demonic possession movies. I'm hooked on them. I can watch any of them. But I love that movie, The Right. And it's just so good, man. It's just one of those, it feels also like it could have been made in 1977. And I don't think it did very good.
Probably not, because those are generally the kind of movies we end up liking.
So number 8 is Sinister. I believe Sinister is probably in the top 3 of most people's 2010s.
Right.
But for me, it's a high 8.
Right.
But,
right.
Basically, the theme of this one is tell your family the damn house history, please. There's a lot of recurring themes. Stacey and I will always watch a haunted house movie. We'll always watch an exorcism movie. That's in a cult. If there's something to do with a satanic cult or a witch's coven, and like done seriously,
right,
and where you might actually hear a spell and turn into a newt because you're watching it,
right. I think for us, we like the horror movies that are more believable.
Right.
Like they could actually happen. Like that's why we don't really watch slasher movies, like Friday the 13th or Halloween or something.
Now, let me correct that a little. We did watch them all.
Well, yes, but I mean they're not our favorites.
Right.
They're not our favorites.
We don't get around Halloween and go, let's watch all the Saw movies.
Right.
We absolutely both feel the same about those movies, and it's not that if it's your thing, it's your thing. But it's so mindless to me. I know the Saw movies. I've had this argument with people. They're supposedly they're very good. Okay, that's great.
Right.
I've watched a few of them, but it's just not my deal. I don't like the little character, the Freddy or whatever. It's fine. Like, I liked him as a kid, and I think that's really where that stands. I like more psychological stuff.
Right.
But number 7, Insidious.
That was so good.
Yeah, absolutely. Another haunted house movie. James Wan, which is just the master as far as I'm concerned. Number 6, Let Me In. Now, cool thing here is that's a Hammer horror film.
Right.
And Hammer Horror came back around, and they've made some pretty damn good horror movies since they've been back around.
Right.
If we included the late 2000, like 8, 9 on this list, the other movie that would be here instead of Let Me In's great.
Yes, it is.
But Let the Right One In, the original foreign version, is honestly, I like it better, but just slightly. Let Me In is one of the only examples of a movie that's been redone for the English audience.
Right.
that was really as good as the original. So bravo. And I really have to watch that one again. Speak of rewatchability.
Yeah.
That's one I want to watch again.
It's been a while. We should watch that one again.
It has been. I love it. Number 5 is the remake of my favorite horror franchise of my entire life, Evil Dead. So Evil Dead is just, oh my God, the remake is just so good.
It really was well done.
It's so,
I enjoyed it so much.
It's so good. Number 4 is The Witch. It's what we like to call it because of the way The Witch looks. We love The Witch, and I can't wait to watch The Lighthouse. You still have to purchase it right now, so hopefully it'll be for rent here in a couple of days or next week.
Yes.
I've been waiting for that since the first time I read about it because of, the guy did such a good job on The Witch.
Yes, he did. And plus we love the actor.
Oh yeah. My God. It's our collectively our favorite actor.
Yes.
And we'll watch anything he does, Willem Dafoe. So you thought we were going to say Robert Pattinson, didn't you?
No, Willem Dafoe is fantastic in anything he plays in.
Yeah, we just watched on Disney Plus, actually. We just watched a movie with him with sled dogs. It
Called
was
Togo.
Yeah, it was actually amazing.
Yes.
And it told a story that I didn't know, which was really cool about history. So you need to watch that if you've ever watched other dog movies like Balto. You're going to want to watch this movie, and then you're never going to want to watch Balto again.
Right.
Just going to say it. Number 3 is The Possession. Now, this movie's good, okay?
Right.
We love Negan, and we love him in Supernatural. We love him in anything he does. He's just a sexy man.
He was good in Grey's Anatomy. First place I ever saw him.
Was he a sexy man in that too?
He was a rich guy.
Yeah.
He was sick though, and he died.
Did he have that real cool voice?
Yes, that's just his voice.
Yeah, like, yeah,
and he had that like real cute smoldering like look where he just like did the eyes at you. Yeah, that was totally him.
Yeah. So he, Negan is fun for a girl or a boy. But we love Jeffrey Dean Morgan, and he doesn't let you down in this. So there's a scene in it that we have a lot of fun with because every time I see him, the first thing I do, ever since this movie came out, which was like probably 2012 or something, every time we see him, I yell, "Don't touch the Dybbuk box!" Like I do it really loud, and
don't open the Dybbuk box.
Yeah, it's really funny, and so when we actually got around a Dybbuk box, I had to yell it.
Of course.
Plenty of times.
And then you had to no, you didn't open it. Just kidding.
But it's a lot of fun and a good movie, and it's that high on our list because we have rewatched that several times.
Yes.
Number 2 is Hereditary.
Very good movie.
Yeah, I mean, just another one that's right up there for us. And you talk about people that make certain movies you like. We've got the Almost Made the List, and another movie from the same person that made Hereditary is on that list. So it's one of those mind effing movies that, like the remake of Suspiria. We loved it. Stacey and I loved it, and it's about as weird as you can get, kind of like the first Suspiria.
Right.
But, we just dig it, man. Go all Argento on us from the 70s. We're not scared. And number 1 is, and we both agreed on this, is The Conjuring. Now, it's funny because that would still be our number 1 even if we weren't friends with the people that bought the Conjuring house.
Right.
And walked through the Conjuring house and all that good stuff. But regardless of all that, really the Conjuring universe is something we really love. You can say what you want. You can have your opinions, and everybody's entitled to their opinions on Ed and Lorraine Warren and their body of work. But we personally love Ed and Lorraine Warren just because of, before there was any tabloid stuff, there was Ed and Lorraine Warren on little, flavor of the week shows, right? Even stuff like a news magazine show. They would be, or Unsolved Mysteries, right? They would be like, there's haunting in Connecticut or whatever. And they would show the, actual Ed Warren, and, he'd be doing an interview and Beyond Reality and stuff like that. I don't know. So that was who was around. And, when we were first starting out, that was role models for us because we were a couple, and we're still a couple.
Right.
But, you know, that was a role model for us because they were always seemed really sweet. And, you know, it was like, well, I used to tell Stacey, I was like, I can't wait till I'm that old and I've got elbow pad jackets and, you know, because I'm going to bring them back and I'm smoking a pipe.
Right.
Show up with my briefcase, you know, and old school equipment, and you're going around the house in your long grandma dress going, woo, you know. So we just ended up having the opposite of them on the gifts. So Stacey's going to be wearing the elbow pad jacket, and
you
I'm
get to wear the long dress.
The long
and go,
dress,
woo.
yeah, exactly. But yeah, we love that, and the original Conjuring is the best, and it's a creepy, scary, freaking movie. It just is. It's really good. I can't wait for Conjuring 3 to come out, so it'll make our next decade list. Movies that almost made the list: We Are Still Here, which we love that movie. Midsummer. We were talking about Hereditary.
Yes. Midsummer is just a weird, strange, disturbing, creepy movie.
We had to go to the theater to see it on the day it came out because that's us. Housebound, which is more of a comedy.
Oh, but it's so good.
It's really good.
And I'm glad we sort of just stumbled across that one. I'm really glad we did.
A lot of these we stumbled across.
Yeah.
The Hallow, another one we loved. The Babadook. I think everybody probably has that on their list.
Babadook, yes.
Cabin in the Woods, which is it horror? Is it not? Is it weird? Yes. The Suspiria remake.
We talked about that.
And The Last Exorcism. That's just one that
you always did like that one.
I love that one.
I think they were very good about how they treated the whole exorcism process or something. There was something about that movie that was really good.
The last one on the list of Almost Made It is really a movie I want you to go out of your way to see if you haven't seen it. It's a Polish movie, and it's kind of cool because I mentioned it to, you know, the one thing you have in common, you're sitting there with your the fiance of your son, and, you know, it's like,
and she's Polish.
I'd be like, hey, there's a Polish horror movie I love, and it's called Demon. And they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, she's like, I have no idea. I don't know.
I'm like, they speak Polish in it.
Yeah, it was subtitled, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was like, you could sit here and like tell me what they're saying, and
or we could read the subtitles. It was very good, though.
We loved it, and it was weird, as most stuff. It's just the way our mind works. I don't know. We like when we can't figure it out, and you know, where it's a lot of weirdness, because that's just really how the world is. So that's our list on horror movies.
Yes.
And I think next, this is kind of funny because the next list we're going to, I was wanting to do a top 10 our favorite episodes that we've done in the past decade, because guess what has taken up the entire decade? John and Stacey. So since 2010, we've been doing the show, obviously. And it was really hard to come up with a top 10 because there are so many favorites. There's a guy that I'm friends with, and I'm not really friends with him, but he always talks about his priorities. And he says, I can't, you know, the family has to be my top priority because I can't do this, and you can't. And I'm always like, why can't everything be a priority? You know, that, because with me it is, you know,
right.
It's like, this is a priority, that's a priority, this is a priority when I'm taking part in that, you know, and so it's kind of like that on these top 10 because I love all of them the same. They're all number one.
Right.
But I had to put them in a list.
So did you put all the shows together in one list?
That was impossible.
I was going to say, that's a lot of episodes.
The reason it's impossible is because Haunted South was done in the TV studio. He built us a podcast studio, Cliff Notes version, and we sit behind the glass in the studio with Wes producing, and a lot of it was live at first, and then we went to we at the very last year we went to the recordings, and then Third Side was another studio that was built for us, and it was an entirely different cat because we did those on YouTube, and we had the audio version. And if you haven't ever watched our YouTube series Third Side, you have to go out of your way and watch this, because I'm telling you, it holds up. I turned it on. It is the funniest stuff. And
those two shows were so different. Like Haunted South was very straightforward, guests, just a little bit of news, very serious. Not a lot of joking around.
Well, I joked during the news, but not as much.
A little bit, yeah, because it wasn't really a lot of news. And then, the third side was just as out there. Like the raunchier the better is what they wanted.
Well, there's a bar in the studio.
Yeah, that was used.
And there was a lot of...
And there was people.
And there was a lot of, let's just say spells and circles and everything in the studio before and after the shows were being done.
Yeah, so it was a totally different show.
We were in a weird place every time we were in there. So it was just very... When you're watching it, just imagine you're watching some weird pagan ritual.
I feel like the sideshow is a nice mix of the two.
Yeah.
Like we have our serious moments, but we can cut loose.
In the first one and the second one, we had producers, we had interns, we had all this stuff. And yes, it was really cool to come out the gates with the app and everything we had. But there's something about doing it yourself. There's something about the labor of love of completely owning it your own self. When you have a convention, you're the one that gets the stuff made. You're the one that puts the designs up. You're the one that makes the t-shirts. There's something to that is just special. So everything we do on this is us. And, so Paranormal Sideshow has its own list.
Okay.
So I'm going to start with, I did combine Haunted South and Third Side.
Okay.
So there's a top 10 Haunted South Third Side list that if you haven't listened to, you might want to become a patron. And how would they do that, Stacey?
You would just go to patreon.com and pick at least the $5 level, and that gives you access to our entire back catalog of episodes.
Yeah, and it is now including all Haunted South and all Third Side. So, okay, good stuff. All right, top Third Side Haunted South episodes combined list of the 2010s. Number 10, Third Side, episode 22, Ghost Crankers.
Okay.
You're laughing already because you remember.
I do believe I remember, yes.
Number 9, Haunted South, episode 25, which was EVP 101.
Oh, yes, I do remember that one.
You talk about a serious episode.
Right.
That was a serious episode. Number 8, Haunted South, episode 21, Tennessee UFOs.
Oh, so that was when we did a MUFON episode, wasn't it?
With Max Mitchell, our good buddy. Number 7, a Third Side episode, Halloween 2014.
Is that the one where I dressed like Cleopatra?
Oh, yeah.
Was that a good episode, or you just like to watch it where I was dressed as Cleopatra?
Yeah. So, it's a classic episode.
Okay.
It is. It's a classic episode.
It was good.
I was dressed like,
Anton LaVey.
Number 6, Haunted South, episode 26, Sharon Pugh.
Oh, that was a really good one.
That was a deep one.
Yes.
Because of connections that she made doing a live reading on the air with you. And I think she took some guests.
I think so. Callers.
Number 5, Haunted South, episode 42, Government Cover-Ups with MUFON.
Ah, yes.
That one's a special one for me because that has the weird restaurant story.
Oh, yes.
I'll leave it at that. You have to listen to it.
Yeah.
Number 4, Haunted South, episode 58, The Pet Psychic.
Oh, I love that episode.
I know
that
you
was
do.
so great.
I know you do.
It was so interesting too, because it was a little bit out of our normal.
Yeah, it was. Again, I wasn't prepared for it because Stacey didn't tell me how she does the readings.
It's okay. They can listen.
Okay. Number 3, Third Side, Venezuelan wood oil.
Oh, you just like that episode because of the Venezuelan wood oil part.
It's one of the most classic unintended bits we've ever had.
What a way to turn a somewhat sad story into
We had to edit
story.
the crap. The whole we had guest we used to have guests that would come in and watch the recording.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, we had a few people doing the show.
Mm-hmm.
And because we had 3 cameras, 3 or 4.
3, I think.
Okay, 3 cameras.
Mm-hmm.
And, people running the cameras and all this good stuff and mixing and live mixing. But yeah, we had to stop that one.
The producer kept laughing so you could hear him.
Oh my God. Well, everybody was laughing. The Venezuelan wood oil is one of my favorite things. And I remember, I don't remember who the listener was. They made like the fake bottle of Venezuelan wood oil. And
Oh, yeah. And sent it. Mm-hmm.
yeah, like I would totally sell that. But you'll just have to listen to it and what creates that. Number 2 is a Haunted South episode. Number 43.
Mm-hmm.
The Real Men in Black with Nick Redfern.
Oh, what a creepy episode that was.
Great episode.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Very good.
Number 1, you could probably guess.
Mm-hmm.
Episode 35 of the Haunted South. The most downloaded episode in the history of the Haunted South.
Mm-hmm.
The first couple of days of that episode, we had over 120,000 downloads. And this is back in 2010 or 11, probably 2011.
Yeah.
Episode 35, 2011.
Mm-hmm.
The Black Eyed Kids with David Weatherly.
Yes. Great episode.
It was our first episode with David. We had made friends with him already at Scarefest. But it was such a creepy episode.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just so well done.
You just didn't hear a lot about Black Eyed Kids before that.
Well,
it
I
wasn't,
did.
It wasn't mainstream
Yeah.
talked about.
Yeah, not as much as it is now. And it was really great. I mean, it was just one of those episodes that it really cemented our relationship with David.
Mm-hmm.
He even mentioned it in his Black Eyed Kids book that had not come out yet.
Mm-hmm.
And in that book, he thinks the Haunted South Paranormal podcast as one of the like 3 radios that he thanked.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just so well received. And I remember looking at those numbers and I was like, holy crap. He's like, yeah, it's like your other ones have like 75,000, 60,000. He's like, this is already up to this.
Yeah.
So we quickly rebooked him.
Yes.
And had more Black Eyed Kids. So there's a couple of those episodes. There's a David Weatherly episode on Third Side, and there's a David Weatherly episode on just for patrons. Because we haven't done many of those Shadow Realms. Realm of Shadows.
Realm of Shadows.
But the ones we have done,
They're both great.
yeah. And there's reasons for that. You're going to find out soon when you turn on YouTube, because you need to subscribe. How would they do that, Stacey?
Well, they would go to youtube.com/paranormal sideshow and click the little thing that says subscribe.
And they might want to click the thing to let them know when we...
The little bell to let you know when we upload a new video.
Because that's going to be very important soon.
Mm-hmm.
Having the bell is going to be very important, because we may have videos quite often. So just a little teaser.
Well, I really like your list. I think I agree with that.
Well, thank you.
I do agree with
Thank
that.
you. It was hard to do that.
I'm sure it was pretty hard to narrow it down.
But yeah, some of it's favorites just because of inside jokes. And some of it, but I want you guys to listen to those episodes because of the inside jokes. So when we say the inside jokes on here, you're going to get it. And it's really important. So, all right, now we're in the business.
Yes.
Business, if you will. Paranormal Sideshow episodes.
I can't imagine how hard it was to narrow these down because we're on episode 97.
Yeah.
And so that's a lot of episodes to have to pick the top 10.
Yeah, it is. It really is. And I love them all. I can't think of one I don't like. Like one where you're like, oh, I don't want to listen to that one again. You know?
Right.
They've all got a certain flavor. Number 10, episode 86, John's Bloody Birthday Bash, a.k.a. the Reverse Unicorn.
That was a very good episode. You were pretty silly on that one.
Yes, I like the silly ones. Number 9, episode 75, The People at the Door.
Very good episode.
Number 8, episode 5, How to Curse a Guy in 10 Days.
Oh, we talked about all the curses, and that one was really all the cursed objects and stuff. That was very interesting. That was when we had a main attraction.
The main attraction.
Yeah.
Number 7 is episode 13, Unsolved Mysteries.
Oh, that one's actually one of our more popular ones.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that was really good.
It's an incredible episode because we talk about that.
Yes.
Unsolved Mysteries. Number 6 is episode 8, The Mandela Effect.
Oh, wow. Boy, what a can of worms that opened up, huh?
Yeah, so
that was really interesting.
So we went into that pretty early in that phenomena, and we go deep. So deep, in fact, that Alan Marston got bit by a bug.
He did. He fell way down that rabbit hole, didn't he?
Yeah, he is yet to return. Coming in at number 5, episode number 24, the Overshare episode.
Oh, wow. I don't exactly remember what we overshared, but just the fact that we named it that must be bad.
It was just one of those off the rails.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I love it when it goes off the rails.
And we can't hardly bring it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 4, episode 38, Mysterious Happenings in the Sky Worldwide.
Oh, that was a good one. Did we talk a lot about the mysterious sky
mysterious
trumpets
boom, sky trumpets, skyquakes, all that stuff. Number 3, episode 7, Best Evidence Volume 1.
Yes, I really liked that episode.
It's a hell of an episode.
Yes, with a lot of our really more favorite EVPs and things.
Number 2 is episode 25, Don't Touch the Dybbuk Box.
Yeah, that is very good advice.
Yeah, this was after I touched the Dybbuk box.
The Dybbuk box, of course it was.
So, and number 1 is episode 41, Everything from the 70s is Scarier.
That was a very good episode.
Yeah, it's my personal favorite, and it's something I say all the time, but
it is.
That's my top 10 of my favorite Paranormal Sideshow episodes. Stacey may have her own if she goes through there. Maybe Stacey will want to look at that and put her own on the website or something.
I don't know. I'm with you. I don't know how I would choose.
It took a while. I had to really look at them and think, what did we talk about?
I think if I was going to add one, I don't know which one I'd take off, but if I was going to add one, it would be the very first episode.
Holda Folk?
The one about the Holda Folk, because it's also one of our more popular ones, but I really like that topic, and I really enjoyed that episode.
Well, I mean, when we first started doing it as Paranormal Sideshow, we went for topics.
We did.
And we decided that we were going to do a ton of research and, really make them research heavy episodes with the long topic. The problem is when you're doing something long form and you're in a field that only has so many topics, you're going to find yourself being redundant.
Right.
And it's a lot easier for us, even though we do still have big topics, just, not pigeonholing ourselves.
Right. Well, we felt like it would be easier to just incorporate topics in with the news.
Yeah.
If things happen to come up, or if we were like, well, let's just talk about this. And it does happen like that quite a lot.
We do it every time.
Where things will come up and we'll just start expanding on it. That was a lot easier.
Yeah. Really, it's just letting it happen organically. So if there's a big story about mysterious booms, then we're going to go in depth on mysterious booms. If there's something that was found, some kind of archaeological find, we're going to go deep. And you guys know, we go deep into ancient Earth and, just so on and so on.
Right.
So it's something that we enjoy doing that way. And that way we're not sitting there for 3 weeks out doing a long form version of space. And then we find out that there's a tsunami,
Right.
We'd have to throw everything away, put it off. So anyway, that's that, and that's the episodes. But now we're going to get into the meat and potatoes, the final list, and this one, a whole lot went into this. What we're going to talk about is, I wanted to go through and get our top stories that we've done over the decade. And instead, because we've had so many stories, I wanted to do what ended up being our themes. What was our main topics?
Right. Things that we went to over and over again.
Yeah, because it interests us and it interests the audience. And, some of these things are not talked about in other places. But for 10 years, we've been at the forefront of the mysterious booms and the skyquakes. Before you really heard about it or seen too much about it, when I first started doing that, there was random clips out there on YouTube, but they weren't put together. There was a mysterious boom happened here in Kansas. We can't explain it. And I used to comb through that so much, as I still do. I would find things like that because I would look up keywords like mystery. And, I remember finding this. When I found the first one, it really shook me and it just didn't feel right. And I heard it. And then I heard the sky trumpets. Okay. People call them different things. And that was so strange. I remember hearing it and it freaking me out so much because just the way it sounded. And I remember thinking, man, that sounds like if you had metal or like this dimension scraping against another dimension. And then I would find it from like Austria and it sounded the same. And then you go like to, Croatia and it sounds the same. And then England and it sounds the same, same kind of thing. It's the same phenomena. And it was really creepy. And of course that all built up to us having our own experience in Maine, which is on our YouTube channel. Cause I heard it and I was like, that can't be. And I ran outside, we had the phone, we were recording, and it captured the tail end of the phenomenon of what happened with the sky trumpets or whatever you want to call it. And it was very surreal to be standing there and having this phenomenon that you've always talked about happening. So anyway, those kind of topics, we had to go through every story painstakingly and really see, what was our top topics. And this is one Stacey and I both worked on because it had to be that way. She does the news. So that's coming up right now. This is going to be the most spectacular list that's ever been known to mankind. I want you to be able to roll this up when it's done and hide it in a cave somewhere. It's that important. I don't know how you're going to do that with audio files, but
I'm not sure.
You'll find a way. Where there's a will, there is a way.
I suppose.
The 20 topics or stories that have shaped us in the tens.
In the tens.
I'm being cool.
I see.
So basically, this is the 20 topics that shaped us, molded us, we talked about, and really was our narratives throughout the tens.
Okay.
So, number 20, our return into space. And really with that, missions to Mars being planned, the moon from other countries.
Right.
And, even things like Space Force.
Right.
So, so much is being planned right now. So much is happening. And we really went from 0 to 100, it seems.
Right. Like we were completely reducing all of that stuff, NASA, the budget, everything. And then all of a sudden just boom, it's back.
I think really it lines up with like the previous administration. I don't think that they did much with space or anything like that as far as, it's not even political. It's just the way it is. Like the presidential
different priorities. And things.
Different priorities. This one, it does seem like is more focused on space exploration, and really, I think it's more for like a pride point,
right?
With America keeping up.
Well, really, yeah, a lot of other countries have stepped up their space game, getting astronauts. I mean, think of all the first-time astronauts from all those countries in the last 10 years. Like the first time certain countries have ever done anything remotely, space related like that. Yeah, I mean, and some really crazy ones too. And I mean, you just don't have that. Competition breeds, innovation, in my opinion. Right. So that's when you really get people that get prideful. They get really behind their country, and they're like, you know what, we've got the technology, and now they really do. Our first moon mission didn't have half the technology that a current iPhone has. Right. To get to the moon. So imagine the possibilities now. Well, we're starting to see that. I don't think we see anywhere near what the capabilities are. Right. And it's not even just talking about going back to the moon. They're talking about even further, like you said, Mars, and sending
it's a done deal.
missions to all the moons of, Saturn and Jupiter, and crazy things.
In our lifetime, we'll be on Mars.
Yeah, most likely. And
We'll
they
have
even
humans.
sent that one spaceship close to the sun to
Yeah.
get all the information about the sun. That has never been done before.
Yeah.
So,
So, I mean, the possibilities are really endless. Once you get to base at Mars,
right.
you jump from there, and who knows?
Right.
Imagine sending a satellite from there, because you've only got so much time, really. And imagine telescopes, an observatory from Mars.
Right.
What do we see from there?
Yeah, and see, now we have all the telescopes that also use the AI
Yeah.
to kind of help where they look and to fill in information and things like that. So,
Well, that's
very
the one.
advanced.
That's the one good thing about robotics is I don't know why we even have to send people.
Right.
We could send robots at this point, and they could let us know everything they need. And if they want to breed up there or whatever and build new robots, and
It wouldn't be doing it down here.
yeah. No, it's really cool. And I think especially with some of the ufology stuff that's going on, it's really ignited so many more people. And I'd say right now, if I was a kid, I would be thinking of astronaut again, like it was when I was a kid, because you had the space shuttle. The space shuttle just looked cool.
Right.
They don't really have that. I mean, now, they're back to rockets.
Well, back when we were kids, that was huge technology.
Well, yeah, it
When
was.
we didn't have a lot of in-home technology,
I'll tell you one cool thing. I have a toy, a die-cast metal toy, as they all were back then,
Right.
of space shuttle. But it was before we had a space shuttle. It's when they were still doing their prototype.
Right.
So the prototype space shuttle was the Enterprise.
Okay.
Okay. And it looks just like the first space shuttle, which was Columbia.
Right.
And it has the opening hatches on top.
Oh, that's cool.
It's about, it's pretty big. It's bigger than like my hand is now. It's
Right.
pretty big. And you could open this up. It looks exactly like it's got the wheels. It moves around. But God only knows how much that's worth.
Yeah, because it was just
The prototype.
The prototype, yeah.
Yeah. And
That's cool.
I just now thought about that. It was one of my favorite toys because that's, I wanted to be an astronaut. Now I might actually get the chance to do that, like
Yeah.
I would go up, like totally. Would you? On a passenger deal.
I'd have to see it done first. I wouldn't be like the inaugural flight,
I would, just because I think there's going to be so much more care. That first time you don't want to blow up.
Right. But there's a chance you might.
Well, there's always a chance. I mean, you're doing things that's not intended.
Yeah, that's true. Well, see, that's another thing. All of the companies, the private space companies that they have now, and trying to get, passenger flights to orbit and things like that.
Private
to space.
schmavit. I don't believe it. I mean, everything that goes anywhere near space, government.
Yep.
So number 19, interstellar objects.
Wow. First time, that was just recently too.
Yeah.
We got to talk about that. That's craziness.
Out of, you go grab a history book, kids. Go grab one right now. Look up interstellar objects. You know what you're not going to find?
Any interstellar object?
Yeah. I mean, it's just not going to be there.
Right.
The only time you're going to find anything interstellar is like a Beastie Boy song. And, it's one of those things where people are like looking up their definitions and shit. They're like, interstellar. Oh. Not only was it an interstellar object, now we have several of those, but as Stacey and I always talk about, once you open your eyes and see it, you see more. But the first interstellar object that we know of, well, it looked like it was a craft.
Yes, there was some controversy.
A lot of controversy.
Going back to that story quite a lot.
So there's some scientists over here that say yay and some over here that say nay. And really it's all centered around, was it an intelligently controlled artificial craft that was not natural? So we were not close enough, obviously, to, do samples. It moved really in a strange way that you would think was on some kind of course. And even though the way that it slingshotted around, it's the way we would do if we were intelligently controlling.
Right. Things that we do when we go to space to get in position for things. We slingshot around stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like in NASCAR, how they draft.
Right.
And same kind of deal. Theoretically, it could be, if it's a long, deep mission, it could totally be people asleep, because we've talked about how maybe people would have to go, be frozen
Right.
for a very long trip. And it's funny that all the science fiction from the 50s, from the 60s, seems like that's really what happened. These were science fiction writers.
Right.
And they wrote things about tractor beams. Well, there's tractor beams now. They wrote about the lasers and the laser blasters, and of course that's a thing, and warp speed.
Right.
All this stuff, right? That they dreamed up. Now, chicken or the egg, them dreaming that up, did that inspire young little scientists to create that? Or was that going to be created anyway, and they got the seed somehow to write about it? It's very interesting to me. That part of it doesn't get explored quite enough.
Right.
People say things like it's not magical. They'll go on, you'll watch a show or a YouTube video, and they'll be like, all these things from Star Trek that actually ended up happening. That's not as passé as they make it.
Right.
It's very, very deep, in my opinion, and I think that needs to really be explored. And that's one of the things that's consumed us over the past 10 years, is how weird that stuff is. The interstellar object goes down in history. We live that history. So your history book 200 years from now will have that first interstellar object.
Yes, and that first one will never truly be solved because it's gone now. And there's anything, everybody just has their own opinion about it.
Yeah. It might come back in 1,000 years.
Never know.
And just be a rock. And then everybody can go, oh, okay. We seen that on a cave wall somewhere. But I don't know. What do you go with?
I'm not sure. I'm not convinced that it was some kind of craft, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't something. What?
No, I'm just saying, you're giving me a Mr. Political answer here.
No, honestly, I'm not convinced that it was some sort of alien craft. That doesn't mean that it wasn't something alien that they had made and like their space junk, maybe.
Well, I'm not thinking about the aliens that are already here. I thought about a human type alien civilization not much further than us, maybe 100 years ahead in technology.
Right.
That did send out the long mission. And the craft is going somewhere else. Maybe they didn't realize Earth was a great destination.
Right.
So it's going to another place that's an Earth-like planet, maybe the one that's really close to us. That can be happening. And I think a lot of people, almost mistakenly, they want it to be something so taboo, something so out there, like, alien-like, if you will, red with tentacles and, giant schlongs or whatever. Anyway, it's very possible that they look like us.
It is.
And, hopefully they look more like elves.
Well, as long as it took that thing to come through space, it could have been a civilization that even died out.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
So, you never know.
Absolutely. And that's what I mean, though. It's, I think that the possibilities, when you look at like Earth-like planets, and we'll get to this later, but the possibilities are literally endless. The fact that there could be, just think about that. Think about civilizations out there like us that look like us. Their language is going to be different.
Right.
Because it's just going to have to be. It's just different. But we would be able to break that barrier. And if they're made of the same thing we are, okay, and they are pretty much like us, it's just amazing to me thinking about their history. Like, if I could go visit this alien civilization,
right,
and get their history, find out what they've done, what is magic to them. Do they still walk around and know that there's spirits and talk to them as a normal thing? What is their religion?
Right.
Wouldn't it be crazy if they had Jesus Christ? That's the kind of stuff I think everybody wants to know. That's the true taboo. Because people don't talk about the religious aspect of it.
Right.
And everybody has the same questions. Of course they don't. They have faith. Well, we don't have any questions. Why would we have questions? There's no questions here. Well, wouldn't it be amazing if you went to an alien civilization and they either had God or they didn't?
Right.
That answers everything. And I'm sure they have some sort of deity. Every religion does. But a lot of the religions all go back to having that same, no matter what you call it, it's, you know.
Right. The one higher power.
Right. It'd just be interesting to see what's out there and find out about, you know, did they ever have war? You know, how do they view sex? Do they have sex in the streets? You know, are they like monkeys and they just, you know, all of a sudden they'll just be working, you know, on their Wall Street and they're like, hey, come here, you know. I mean, that's the kind of stuff you never know, man. Maybe they poop in their hand and, you know,
never know.
I don't know. And that's the kind of stuff I want to see their fashion. I want to hear their music. And that's people don't think about that. People are always like, I'd like to see their ships. You know, what kind are they going to rule us? Are they? I don't think like that. I don't think that that's the deal.
Right.
I think that the aliens that are here, that are obviously here, some are on recon missions. Some have a deal with us.
Right.
I do believe there's bad guys, and I do believe there's some that eat us. I really do. I believe in the reptilians just because of the whole smoke fire thing.
Right.
My entire life, when I was younger, I was like, yeah, when there's smoke, there's fire. As I got older, I realized there really is. You know, if she smells like a dude's cologne, she's nailing the dude. I mean, it's that simple. And I've learned to go with my gut a lot. I do believe that these aliens that are here, you know, that's not their prime directive. I think they're trying to save their own civilization, even the bad ones. You know, they had to be here. They had to come here, or they were here first, and we're the aliens.
Right.
In the case of like reptilians.
Right.
It's just very interesting to me. But with ones that would travel here, you know, or ones that we may find, I don't think the first thing is going to be ruling over the other ones. I think they're going to be just like us.
Right.
And the mind is going to work very similar. I say this because when I meet somebody that's a higher up and you have this impression of this person is always all about work. They keep a billy club in their back pocket and they hit you with it every now and then. You're terrified of them. You think about their family and you see their pictures for Christmas and it's all perfect and wow, I bet they have the best life. And it's not like that. Everybody has the same desires. Everybody has the same, you know, worries and frets and aches and pains and human. Everybody picks their nose. That would be my book. Everybody picks their nose. And I think that it's the same thing. Just because you're on another planet doesn't mean that a life form is not going through the same things.
Right.
You know, puberty. I mean, there's similarities.
Right.
So I just really, really want to get to that point.
Right.
For the record. For the record.
Explains why you want to be an astronaut.
So what about you? Like, as far as if you could have 3 questions answered from a alien race on an alien planet that's, you know, probably 1 billion years older than us or whatever. 3 questions. What would the 3 questions be? If they were gonna answer you, they're gonna hear this podcast.
Right.
Because it's on the computer. It's very possible. They're gonna hear it. There's been Reddits that they've answered before.
Right.
And right now, you're going to ask 3 questions. What would it be that you wanted answered?
Oh, wow. I would probably want to know, I mean, a lot like you, I would like to know about their lifestyle, like how their community works, you know, as compared to ours, like families and things like that. I would like to know, I don't know that they would be able to explain it or show, but I would like to know how the advanced thinking works, you know, like the telepathy and the, you know, aliens supposedly can do all of those more mental capacity things, and we are not evolved to that point yet.
We're not using it yet.
Right. And I would be really interested to see that working and to know how to advance that particular skill.
They'd be like, it's all about the appendix.
Yeah. Yeah. Just don't get that taken out. And let's see. Third one. I would probably just, instead of asking them a question, just ask if they could, take me for a little ride.
And that's not fair.
Bring me back.
And that's not fair.
That would be cool. Well, you asked like 9,000 questions and I only got 3, so.
And you couldn't get 3. That's why you only get 3.
But I think I could learn so much more if, you got to see where they lived and stuff.
Okay. So
not that I'd be able to make that trip.
So, basically I'm just asking your burning question. I know mine.
What would yours be?
Mine, they probably, maybe they wouldn't be able to answer it. Mm-hmm. But mine is what comes next for you. Do you guys understand what is your afterlife? Mm-hmm. In your afterlife, if you do understand it because of your higher capacity, what is that? Do you travel somewhere? Do you, is it like the trip that people get when they eat certain roots?
Right. Right.
Are you going to this magnificent city? Is there,
I'd be curious to know if they had
reincarnation.
Yeah, that would be interesting. That would be an interesting question.
Yeah, and it is, and because if they did have reincarnation, who's to say that we don't reincarnate there?
Right. Like it's not all one big system.
Right. Mm-hmm. And that's if reincarnation is a thing. Mm-hmm. And you go throughout the universe, mm-hmm. then why would you not just reincarnate there?
That's probably true.
So it's very interesting.
It is.
And mm-hmm. I think no matter where you're at, what you are, and I'm just this is my point on aliens, mm-hmm. they're going to have the same questions.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So we just lie to them. We act like we know all that stuff. They're like, holy crap, these guys really know everything. And I think we need to have that plan in place.
That's probably a good idea.
Plan L.
Plan L.
Lie, yeah.
Oh, I was wondering how you got to L all of a sudden.
Yeah, no, Plan L. And they'll be like, how'd you get to L? And we're like, we had a lot of plans.
Yeah.
You can't see those.
No.
But
because this is the one we're going with.
Yeah, we're just going to tell you right now. This is what happens when you die. We do have it. God's been here. He was just here like 3 days ago. You just missed him. He said, but he'll be back in a millennia. So he said that we were the rulers and that we get to make the rules.
Right.
We really were in his image. Mm-hmm. So it's awkward, but he doesn't look like you. I'm sorry, Muck Muck, but he's not green and scaly and has that satellite dish on his head. Mm-hmm. So just to let you know, Muck Muck. All right. Number 18, mm-hmm. your favorite. And I'm sorry this only went to 18. It was a vote.
Okay. It's okay.
The Baltic Sea anomaly. Mm-hmm. And I did put Antarctica in there as well.
Right.
I wanted to have mine and yours.
Right. Well, that was a really odd story that we went back to over the years. And, they found that odd thing under the Baltic Sea. It looks like the Millennium Falcon. And they said, I think the official analysis on it was just a natural formation, something about ice and glaciers and, sliding. But, when they explored it, anytime they would get close to it, their equipment would fail. They couldn't run any sort of electric anything over top of it or in a close vicinity to it. And the whole thing was just very odd, but hushed up quickly. Like they had this explanation for it and then that was supposedly it. But the team that, studies it, I think that they're still trying even today to take more expeditions out there and do more testing on it. Like, I don't think that they are satisfied with that explanation.
It was really strange. I remember watching the videos, mm-hmm. and the thing with Ocean X is when they got there, mm-hmm. it was not even in the vicinity. It was directly over top.
Right.
And that was even weirder. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't like a Bermuda Triangle thing. Directly over top of the Millennium Falcon, mm-hmm. it absolutely, everything went haywire. Mm-hmm. And even compasses and computers and recording devices and mm-hmm. all this stuff. That's too weird.
It is. And I don't see how you can write that off as a natural formation when you have the evidence of that weird stuff that happens.
You can't. And they fell off the face of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
No national news.
Nope.
And it was a story every few weeks.
Yes.
For a couple of years.
For a while, yeah. We even had an update recently about it that they were going to try and go back.
Yeah, and that just, I think it lost steam is why it's not higher. The first 5 years of the decade,
right,
we were all over it.
That's really what piques my interest about it more, is that they're kind of like, they don't talk about it anymore.
Of course.
Like, this didn't happen. Look away.
And everybody forgot but us, probably.
Right. And all the weird stuff with Antarctica that happened over the years. I mean, tons of weird stuff. They found this. They saw that. Here's this. Here's that. Weird visits from political people just randomly out of the blue.
On the day before the election.
Yeah. So
crazy stuff, man. But the whole thing with that, even that weird Buzz Aldrin, did he tweet it? Did he not? Mm-hmm. And it was kind of like when he talked about the monolith. In space, and it was very much like that. It was like, wait till they look in Antarctica, forget about space.
Right.
And then you hear, and a lot of this has been in the past 10 years. Now, we've always had the Admiral Byrd stuff and everything, but in the past 10 years, it's really taken shape. And Google Maps is a big reason for that. Google Earth, people just combing over that, and they do find things. Mm-hmm. They find a lot of stuff,
and not all of it can be explained away.
No, it can't. Mm-hmm. There is the famous picture or series of pictures where it looks like, something obviously crashed. Was it a meteor? Is it a UFO? Mm-hmm. I would say it's a big meteor, personally, that hit the side of that mountain and slid all the way down through there. Mm-hmm. A lot of the stuff that I see, I go with natural. Because the government keeps a pretty good eye on that stuff, and they'll black it out. Mm-hmm. Look at Mel's Hole. Mel's Hole is anybody who's ever listened to Coast to Coast, the story in the 90s with Art Bell, and Mel called in and was talking about it. And the first 10 times I listened to that, it's like, this guy's so full of crap.
Right.
And you want to believe it because it is interesting as hell. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But then I see a news report from not so long ago, and they're talking about, they're not calling it Mel's Hole at all. Right. They're just calling it this hole that's an endless pit, and the Native Americans know about it. There's a shaman they talk to. Mm-hmm. He's like, my father took me there, or grandfather. And, it's, they don't know of it having an end, that it goes deep into the earth, which is very cool, and there's UFO activity around it. Mm-hmm. So, a lot of that stuff we've heard about. You'll see these little stories, and it's from, not really from these crazy, unreputable sites, just really, I've seen stuff like from blogs, and they're like, we've had battles with aliens near Antarctica. That was about 6-7 years ago that I was seeing a bunch of that. Underwater bases. The Nazis were going there to build a base. Were they successful? And
why would they want to go there? I mean, what did they know about Antarctica that made them? Because what they were always after. Yeah,
exactly. And it's like Admiral Byrd's supposed lost journal. Okay, there's a lot of people out there that says that thing is caca, that it's not. And for those of you who don't know, decorated in service, and then he was admiral. He went out and did some expeditions to Antarctica. Supposedly he took a plane when he was down there and got into a lost world Jurassic area. It went from being ice to being jungle, and almost like he went through a portal or something, and saw aliens. Yes, that's wonderful to believe in, and I would love to, but it's whenever there's something you can't access, dark side of the moon, right?
Right.
It could just be rock, the likelihood, probably 99%, right, that it's just rock. And it's the same thing with Antarctica. The cool thing about it, though, is that we know for a fact that at one time it was not ice. Right. It was just a continent. Okay. That to me is super interesting. And there's those old maps that are traced, well, not traced, but they had the maps, and then people would take the maps and they would redo it. And then we have the one from, 1,000 years ago or whatever. And it's got Antarctica with creatures and jungle and all that stuff, which is just, again, very strange. Maybe somebody being lazy, but they have the landmass.
Right.
You know, why wouldn't they do it? And then the big thing on both sides of the, you know, the top and bottom of the Earth is the holes. You know, like if you look at a map from NASA or something, there's usually the covered up part on the bottom and the top.
Right.
The big conspiracy theory on that is that there is a hole at the top and the bottom, and a significant hole. And you know, when there's things fly in and out and hollow earth and all this stuff, right? It's all possible.
It is.
It's all absolutely possible. That's the cool part, because look at the oceans. I mean, we find new things that we never thought would be, I mean, crazy, huge things that we thought were extinct or we thought there was no way.
Right, or just things we've never seen before.
Yeah, things we've never seen before. So there's a lot left in this planet to discover. Antarctica is just one of those. Until we see it with our own eyes, I believe that the theories will keep going.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
It's good to have an open mind, but not so much so that your brain falls out, you know?
Right.
So moving on from Antarctica, number 17, you're going to love this.
Okay.
2012, the Mayan end of the world calendar.
Oh, yes. We talked about that forever. The whole year before leading up to it was like
2 years, dude.
Nonstop end of the world
Every
Mayan
guest.
calendar. Yes.
It was one question for every guest.
We even went to the lecture by that Ed Barnhart guy.
Right.
The Mayan guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the top Mayan researchers and archaeologist, or so he knows everything there is to know about the Maya. And at the lecture, we were all excited to see that, because we were really into it and wanting to know as much as we can about 2012 prophecies. So he goes through that, the long calendar and all this stuff, and then he starts poking fun at History Channel. And he pokes fun at Ancient Aliens, and I'm just going to call it out because it's the way it happened. And really, it made me mad. Like, I was mad sitting there. I was like, I can't believe this guy's just like almost shaming you. It felt like Easter at church.
Right, right.
And he was like shaming you for being there, even though he could be like getting people interested. You know, like, hey, I'm really glad this interested all of you. You know, now go to college and, you know, do what I do. But no, he wanted to be like, you know, I did an interview with them, and they really cut it to pieces and used what they wanted to. Well, funny enough, you nary find an episode of Ancient Aliens without him on it now.
Right.
For years. Okay? So they must have really pieced together a lot of interviews.
Right.
You would think after a while, after a few years, you'd be like, you know, man, you guys keep mixing my words up. I'm not going to do it this year.
I guess after 2012, the want for a lot of Mayan lecturers probably dried up a little bit.
Yeah, I doubt they were bringing them to East Tennessee anymore.
Right.
You know, you never know, though. You guys need to check your college calendars to see. A lot of it's free. Most of it's free. And you can really see some interesting people.
You can.
You know, coming around. Topics you wouldn't even imagine that come around. So it's really good to get out there and check your libraries. You know, you might see people like us. And who wouldn't want to see us? But yes, the 2012 Mayan end of times, it was the biggest thing since Y2K.
Right.
And it ended the same way. Unless, as Stacey always likes to point out, the world did end.
Right.
So
we all just don't know it.
If you think about it, things got really crazy after 2012. I mean, really. There's a lot of things you never thought you would see.
So maybe the Mayans knew what they were doing. They just made this calendar to tell you when all the really normal stuff was going to end. And it was just going to go all crazy after that.
Maybe we should end the world. It's like,
maybe.
If you have
Here's a suggestion.
If you have the capabilities, you may want to do this, or have Death Ball like we did. You know, it always makes me think, and it's on the same line is your Doom prophets. Stacey has an affinity for prophets of Doom.
Yes, the end of the world guys.
She had one guy.
Oh, David Meade. You know, I've since found out that supposedly is not his real name.
Really?
Yeah. But he claims to be a Christian numerologist, as though that was a real thing. I mean, he's just made that up, obviously.
Consulting
haven't
detective.
heard anything from him in years, I guess, after the several that he did in a row where he said it and then changed it.
3 or 4?
I think it was 3.
Yeah.
I guess maybe he's given that up now,
Yeah.
decided not to be so vocal about it.
And we followed it. And we did little countdowns.
Now, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with, going through the Bible and trying to find patterns and obviously you're going to find that, but
Which Bible are you going to use, though? I mean,
but to put it out there and say, oh, this is when it's going to happen and the world's going to end. No, that's too much.
well, I mean, and I can't believe that people believed him after the first one.
Right. Like fool me once.
But then when they believe him after the second one,
Right. I don't know how many people actually believed him.
those people, we should have dynamited the place they were hiding in. I mean, I think when you do certain things that we should have kill switches,
Right.
and we have a population problem. I honestly could fix it, and I'd be willing to do the do.
Right.
Like just give me trans. You know what I mean? Just give me gas money and Burger King money,
Right.
and I'll take care of all this. I think when you reach a certain level of stupid, that we need to do something. At least we need to find another island that is uninhabited, except for the indigenous people that are there. Not saying anything like Australia, because Australia turned into a beautiful, wonderful place with wonderful people. So, arguably better than England. And it's funny, they sent all those people there.
Yes, it is.
So maybe those were the actual good people. I bet Australians say that.
I bet they do.
Yeah. Good day. I love doing this because I always get a message.
I know.
Not a bad one either.
No.
A lot of times it's people going, you're bloody right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're a bunch of cockneys. And Australians are always so sweet when they get a hold of me. Always. Except the one guy with the snake pit. What was that? Remember that? That was something that happened in the last 10 years on the show.
I do believe we were making fun of the snake pit thing.
Yeah, and he's like, I got, like a lot of us have them.
He was trying to argue that Australia was not dangerous.
Yeah.
But he had a snake pit.
Yeah, and they don't call it a snake. It was just a pit that you dig so the deadly snakes all fall into it.
Right, and don't come to your house.
Right.
But Australia's fine.
It's just perfect, nothing to see.
See, my stupid butt would fall in the snake pit.
Australia's fine. Michigan's not weird.
Right.
It's things we get told, from listeners, and we try to stick to that as it goes. But I will let you know, for real, some of my favorite listeners live in Australia. And it's just things I found out over time. So it's funny. It's literally 2 of my absolute favorite ones that ever get on our pages or anything is from Australia. All right. Go from down under. We're going to go on upper here. The next one is a terrifying one, if I do say so myself. Number 16 is artificial intelligence.
Oh, yes.
Big tech. 1984 Orwellian times.
The robots.
Yeah.
The stuff they're doing now.
Big Brother.
Yes.
It's all happening.
How many times have we started an article with, here's something scientists are doing and it's terrifying?
Yeah. And all the time, especially the past decade. And, 15 years ago, it wasn't that bad. It was basically like a speak and spell. And, maybe the speak and spell would go, butthole. Like, oh, it called me a butthole. Wait a second, Frank. Did that think for itself? Well, I mean, yeah, but it just said I was a butthole. But Frank, don't you think that on the larger scale could be, Kyle, what are you insinuating? Are you? Hey, everybody! Everybody, get up out of your cubicles. Yeah, Kyle thinks that Mr. Tukey here. Yes, it was a speak and spell. Yes, it was. I needed some platform that was already made, but Kyle thinks that they're gonna, grow up and take over the world. So I didn't say that. I just said that it's weird that it thought for itself like that. And the first thing it thought was something bad. Fast forward like 3 years. they had the chess game. Mm-hmm. You remember? Mm-hmm. And the robot got pissed off.
Right. Like they had two AIs against each other with this game, and it was like that they had a choice. It was something about gathering apples or something like that, and they had a choice. They could share, each gather the same amount, or they could, and I can't remember exactly how the story went, but the effect was that one of the AIs decided that it was easier just to kill off the other one or hurt the other one to get more apples. Mm-hmm. And that was the logical thought process. Oh, I want this, so I'll just hurt the other one, and that's how I'll get it.
They wanted them to be like humans.
Yep.
And that's what a human would think.
Yes. Well, it was terrifying.
Well, it gets even scarier because of the things that, when machines first started and during the Industrial Revolution and whatnot, it took a lot of our jobs, but it increased production. So, it's probably a good thing.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But now there's things where it's going into your personal life, right? And like sex robots, there's actual brothels now with sex robots. You can get one pretty affordable. And the thing about it, I've read in depth on these things because they fascinate me. You can do like pretty much this virtual reality sex robot where you feel everything exactly real. You can pick what you want. Mm-hmm. You can pick every aspect of what you want this to be.
Right.
And it's like the real deal, except you've pretty much just picked it all out.
Right.
I mean, who doesn't sign up for that? I mean,
I don't know. It's weird.
It is weird. Mm-hmm. And that's everybody's like go-to answer.
Right.
But then you start really like putting that together.
I feel like that's just a lot more expensive than a prostitute.
Yeah, but you can't pick what you want with a prostitute.
I mean, you kind of can.
Well, I mean, true, I guess.
Depends where you live, I guess.
But for a woman, though, it's not as easy.
Well, this is true.
And true. They can pick whatever they want. So, yeah, anyway, AI is scary.
Yeah.
And Big Brother is scary. And I think the part that we really need to talk about is the fact that the stuff like Edward Snowden coming out, in the 2010s and saying, hey, by the way, we're spying on everybody.
Right.
The TVs that we find out, Samsung and all these, it's just looking at you. Going through your connects, the way people can hack your cams in your house, hack the cams on your laptops, on your iPads, on your iPhones. Everybody's looking. I always go back to The Dark Knight when Morgan Freeman gets really mad, at Bruce Wayne, and he's just like, this isn't right, because he created that spectrum using all the phones.
Right.
To really, and that's a real thing. That's a real thing. The government is spying on us, using technology against us. Even when the government's not doing it, the big tech companies are doing it, and they are, listening for certain keywords.
Yeah, that's the whole thing we talk about with Facebook and your Facebook ads, and how you just talk about something or mention it, and then all of a sudden you're getting ads for it on your Facebook.
And that's happening to everybody. I see it more and more. People are like, okay, what's going on here? I was talking about this, and I know one time a friend of the family, she posted that she had an orthodontist deal that she called her mom about. And then all of a sudden she got this thing for a loan for times you're not expecting it. It was like the amount
right
that she needed for the orthodontist. And, it's very strange. And I had somebody that I was training at work who was really deep into it, and her beau had went as far as thinking about something and seeing if it would pop up, and which is very, very high tech. We did a story about a week later about where they were working on something that could use mind waves and which is insane, right?
Yes, it is.
It's just really, really crazy. And I think we got something coming up where we sort of get into the whole Minority Report part of it. But it's just, it is terrifying. It's already past the level of terrifying. Where does it stop?
Right. Right. It doesn't, I'm sure.
And they're making us obsolete. That's what I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, why make things that can hurt us?
Mm-hmm.
That's just weird.
It is.
I'm also okay with transhumanism personally.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you can live forever and upgrade your brain and all that stuff, that's cool to me.
Right.
And I've said I'd be first in line. I know I'm not popular opinion there.
Right.
But to me, it would be interesting to be able to interface.
I don't mind the transhumanism as far as increasing your quality of life. I don't think that we should try to use it to live forever. I mean, maybe add some years, but not a ridiculous amount, just because it interrupts, you know, what you naturally need to do in your life. You know, you need to move on and reincarnate and learn your lessons. And if you stay in one form forever, you know, you've interrupted that natural cycle.
I think that I have supervillain in me somewhere.
I think so.
I really do, because
It explains the bald head.
Because I would probably pick the people that need to stay around. And
So like our family.
I would pick the people that would contribute and not kill the other ones, but not chip them.
Right, I gotcha.
And just let them have their natural existence and then sweep them up, and the rest of us could stay around, but we would also not need to mate anymore.
Right.
So everybody could be, you know, fixed.
Right.
So we could all just stick around forever.
Wouldn't that just get boring after a while, though? No new people.
No.
No new anything.
I picked them though.
Yeah, but you don't think you get tired of them after 1,000 years?
No. No, I don't. I think if you pick correctly, you're fine. I don't know. I mean, you would have a utopia after a while. Everything would kind of get back to normal with you wouldn't need all the continents. So you could have one enormous, amazing city, but then let everything else kind of nature reclaim and the waters run clean again. And
Right.
just saying. Obviously, I'm joking about everything because I joke. I kid. There are crazy people out there though that think like that, and there are supervillains, and I think they currently control the world, and they think like that.
They do.
You know,
They do.
they're trying their best to Georgia Godstone us all. So it's scary. Number 15, sinkholes.
The sinkholes. Yes.
It happened out of nowhere. And we just started noticing these patterns. We talk about patterns all the time. Might not seem like a big thing to you, but Stacey and I would always talk about, do you remember seeing on the nightly news about giant, mile-wide sinkholes when we were kids? No, you didn't. And it started happening really bad. And honestly, it's kind of subsided somewhat.
It has. Like for a while there, it was like every single day there was this one or that one.
Yeah, or in the middle of a lake and then the lake's just gone.
Right. And you don't really hear about it anymore. I
Not
don't know
much.
if it's because it's not happening or if people are just tired of talking about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, for a while we were really into all the weird changes and whatnot that we were seeing. But that's really on another subject. It's just the sinkholes gave their own number because, my God, it was a big deal. But
it was. And
it petered out.
We did talk about it a lot. It was one of the topics we talked about quite a bit.
I mean, there was like people dying and stuff because their house would just fall into.
Yeah.
And that crap didn't happen, man. It just didn't happen.
Right.
It's weird. Number 14, fear of a zombie virus.
The zombie thing.
Yeah.
Yes, that has definitely popped up a lot.
Yeah.
Recently.
And I think that goes to the whole tulpa, right? Like when I was a kid, my favorite horror movies when I was a kid was zombie movies. And there wasn't many. There was like 3.
Right.
And I was like, man, I wish they'd make more zombie stuff, more zombie comics. Thanks, Walking Dead. So Walking Dead came out, and when they started doing the TV show, it was already on fire when you got like you know, the early 2010s, and
Right.
everything was a zombie movie.
Mm-hmm.
Everything was a zombie movie, and zombie TV shows, and zombie toys, and zombie comics, and everything.
Well, you know what's really scary about that is we always talk about how Hollywood really does movies based on real things, even if you know they don't admit that those things are real.
They were making, like, you know, pandemic movies, and they were making, you know, things like the virus that'll wipe everybody out, and it went from like traditional, like, brains zombies to fast moving, high fever.
Intelligent zombies.
Yeah, going nuts because of their fever, and we see, you know, there are diseases like that, and you see like crazy raccoons and stuff that they're like zombie raccoon virus, you know.
Right.
A zombie to me is the returning dead.
Right.
You know, so when I see that, then, dude, I'm done.
Well, and it's funny because there are, as scary as it is, there are, you know, places that do develop odd, like, biological weapons, and you never know when that stuff's gonna, you know, get out or be stolen, or, you know. And then we had that whole weird story with the guy from the CDC that went missing,
Yeah,
and then
that
ended
was
up dead,
really
and that
strange.
was really strange. And who knows if that had anything to do with any kind of, you know, biological thing. So
Well,
it's a real fear.
Yeah, man. I mean, if there's people out there crazy enough to blow themselves up, then how much care do they have about anybody else?
There are people out there that are crazy enough to release a biological weapon, especially if they had the antidotes.
Yeah.
Like you said, you know.
Or not.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
elite people that maybe were immune
Yeah, that
could be,
could kill off a third of the population.
but they could be okay, or they had a bunker.
Well, I think
something.
we've already seen it. I think that some things that have popped up, and disease-wise over the past 40 years has been created.
Right.
You'll have a hard time ever making me believe that AIDS just happened.
Right. Right.
I don't believe that. I believe that it was engineered and focused toward a certain group.
Right.
Just like crack cocaine. It might not be a disease, but I think that we have enough proof that our own government flew in cocaine. Because, hey, Barry Seal, we all know the story. And we all know Arkansas and all that good stuff. It happened. And people just choose to be like, oh, that's interesting. What a good movie.
Right. Right.
You know, that's not based on a true story. That is a true story. And we let that go. We let stuff like that happen. Bringing heroin in, you know, like from some of these places we go have war. It's really crazy, man. I think that a lot of things we do, there's other purposes, other money-making purposes.
Right.
People obviously know about oil, but then there's, you know, other things. We'll just say that, you know, a field of poppies. There's things that are very horrible to even imagine, but that's not even conspiracy theory. And then I think about like the Hitler aspect of it, right? How much of what Himmler found did we collect when we won World War II?
Right.
You know, Spear of Destinies and whatnot, right? So what were we still looking for? Well, you know where a lot of that was? Iraq.
Right.
You know, in ruins, in caves, and you know, what did they go for? What did they look for? What kind of giant remains did they find? And
Right.
That's interesting to me, and I guarantee you that we had some crack teams in there at the same time
Oh, I'm sure.
finding that stuff, dude. I just really think that, yeah, I know we're talking about zombies, but you know, we got on the thing about somebody's crazy enough to do that.
Right.
It's being done. It's being done. Oh, there's a new strain of flu this year that's super flu that's going to absolutely kill so many people. And, you know, why is it like that? Well, because you've been given flu shots every year for how many every years that the flu's aggressive.
It is.
And it learns and adapts and overcomes last year's shot. So you have to trick it.
Yeah,
and
flu shots aren't even like good for every single strain of the flu they currently have.
No, and they're just giving you a strain of the flu when they give that to you to try to, give you so you got it or whatever in you,
so you're
and
able to fight it.
antibodies and whatnot. And I've never had one, but I've also not had the flu.
Right.
So
I had the flu one year. The year I got a flu shot. I had the flu. I've not got another one since then.
it's weird, isn't it? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not like we're anti-vaxxers, because we're not.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, we believe that it's really good to not be in a third world country. Okay, but the flu shot thing, I'm not even going conspiracy on it as much as stupidity.
Right.
I really think that
there's better ways to avoid the flu. Wash your hands.
And-
Don't get around people that are sick.
Right. No, exactly. And also, I mean, with the flu shot, right? I think as a businessman, I've been in business my entire adult life.
Right.
The one thing that's the same, no matter what I'm selling, is I have to outsell last year.
Right.
So I'm always looking at comp. Okay. I always have target and comp. It doesn't matter. I mean, target matters. That's how you get your bonuses and whatnot.
Right.
But what really matters, when we had our family business, we only went against comp.
Right.
What
Just
did
tried to outsell last year.
Yeah. What did we do this day last year? If you did 10,000, you better do 10,001. Or you're not as good as you were. You're losing ground. You're losing money.
Right.
So you don't just have these private businesses, and they're private businesses that create these labs, that create, these antidotes and whatever. They have business models. They don't just go, well, we're going to make this and I hope it's a good year.
Right.
And what a horrible thing, right? I hope there's a lot of people get sick this year. But
right.
You're naive if you think that they're not. Does that make sense?
No, I agree with you. There's a whole lot of conspiracy around all the big pharma.
Yeah,
and all that.
Because the same people that create the drug create the thing to get out. I mean,
right?
It's stupid, but the same people manufacture weapons to this side and this side.
Right. It's kind of like the cigarette companies that make cigarettes, but then also put out ads to try and keep you from smoking.
Well,
or tell you how
they're
bad
made
it
to
is.
do that. They'll put out the patches and
right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and there's only so many corporations, and it's all dirty. It's all dirty money. It's all wrong, and that's where the world's went sideways. You look at like maybe even the 1800s. There was already people trying to snake oil you, but I know there's always been crooked people. It's just never been so such a mass scale, and so much. You look at like Flint, Michigan, right?
Right.
And look at the water and how long it took to. I mean, that stuff shouldn't happen. Not in this day and time.
No.
Too much stuff is looked over, and too many times they have plants that are polluting rivers and killing children and killing fish, and it's ridiculous. It's I'll get off my soapbox, but seriously, man, that's probably about as fired up as I'll get, is thinking about stuff like that. But number 13 is a fun one.
Okay.
It's paranormal podcasting, paranormal TV, new platforms to reach people, to give and receive information. The game changed. Right. And before 2010, Ghost Adventures came on like 2008. You had Ghost Hunters from 2004 on. You had a couple that came and went. Right. But once you got around with like YouTube, look at us. I mean, we have 100,000 views on, and we didn't put it up we sold it as a DVD for years. Right. And put it up, and all of a sudden, boom, 100,000 views. The platform changed, and it made everybody accessible to be able to get this content out. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, just joking. It was actually a good thing for a long time. So what happened is we were able to, really share ideas. We were able to turn on and see what somebody else was doing, what kind of experiments they were doing. And I think the field truly advanced when people go back and look at it later on. I know everybody just wants to complain about everything all the time.
Right.
But
right.
Realistically, the devices we have now to talk to the other side, to communicate, from where it was a decade ago,
Right.
night and day. Night and day.
Well, look at how many more paranormal podcasts there are, how many more paranormal TV shows, all of that stuff.
Oversaturated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is definitely one of the topics we talked about a lot over the years, because all of the new things that came out and all the new equipment and all the, new ideas and everything.
I hate to miss anybody, but I honestly think that when we started doing the podcast, there was maybe 5 that I knew of. And, Jim Harold's been doing it forever.
I mean, there probably were some smaller ones that, because podcasting wasn't really as big then as it is now. But, you did have your Coast to Coast and you had your paranormal podcast. That's a radio show.
But I'm talking about podcast.
Yeah.
And there wasn't.
No, not a lot.
And it was, then when it did start, people were doing like the free, gimmick where they would do it. As far as actually having a professional, well done, good sounding setup.
Right.
It was very few and far between, but I've enjoyed watching it grow. I have, and I've enjoyed seeing a lot of people get out there. One of my favorite things in the world is people that listen to us and then started their own podcast, which has happened many times.
That has, because they get a hold of us and they're like, hey, you inspired me to do this. And
man, that makes my whole, there's nothing better. Alan Marston's a good, he's always like a poster boy for that, as far as getting inspired and going out and doing this and killing it. I love that stuff. But it's really funny because we got up to this level where we were able to share information. And of course, we're all about conspiracies. We're all about UFOs. We're all about all this stuff, right? And then they shut it off. Now we're getting to a point where it's scary because they're doing a lot of control and they are deleting channels. They are saying this can't be on there and this can't be on there. And that's some terrifying stuff. And
yes, it is.
When they did the whole thing with a lot of politics and conspiracies, it was weird that they put one in there, and we're going to touch on it in a little bit too. Just really weird. But yeah, I just think the big thing over the last 10 years has been us talking about, wow, you can do this now, you can do this. Live streaming, we did freaking 24-hour investigation, and you couldn't have done that when we started doing this at all.
No,
it was just unimaginable to be able to pick up your phone and record video, and it's taken off so quickly, man. So quickly. Even phones in 10 years.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Have really, really changed, Number 12, the 100-year storm, the most powerful, the highest wind we've seen in a century.
All the weird weather.
Yeah.
And like you said, there was a few years there where we watched very closely all the weird changing weather. And it was like everything was the extreme. It was this is the biggest and this is the most and the fastest and the worst. And
every week.
We haven't seen this, and it's awful.
We followed a channel, and it was like Hockey Davis or something. And so every week we watched those videos, and they were taken from around the world on different local news from around the globe. And every freaking week, a 20-minute video was able to be made that would say, the flooding that happened in East Taiwan or whatever, was not been seen in 200 years, and snow in Egypt, and everything was, we haven't seen it in a century. We haven't had this much ever on record. We haven't had winds this high on record. All that's been in the past 10 years. Now, I'm not a global warming person, but I'm also not a global warming person. For me, I don't like to give a opinion on something that I don't have any data.
Right.
it seems like it's all the data is biased one way or the other. So
it's hard to know if you're getting an honest look
exactly
at what's going on.
I like to call it like I see it. And a lot of times I'm able to do that and be on a certain side.
Right.
But there are parts to, just because I'm with somebody doesn't mean I agree with everything
right.
that they stand for. So, global warming, all I can say on this is I believe climate change. Now, I also believe that climate change is normal. I believe that every so often, every couple hundred years, because we do have that data.
Right.
We see solar minimums and solar maximums.
Right.
And during solar minimums, the temperature gets lower, and it just happens. We have many ice ages pretty much,
Right.
And I was like 1700s or late 1600s. There was like a mini ice age. That doesn't mean that everything turned into an ice age.
Right.
It was just pretty, it was a colder climate.
Right. And that's not to say that humans don't affect the climate at all, because of course we do. And are there things we could change? Sure. But, I'm with you. Like I don't have enough information, honest, true, reliable information
for either way. I mean,
right.
There's no way I'm going to throw my freaking car away.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm not gonna get rid of airplanes because I don't think there's anything that really tells us that because we've not lived without them.
Right.
That's what I would have to see, and I'm not going to do that. But I think that it comes in cycles. It's just like the pole shift, right? The poles will flip. It's going to happen.
It's happened before.
And and if you look at the North Pole right now, that sucker is headed for Siberia.
Yeah, the whole navigation thing's all getting screwed up, and
Quickly.
they're having to readjust it because it's moving a lot faster. And we did a story a while back about that, and that's still a story. Like they keep talking about it.
We're due. Okay, we're due for the poles to flip. We don't really know what that means.
Right.
Okay. So some people have really big doomsday scenarios in that. Some people are like, it happens. I don't think it's going to be that easy. I think that it is a big deal. But it's kind of like being hit with a big, solar flare. We've been hit with gigantic ones, but it wasn't when we had all the technology that we have now. When we were hit with the last real direct shot of a major solar flare, it was when you wouldn't have noticed because we didn't have power grids and we didn't have, people still knew how to hunt and fish.
Right. There weren't like tons of satellites and
people could still live. Now,
without power.
Now, the reason I will not live, there's many reasons. The main reason I won't live in a big city is you don't want to be in the heart of a city when the power goes out and they realize it's not coming back.
And people are freaking out.
And everybody freaks out and wants to steal and hoard instead of working together.
Right.
And going out here and
they just as soon kill you for what you have than.
Even though that's not sustainable.
Right.
A lot more sustainable to work together and go out and hoe a field.
I agree.
But people don't think that way.
No, especially when they're scared.
Yeah.
It's like rational brain just shuts down completely.
Yeah.
And it's just complete survival mode.
And that's another interesting behavior thing I like watching. I like watching when they put a couple in a room and in a waiting room and they think they're waiting on a doctor. And I've watched this one several times. But they make it go extremely long, like 2 hours or 3 hours.
They turn the heat up and stuff.
Yeah. And just to see what happens.
They'd be so disappointed with us because we'd just be like playing on our phones.
Yeah.
They'd be like, are you getting hot? Yeah, I'm getting hot. Me too.
Because we love to be able to sit down somewhere without people.
And it being quiet.
Yeah. It's just, we're like, sir, this isn't working.
Oh, do you think we can wait here another hour? That'd be great.
we nip off to the bathroom and have a quickie.
We'd like sleep. We'd just like lean over on each other and sleep for a little while.
Yeah, but for the most part, it does happen. You put people in a tense situation, it tells you a whole lot about their real character.
It does.
And
it does.
Normally not a pretty sight, So anyway, Number 11. I'm going to let you handle most of this one.
Okay.
It was your pick. So
Oh, I see.
weird animal happenings. And there's subcategories on all these. Apes,
Right.
cattle mutilations, vampiric happenings.
So many strange animal stories, and it seems like it came in bunches. Like you said, the vampiric things, that was a recent one where several weeks in a row we had these odd stories of animals found with their blood drained, with weird bite marks, kind of a vampiric type of thing.
Globally.
Yeah, and it was not just one location. Like I said, it was all over the place. You know, of course, we've had the mutilations, the cattle mutilations. We get those stories not a lot, but often enough that it's weird.
Yeah.
And then we've been recently having all of these strange stories about animals doing things that were more advanced than what they should have been doing. We had the story about the monkeys that hoarded bricks in a tree and then killed a man with them. Animals escaping the zoo, animals figuring out how to do this and that. And there was a story, and I remember, and we didn't talk about this on the sideshow because it was way back in 2012, but that's in this decade, so it counts.
We talked about it back then on the Haunted South.
Right. It was about these monkeys, the gorillas, or I can't remember exactly the species, but it was some type of gorilla, and they lived in this nature preserve, but there were poachers in the area, and the poachers set out traps, and one of the traps caught a baby from this one group, this one community of gorillas, and the baby ended up dying. And the gorillas were so upset that later on, the people that studied the family, they just study them from afar. They do videos. They don't really get all up close and personal, but they had video of some of the gorillas or chimpanzee, I can't remember what they were, dismantling the poachers' traps. Like, they would walk through the woods, they would find the traps, and then they figured out how to dismantle them. And that's what they did. They went around, dismantled all of the traps so that the babies wouldn't get caught. And they were just amazed at the fact that they had the ability to not only, understand that they needed to do that, but to figure out how to dismantle it when it wasn't something that they created.
And also, in this past decade, there was a mountain gorilla story that we had. And I remember this because it was so weird. There was some poachers that killed some gorillas, maybe one or two gorillas or whatever. And they caught them, though, and the locals caught them and put them into jail. Do you remember this?
I think so, yes.
And the mountain gorillas,
oh, yeah,
they came down out of the mountains and surrounded the jail. And I went after those guys.
Yeah. Well, kind of like a posse in the Old West, like, just give them to us, sheriff. You don't need to keep them in the jail.
Yeah, you're lucky that we're allowing you to live here.
Right. I bet those poachers were like, please don't let us out. Please don't.
I would have thrown them right to them. I mean,
let them have their justice.
Well, I mean, the thing is, when they talk about these gorillas being 99 point something us, especially chimpanzees, I think, are the ones that are the closest. But you see it if you go to a zoo, or if you watch the nature documentaries like Stacey and I. There's nothing in this planet. Some people are dog people, some people are cat people. I'm a primate person.
You are.
And I absolutely I could watch it all the time. I could go, that's a job I could do. I could go take care of them and have a preserve, nurse them back to health. Because when you see like a little gorilla baby, it's a baby. It's a baby, like a human baby. And the ones that learn sign language, and live 60, 70 or whatever.
Right. Right.
It's crazy because they have all the emotions, man. It's there, and they are evolving.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We see them make tools now and weapons. And if you watch these crazy big muscular chimps, man, those are the ones that are freaky, dude. They're the ones that are just, and they make freaking spears now. Spears.
Right.
There's videos. And they've got to that point. So they're kind of around, I think they said they're around our Neanderthal.
Right. That's the level of evolution they're at.
Right. And which opens a can of questions.
It does.
Do you agree, right?
Right. Because that's just a whole weird
Why are they there? Mm-hmm. I mean, did something speed up certain ones of us?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's very strange.
I mean, it's just, it is weird.
It is. And, along with all those weird animal stories, we did also talk quite a lot about a lot of weird animal deaths,
Yes.
like mass die-offs. And for a while, that was every week.
Something else that petered out.
Mm-hmm. And it does still happen because we did have a recent story, but not like it did. And it was like every single week there was like birds and fish, and it was really strange.
The fish thing happens more naturally, I think.
I think so, because of storms and things like that. But the thing with the birds flying out, and then there was like, sometimes it was, I think it was, we had one with monkeys once. People went in the woods and all the monkeys were dead.
Yeah.
Just crazy things.
Yeah, and I know there for a while, like especially, this is around Haunted South time, so probably 11, 12, somewhere around there. I know that you're right, like every week it would be like 400 birds or thousands of birds. They just fell from the sky, and we've never seen this before, and
we don't know what happened.
It was so weird. Mm-hmm. It was really weird. It's like but you're right. It does happen in flaps. Q1 of 2018 was the vampiric animals,
right?
And I remember that it was weird thing with the cattle mutilation this year. Mm-hmm. It's weird that it happened. It's always weird that they, surgically rip the anus out and this and that.
Right.
And, things that are surgical precision that
those wolves that come down with their scalpels.
Yeah. The things that a predator couldn't do to that level. But the weird thing on the story this year, we had the cattle mutilation story that we did in the summer.
Right.
And we're always looking for that stuff. So it came out and we were like, this is a good one. Mm-hmm. We went in depth on it. We even discussed it for a while. Mm-hmm. And then about 2 months later, I see another cattle mutilation story. If I see something, I don't read it on purpose. I send it to Stacey because I don't want to know the story till we do the show.
Right.
So I sent her the story and she's like, hey, that's the one we did a couple of months ago. I'm like, look at the date. Mm-hmm. And you're like, yeah, it is the date, and I'm like, that's like, it was like Newsweek or something. It was like reputable, Mm-hmm. And it was weird. And we were like, no, you're like, that's the same one, honey. That's the, so then like week after week after week, there would be other big publications with a new date.
Mm-hmm. Same story.
And
no new information. It wasn't like it was being updated or there was more to it. It was the exact same story.
It was almost like they were wanting to make sure everybody's seen it.
It was very strange. Yes.
And so calculated. Mm-hmm. It was just really weird.
Yeah, they brought in like every expert, they could bring in, and they made sure to say that they thought it could possibly be a cult, but that they didn't think that's what it was, that it was just some people or some group of people. And, I don't know. It was very weird. The whole thing about it was really strange.
I promise you there was at least 4 different weeks.
Oh yeah,
spaced out. Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to do the Stacey here. Mm-hmm. At least 4.
Yeah.
And the first time we seen it, I want to say was June. It could have been July.
I don't exactly remember the
anyway,
first time, but I know it was a couple months before we saw it again.
Right. Mm-hmm. And then a couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. Then a couple of weeks, and then a couple of weeks. I mean, it was really, really...
It was enough that we commented on how odd the story was coming out like that.
Yeah.
So.
And it's just, I always often wonder if anybody notices stuff like that. Like...
No idea.
All right. So number 10.
Mm-hmm. Getting into the top 10 now.
Oh, baby. Area 51. Hey, guys, it's real.
Was that this decade?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was.
That's crazy.
I'll never forget it because they were like, all right, so, and this, of course, I'm paraphrasing. Mm-hmm. We're just going to let everybody know, so you quit asking. Area 51 is real. It's there. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're not hallucinating. It's there. Mm-hmm. But we just, drop weather balloons. It's the state-of-the-art weather balloon facility in the world because we still use those folks. Mm-hmm. And we also test swamp gas.
Right.
We have swamp apes, and they eat a lot of pinto beans, and seems to work really well. And we test the swamp. Listen, they said Area 51 was real, and I didn't listen to anything past that.
Right.
It was like, are you kidding me? You guys have said that is a conspiracy theory. Freaking watch Independence Day, the movie from 97, where they're like, they got the government guys on there, and they're like, oh, Area 51, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And the president goes, that's just a conspiracy,
And they're like, that's not actually true. Yeah, because it's like...
That's not completely accurate, sir.
Yeah, when Will Smith's like, I flew over a base near here, and the guy's like, it's not on the map. He's like, trust me, it's there. I saw it from the sky, and then they pull up and it's there.
Yeah, and because it is there. But everything that, Bob Lazar, just Bob Lazar. That's the answer.
There you are.
So I'm one of those guys that when that's real.
Right. I mean, you said that was a conspiracy theory, but it was real, so can't really believe you about any of the others.
Right, exactly. You lied about that.
Right.
To my face for 50 years. And now I'm supposed to believe you that, okay, so I was kidding about that, but this other thing,
it really is a conspiracy theory. We swear.
It's really strange. When that story came out, the one thing that sticks in my head is Stacey on the broadcast saying it's like slow disclosure. And I was like, yeah, I mean, expand on that, and you're like, it's like we talk about, you're the one that brings up the movies that they teach us things, the day the earth stood still. And so they're just getting us ready. And, little by little, we've had more and more and more things that were not supposed to be possible or not supposed to be real and always get told to us that ended up being real and very possible. So Area 51 is a really big one for this 10 years. All right, so this next one, we touched on it somewhat, but there's some crazy stuff to it. Basically, life is a simulation. Life as we know it is basically somebody playing The Sims.
Right, like we're living in the Matrix.
Exactly. Parallel dimensions falls into that. We've talked about the robotics, but you look at things like CERN, right? And some of the things that they've done at CERN and how has that affected, stuff. And we had a lot. We were all over CERN. We were also all over weather manipulation and HARP. It didn't make the list because it didn't last, but maybe the first couple of years of this. But CERN was one that is my big concern, because the tinnitus. Even a lot of people started getting tinnitus for no reason.
They were doing a lot of things that were very experimental and very, very dangerous.
Yeah, like making black holes.
Yeah. So, it was definitely a topic for us a lot because every time they'd come out and say, well, we did this or we did that, there's always a lot of strangeness and weirdness around everything that happens there. Yeah.
And then we were like, well, it's almost like they're part of the Illuminati and all this stuff. And guess what they do for fun? on video, they're caught for fun doing a mock almost cremation of care type thing, where they do the human sacrifice. The scientists that work there for fun dressed up in robes and did a mock human sacrifice.
Right.
And I forget what god that was to.
Right.
But the very fact that this is the people in there trying to
smashing things
atoms
together.
Yeah. I mean, just screwing with everything the way it should be. We don't know what kind of wormholes have been opened.
Right.
And things have been weird, and you got to wonder, have we been shot into a different direction? Have we been put into something? Things are different. And, we're going to get to another one in our top 10 that really, if it has a thread of truth to it, then CERN could truly explain that, But it's just really weird, man. We've seen some really weird anomalies over the last 10 years. Those spirals in the sky that I love so much, the non-rocket ones.
Right.
But it's just, there's really some crazy crap, man.
Yes, definitely one of our more interesting topics that we hit on.
And Wes used to love to talk about the simulation thing. Personally, I don't believe it.
Right.
I just don't. I just don't believe it, because if somebody is created me in a AI simulation, they really screwed up. I mean, the stuff they put in there for me, that person, hey, listen, if somebody can hear me, or you're seeing my little bubbles right now saying what I'm saying, whoever created my character, you need to check that person out. Okay?
Send them to the hospital or something.
Yeah,
we don't know.
You need to just stop. Go ahead and pull the plug on me. You need to stop this person before it gets out of control. I mean, it's stupid.
I think that is mostly because of the movies, the Matrix.
Yeah,
movies.
but it's like the smartest people. It's like they're overthinking it, and it's almost because we made the shirt "Scientists are baffled" because that was our favorite thing to say.
Yes,
and not because we just said it, because it was in all the damn stories.
It was every article. Scientists are baffled.
Scientists are baffled. Scientists are baffled this week. Well, I think those same scientists that are baffled have baffled themselves into some corny theories because everything that was supposed to make sense doesn't.
Right.
Up is down, left is right, cats screwing dogs. It's the end days.
Right.
And I think it's just screwing with people, man. I really do. Number 8 could be my number 1.
Okay.
Always. I just put, how old are we?
Oh, yes.
The high technology of the ancients.
All the stories that we've touched on that push back the date of the time first man did this, or when men were here, or when people were there, or how advanced these people were. The hunters and gatherers weren't really hunters and gatherers. They had civilizations and farming. And I mean, just the amazing amount of discoveries the last decade. It's unreal. And
I wouldn't laugh at them if they just didn't always talk with such finality.
I know.
Everything is always just so,
this is how it is, and this is what the data shows, and so that's how it is.
And all this, and I watch, man, listen, I've taken in so many history documentaries that I swear to God, I could teach history at Oxford. I could. I love history. Absolutely love it. I love ancient warfare.
Right.
I know weird crap. Like, if you just sit around and like shoot the crap with me, I know some weird facts.
Right.
And I'm just really taken with the ancient history because things don't add up. And that's when it bothers me. There's things that bother everybody. Patterns being off will bother Stacey and Raja. If you walk in a room and there's something that's crooked, and but with me, it's when things don't make sense and people just accept it because when they were born, that was the way it was. And that's the way it seemed like it always has been. And I'm one of these people that even when I'm at work,
right,
I think of innovative things because I truly believe that everyone enjoys the status quo so much that they are content with waking up, going to work, stepping over the hole, and when they get to work, they step over the hole where the grating used to be and go to their machine and punch in, do their job, and leave.
Right.
And step back over the hole. When I come in, I see the hole and I think, everybody's going to expect somebody else to do this. And I'm going to do it.
Right.
I'm going to fix this. I'm going to make it better. And I truly believe that when we're born, that we accept things, well, that's the way it's always been. And I say it all the time, but it's the most dangerous phrase in English language is it's always been that way. That doesn't mean it's right.
Right. Or that you should keep doing it that way, or that there isn't a better way.
And it doesn't mean that you're not the one that fixes it.
Right.
we're all special. If you're listening right now and you think you're not special, you're wrong, because it could be you. It could be you that figures it all out. You could be the key to answering all of our questions. And you have to think that way. You have to believe that way, because everybody has it in you. That muse is giving those ideas out, and it's up to you to pick it up and do something with it. This ancient history deal, all right? We've got clues, and I think clues were left for us. I truly believe, because if you've ever watched any of these documentaries, how long would it take for nature to reclaim the cities? Well, it's not as long as you think. And, a lot of your metal and it's all going to go away. It's all going to rust away. It's all going to go back to jungle. And we're not talking about 100 years. We're talking thousands of years.
Right.
Maybe 100,000 years. And after 100,000 years, what's left? Well, if you made some big stone structures,
yes, the stone would still be here.
It would still be here, and it would look like it did then. I think that the Great Pyramid and some other many structures in Egypt and around the world, I believe that in many cases, they were here when our form of people came back after a cataclysm. And we, I subscribe to that theory. Now, that's not my theory. My theory matched up with that, and you'll see Graham Hancock talk about it a lot. And 12,000 years ago or 11,000 years ago, the last great cataclysm. And after that, there was obviously going to be some people left, and there always is. And I believe that maybe the people before that knew that there was something coming. Maybe they tried leaving us stuff. Somebody covered up, Göbekli Tepe on purpose with sand.
Right.
Right. And that pushed everything back.
Well, that actually lends to the theory of places like in Egypt. Like if all of that was there before and we just moved into it, that explains why the stuff built on top looks worse than the stuff built underneath.
And what she's talking about is anywhere. It's not just there. You can go to Greece, you can go all these places. The way that the architecture, if you will, the way that the masonry was done, the foundations, the older it is, the harder it is to explain, the tighter it is. You can see, even in Egypt, it looks like ancient power tool marks, things that can only be done with like laser precision. And it's really there. I mean, it doesn't even take 10 minutes to find this stuff. Okay. And the basalt like flooring that you don't ever see when you see the picture of the Great Pyramid, like basically the foundation that it's on is insane. You always see like the Great Pyramid picture and you see the sand. If you come forward a little bit, go try to find a picture of that. There's a giant foundation that's built. And on that foundation, it's insane. It is freaking insane. Forget the pyramid. How did they get these stones in place? Right. It's nuts. And, the Great Pyramid, they don't know it's not a tomb. They've not found a sarcophagus in there.
Right. There's no bodies.
And, so what is it? Well, there's also, a lot of things that lend themselves to thinking there was some kind of electricity. Not our kind of electricity, but some kind of electricity, probably Tesla's free energy. They probably knew how to do it, but especially with the tool marks, it's not tool marks from, an iron chisel or something. And this is a really deep subject, but basically if you go, this is the most basic as I can do it. Around the entire world, there are pyramids, there are mountains that they won't let you go into that you can tell are structures. Like in China, there's pyramids that are under mountains that, and there's ones we know about all over the place, and stone structures and circles and things we did not have the technology. We didn't have the manpower. We didn't have there was no way to pull stones hundreds of miles to, and then you got to ask, why the hell would they do it? If they took 100 generations to do it, then to stack them on top, and it's just insane. But as the centuries go, when you look at it like 500 years later, they tried to build it that way, but it looked crappier. And then the newer it gets, the worse it gets. It just seems, it doesn't seem, 100% there was at least another age of man. I believe there's been 3, but it just seems that we've forgotten more about our past than we really realize. That it's because the earth has been around, man. When you think like 65 million years ago, you had the last dinosaurs, and that's 65 million years ago, and for a fact that the dinosaurs were around, and we only know, and I've said this on other shows, so I'm going to say it on this one, we have a hard time. You've got the Bible 2,000 years ago, right? But find your other documents, try to find, really hardcore, good, legible documents. Even 1,000 years ago, it's sketchy. So when you go back 5,000 years, there's basically nothing. And 10,000 years, and too bad the Library of Alexandria burned,
Yes,
and then,
mysteriously.
So I think that somebody knows the answers. I think that a lot of times these prophecies or these things that are passed down that people can't know about, number one, that's BS, and we should know everything that's in the Vatican. We should, if you're going to storm something, forget Area 51.
Yeah, really.
They can move that stuff. You know what they're not going to move is the Vatican Library. So I propose we all get together and storm the Vatican. I've seen their troops. They always put them over a bunch of little pansies wearing yellow suits, we could take them out really quick, man. Just saying, if you're going to storm something,
right,
storm something I want to see. But I don't know. It's a very deep rabbit hole.
It is.
But it's the actual proof is everywhere.
Yes, and that was one of our big topics. The last decade was all those discoveries that they've had. So
okay, so now we are at numero 70.
Number 7.
Yes, and this one is more about the way times be a changing.
Okay.
And it's something we've really picked up on and noticed, man. And it's so strange. It's really weird. It really is. I can't imagine, and I'll put it to you this way. I can't imagine going into the mall when we started this show, let's say in 2009, right? I can't imagine going into the mall in 2010 and going into a store that's just all like pentagrams and
yes.
I love the devil, give me some devil love, devil dong, or honk if you love devil dong,
right?
Stuff like that, and having people's like little 4-year-olds in there getting the pentagram lunch boxes, and
right. I mean, we bought Aria's shirt for Christmas that has like a whole satanic thing on it, just as a joke.
But it was one of those joke shirts,
right? It was
with the little kids,
old school looking shirts.
But I would have bought one of those then. But you know what I'm talking about, like
right? Like it's very has come very much to the forefront. All the paganism, the witchy stuff, and the new age, whatever you want to call it, it's more accepted.
It's weird. It's like, okay, there was a time when we had to worry like if someone was going to show up and try to burn us,
right?
You know what I mean? Like, and at least burn your reputation, or maybe work would find out that you were into weird stuff,
right? And now it's like your second cousin twice removed will call you and ask you if there's some crystal they can use to ward off evil.
Right.
Right. I mean, like it's nothing.
And there's also a very anti-church deal. I mean, it's very, people are at this point right now. I don't want to get too heavy on this, man. I really don't, because I'm not that way. This is only opinion. You know, it's not that I feel one way or the other. So it's just an observation.
Well, as far as being a topic that we talked about,
We just noticed. I mean,
it's like the stories that we had more recently have been about, cursed places and voodoo things and witches that are doing spells against this and that, and just, all these stories where it's just mainstream news, mainstream media that this stuff is happening, and it's not a big deal.
Even with like Blackcraft, right? Which I consider like the not real Satanism, like the
pop culture Satanism.
Yeah, and it's that's really bizarre to me because they even ran like a big wrestling pay-per-view, and the whole wrestling pay-per-view they were crucifying people in the background, and they were, I was like, what the hell? I mean, really, what the hell is this? And that stuff is really strange. Like that would not have been, I had to stand out and go against protesters to see White Zombie in 94 or whatever. And, it made national news because they wouldn't let him play in Johnson City, and he had to play in Bristol, and all the churches showed up and all that stuff. That was then. And now in that same town, you can go buy Blackcraft stuff. And
I'm sure there are people that are still properly upset about it.
I'm sure they are, but it's really, as far as what they push in the media narrative,
exactly.
All your shows, all your news digest, all your programs are really pushing that stuff, and it's more than conspiracy theory, man. You see these conspiracy theory people, right? And the day after award shows, they'll be like, "Oh my God, they had the pyramid, and they were burning this effigy of whatever." But but here's the deal: they were.
Yeah.
Okay, as funny as it may be, or as jokey as it may be, I agree with you. I agree that Katy Perry came out and she decided, hey, you know what? I want 4 pyramids. I want a burning Jesus over there. I want a Satan's big red dong right here, and some dancing.
Just make it cartoony.
Yeah, dancing virgins and all this stuff. But not because she's actually doing something evil, but because she thinks it looks cool. Because that's what I'm saying is weird.
Right.
So the stuff really is happening. Do I think that people may put... Yeah, I think that maybe people go overboard on how much they worry about it, but maybe not. Maybe I'm the one not going overboard enough.
Right.
If everything is exactly like it says, then yeah, you should not probably do that. But it's just weird. I mean, this stuff is how the times we're in, and what is accepted right now that was not accepted not that very long ago.
When we started.
Yeah.
The beginning of the decade.
At the beginning of the decade. Just thought we would throw that out. So next is one of, the most diversive topics, one of the most controversial topics I can imagine out of the past decade.
Okay.
And it's also one of the ones, how do I say this? It's one of the ones that blew my mind as much as it blew. One of the things I didn't imagine happening, as much as I can't imagine a set of really hot triplets showing up at my house and being like, oh my God, we're on Nymphomaniac, sir, and we've been looking for a 40-year-old, man that has exactly the facial hair as you do, and and the insecurities and all this stuff. Can we please come up to your bedroom, and we'll all leave town and the state afterwards? And I'm like, as weird as that would be to happen,
right,
was how weird this is to happen.
Okay.
The likelihood.
Okay.
You grow up in school, and there's always this joke. There's this joke about enlightenment, right? About how stupid people were at one time.
Right. Which
I very much disagree with now. I think people were stupid from like year 0 to now, maybe.
Right.
Well, no, from like 0 to 1400 or 1500. Okay. But you hear this thing and this joke, and they're like, oh, back when they thought the earth was flat. That's always been the thing, like growing up,
right,
in popular culture, in movies, even in my Sherlock Holmes books or my Three Musketeer books, and the things I love from the 17 and 1800s. It's always a joke.
Right.
You remember they used to think that the world was flat. it was a sign that we had advanced and we were able to use mathematics
Right.
to figure out rotations and things about our universe.
Right. Right.
So all of a sudden, color me surprised when something I keep up with daily, being the universe and space news and always looking at the stars and, that kind of stuff, always looking for the next development. Everywhere I'm starting to see flat earth.
Right.
And I really thought it was a joke. I thought it was a rib. I thought that there was a small sect of people that were being funny.
Right. Right.
And maybe it was a rib on something or, maybe somebody started it as a joke.
Right.
And then some people that were less than, because there's people, unfortunately, the internet does not test your mental capabilities.
Right.
There should probably be something you breathe into.
Some kind of breathalyzer thing, some kind of IQ test before you get on the internet.
It's like, oh no, this one's a bit too simple. Let's,
And then it limits the websites you can go to.
Right, exactly. Because I think that if you're going to the same high-level website.
Be like, I'm so sorry, sir, you can only go to the Encyclopedia Britannica, okay? Learn some things.
Yeah. Know where you can input anything. You can take
no shopping. I'm sorry. No shopping for you.
You can take the information. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Your porn? Yes, your porn will only be missionary position of man and woman. Okay, you don't get to get goats or horses or waterfowl. Yeah, we should totally police the internet for that.
Right.
It's always the people that don't want you to police the internet too. They're always those people like, I just got to follow the internet. It's just like.
Well, anyway.
Anyway.
There were a lot of stories and a lot of news about flat Earth and mainstream news and billboards and conferences and.
Yeah, give it to me.
Ridiculous amounts of.
I'm actually going to take a drink while you're recording.
Different amounts of time given to this flat Earth theory, and now I'm not saying that people that believe in flat Earth theory, that's great. They have their reasons, and that's what they believe.
I think we should take a stand on this episode.
No, I don't believe in the flat Earth. Now, I'm not going to say that I believe what they believe, but I'm not going to judge them for just because they believe something I don't believe. Not going to give any judgment there. They have their reasons.
Can I give judgment?
If you want to.
I mean, I know we've never given judgment.
Right.
So it's kind of like Batman killing someone. You want him to break Joker's neck, right?
Right.
You really do. Like, it's just like, if you just kill him, they're going to give you a medal. I don't think you're going to have to feel bad about it, considering it's not like he beat Robin up in a warehouse to the point that, he was dead until he came back as a zombie.
Right.
I'm just saying, he's done a lot of bad crap. They're not going to say anything about the fact then you never have him again. And you know what? There's going to be a lot of supervillains be like, oh shit, maybe we should leave town.
Yeah, maybe we should stop being this villainy person.
Yeah, Batman just killed that dude. I mean, he didn't just kill him. He ripped his head off and then actually pulled his spinal column out of his butthole. And then he pulled his tongue out the back and said, "Here's your tie," and all this. It's weird. We should probably leave.
Right.
But he doesn't. And he's teaching a lesson, and he's trying to show that, I'll use Friday. You gotta use these, son. Throwing my fist up in the air. That's what makes you a man. And I always admired that. As much as I wanted that to happen, at the end of the day, I was like, you know what? He keeps this oath. And there's something about keeping an oath. So I'm not going to do the judgment.
Okay.
But I've never been pushed as far on this show than I have with the flat Earth, because I don't understand how you get to that point.
Right.
And I went and I watched this ends on a humorous note.
Okay.
And so I'm giving you my point of view, say 2016.
Okay.
When I'm saying all this. So I went and watched what was going to be a ludicrous video.
Right.
I wanted to know, what is the belief system? I want to know, where is the best video? Like, what are these guys watching? Then what are these NBA players watching that they go on there and they're watching and they're like, yo, dog, I don't know. What is it? So I sit down and I did some research. I was like, what's the best flat Earth video? And people had, different opinions, obviously, but there was like one that would pop up on everybody's. You should probably watch this. And like on 3 of the 10 I looked at, it was the first. So I was like, all right. And I looked it up and it was there. It was like an hour and a half.
Right.
So I started watching it and I remember this vividly. You were
I do believe I remember the aftermath of this, yes.
You were sleeping. And so I'm watching it in bed. And I get like, oh God, I get like 45 minutes into it. And I'm just like, I'll be damned. I can't do this. So I turned it off. I went to sleep. The next day, I get a moment with you and I'm like, hey, will you watch something with me? You're like, yeah, I guess. I just need a little bit of your time. So I sit and I'll watch it with you. And you're like, I'll be damned. You're like, that's pretty interesting stuff.
Right.
It really is. That's some interesting arguments that they have there. I'm like, they had to go really, somebody had to really do some time to, but there again, that just shows what a video can do on one side of an opinion.
Right.
And when they're giving you only one side and they're not giving you a counter side, because it's not a person down the middle that's making this video to show you both sides. Like if you watch like a news documentary or something, a lot of times they'll say, well, Detective Rogers was looking at this, but there was a lot of people on the family side that said this.
Right. Well, they give you both sides of the argument.
Yeah, you get
all the information instead of just the pieces that pertain to your argument.
Right, because the stuff that pertain to their argument, although compelling, could be dispelled with like one of the smaller arguments on the other side.
Right.
Being that we have satellites in space right now.
Right.
That, they're not faking. Listen, they are not faking a live shot of the Earth 24 hours a day. Do you know what would be easier than that? Not having a freaking live shot 24 hours a day.
Yeah, or just saying, hey, the Earth's flat.
Or not turning.
See, my big problem with it is why would they hide that fact?
Because that makes us the center of the universe. That means that, no, you're right, because that would mean that everything religion that they were spilling was all exactly accurate, and we were the end all be all. Everything was there for us. The stars were mere decorations, so we didn't have to have the black sky.
That's and I haven't watched enough on it to know what the arguments are, but my biggest question with it is what would be the purpose of hiding the fact or lying about it? It doesn't seem like there's anything to gain there.
I don't know. It's it maybe hiding money because they're saying they're going to the moon, or maybe they know things about us that they don't want us to know to keep control on us.
Now that I believe.
Because that does happen in other ways.
Right.
But I love the fact of thinking about the giant ice wall.
And the people guarding it on the end.
I just love that. I love the fact that going to the giant ass. Jesus, I didn't say it, but I can't believe I almost said that.
I know.
Oh, just that's funny.
It gives a whole new meaning to peeing off the edge of the world, doesn't it?
Wow.
But anyway, it was a big topic for us. And like I said, I'm not going to pass judgment on people that believe it because, I believe things that other people don't believe.
Here's the weird part. This is where it gets weird. The weirdest part, I should say. So a couple years ago now, whenever they deplatformed Alex Jones, they did this whole thing of, hey, we're going to put all this fake news stuff up and blah, 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 blah. They were just scared of Alex Jones because he was usually right, although he would go about it in a very crazy way.
Right.
The guy honestly gave the truth like a couple of years before it would happen all the time.
Right.
And
it's just his presentation.
His presentation sucked, and he did get stuck down a couple of rabbit holes. And that's going to happen. All day you're doing like 10 hours of content.
Yeah, and it's all about conspiracies.
And you're taking sources. And turning it right over. It's going to happen.
It is.
But more times than not, that's the thing that the only thing that ever bothered me about it was you could take 90% probably of what he put out there, and it was accurate.
Right.
And
the only thing people want to look at is the 10%
The
that he's
10%.
wrong. It's like, no, see, he's wrong.
yeah, and even on that 10%, I would say 9% that he went back and said we were wrong on that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there was stuff that, maybe he didn't. I'm not going to deny that.
Mm-hmm.
But and I'm not here to defend him. I'm just saying at that time when they shouldn't have deplatformed anyone, you can just simply not watch people.
Mm-hmm.
And I even put a warning on there.
Yeah.
We think this is fake.
Right.
But if you want to watch it, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Weekly World News is still out there. I mean, come on, right?
Is it?
Yeah, it is. The National Enquirer is still out there. Mm-hmm. They can get away with whatever the hell they want to say about anybody.
I mean, that's all. That's fake news.
I mean, but we've always known it's fake news.
Right.
And I don't know why they sell so well, but people just eat it up.
I used to love Weekly World News when you could get it. You still can't get it in the grocery stores now. Like they used to have it at the.
I think you can get it at some grocery stores.
Maybe. The ones we go to, I don't
We
find
go to
it.
Walmart.
But I used to love picking them up and just looking at them because you know that a lot of the stuff that you're looking at's not real. But you never know when you have that one little tidbit in there.
Yeah, no, we've seen stories in there that we know are real.
It's like in the movie Men in Black where they're looking at this and they're like, this is where the real news is.
Right.
Like people think this is junk, but...
Yeah, it's all the accurate stuff.
Right.
Bat Boy and whatnot. So right when they deplatformed everyone and they put up a list of all these websites and everything, one of the things that gets you booted or they wanted to remove from YouTube, there wasn't anything on there about moon hoaxes or there wasn't anything on there about three-toed reptilians or anything like that,
or Bigfoot
or Bigfoot, but the one thing that was conspiracy videos in general were on there, which I also highly disagree with, but Flat Earth was on there mentioned specifically and boldly.
Right.
So it was like, politics, Flat Earth, politics, deer semen. I mean, it was like really strange. And
it was.
We noticed it. Like, it was like, what the hell is that doing on there? Why would that matter?
Right. It makes you wonder why they were so keen on deplatforming or getting rid of those particular videos. It's like almost like they were trying too hard to hide the information on it.
And Stacey and I thought, well, obviously we don't think it's the flat earth part of it, but what if some part of their theory is correct?
Right. Something they're saying is going to lead you to something they don't want you to know, or is just blatantly something they don't want you to know.
I rarely see anything that says keep out without it being the reason that they're wanting you out, or don't look at this.
Right.
George, don't look in that third drawer. I mean, there's normally a reason.
Right.
So that one really is just perplexing, I guess. Because why wouldn't you mention all these others by name?
Right.
It's just so strange. And especially in the world of conspiracy, it's not the biggest.
No.
And
not at all.
I know it took on a little life, but it still was nowhere near the biggest conspiracy. And all the conspiracies, the reason I think you should always be able to talk about anything is because of things like, something we'll get to here in a few numbers.
Okay.
That was always said, nope. Then
All right.
So for today's Pink Floyd song, I would say listen to Have a Cigar. That's one that always puts you in a good mood. So
that's an oddly placed comment.
Well, I just thought every now and then I like to drop some, knowledge. And if you haven't listened to your Floyd in a long time, or if you're a younger listener who has never listened to Pink Floyd, I'm so sorry. So start with The Wall, listen to the entire album. If you partake in anything that you probably shouldn't, shame, but take it first. And then listen to The Wall. And then go to Dark Side of the Moon. And then go to Wish You Were Here. And ignore the rest of the catalog. Because it gets weird. I mean, there's some...
then it gets weird.
Well, yeah. Well, when they had their original lead singer, Syd Barrett, they were very experimental. They didn't realize he was schizophrenic.
Right.
And he was a beautiful, beautiful man. And he's one of those things, legends in rock and roll history. Like, people don't know that. They don't... generally, they don't just have this knowledge that Pink Floyd was this huge entity with this other lead singer, And the whole Wish You Were Here album was like 7 years after he departed from the band, but that was pretty much what the album was mostly about, and how much they hated the music industry, basically. Like one of the lines in the song is, like, boys, I love the band, and I mean that. He's like, by the way, which one's pink?
Right.
It's one of my favorite lines.
Right.
But it's like Welcome to the Machines on that album, and all this stuff, just really about kind of like, I'm in the machine. So I love that,
right?
Because it's still relevant. But The Wall is just a trip from start to finish, and this does matter. All this matters. This is part of what matters in the world, and part of our list. It's part of what's mattered over my last 10 years. Even though it's from the 70s, it don't matter. Everything's better from the 70s. Everything is better from the 70s.
Better, scarier.
You should see me with the baby. So I literally, like, so far I've only done it 3 times, but I don't get her by myself very often. And when I have her, I'll play like some music and I'll explain as she just looking at me like all bright-eyed, and she'll just be like, oh, like looking, and
she's 3 weeks old. She's gonna be like 7 or 8 and have this incredible musical knowledge, and we're gonna be like, how does she know all this?
Look at Ariana. Look at Ariana.
Ariana does have quite the extensive musical background.
Dude, she downloads stuff from the 70s all the time, 80s, anything.
Yes.
And hell, look at Raja. I mean, there again, it's very eclectic. I think it's a good thing.
Yes.
All right, so on to our list. We left off with Flat Earth, so we can only go one other place.
Okay.
We can only go up because it's Flat Earth.
Right.
And we are going up. The Mandela effect.
Ooh, yes, that was a big topic.
We're talking top 5. This is the top 5.
Number 5 is Mandela effect. We did talk about that quite a lot.
Man, we had full episodes, half episodes, quarter episodes.
And that was more towards the end of the decade.
Yeah.
But it did dominate quite a lot of our discussions.
Yeah, and if you want to find out like long form on this, we have a long form episode, and it's one of the first 10. I think like the original 15 or something. We're at the title.
It's easy to find. It's called The Mandela Effect.
Yeah. Yeah, go back and listen to that one, and we go long form on it and have discussion. And I think the first time we have like the Paranormal Roundtable, that's one of the discussions. But just for those of you who were interested, it's been a couple of years since we hit the Mandela Effect, so I figured I would get the most up-to-date list of the Mandela Effect, and this will explain what it is in case you don't know. Simply enough, it was started, name gives it all away, Nelson Mandela's date of death. A lot of people remembered it, differently, or some would say incorrectly. Nelson Mandela's death, and the theory is that it's named after, he died, theory-wise, in prison in the 1980s.
That's how a lot of people remembered it. Yes.
Yeah, they distinctly remember it. And so much so that they don't realize that he died in 2013.
Right.
It's one of those things which I think that, it's weird that I've talked to these people. I'm not one of those people.
Right.
But they remember the funeral, and so I don't think I would have paid attention.
Right.
At the time, like I just wouldn't have.
At the time, I would not have either. That's not something that I could say that I remembered one way or the other.
I really liked the news and stuff. I remember Mount St. Helens, and I just recently rewatched all that. I think Stacey was trying to sleep or something, but
it was really interesting though, so I couldn't sleep because I was listening to it as it was going.
Well, yeah, it's so crazy. All these stupid people like getting into red zone, and
it was horrific. And the stuff that happened to some of those people.
The ashes, my God, that's some stuff I'd forgot. That's why I wanted to watch it, and it's terrifying that like the ash clouds came so quickly, 300 miles an hour. 300 miles an hour at you.
Yeah.
20 miles. Now, it went for over states and states and states that the ash fell on. But just like 20 miles of just blow you down.
Yeah.
And trees just completely uprooted 20 miles away.
And people couldn't get away.
No, they
just couldn't.
And then the big landslides that melted the ice cap. And it's such a huge disaster. Now, I'm sorry, but you had almost like 2 months. It was like 2 months, and this big bulge kept happening on the side of this already slightly erupting mountain. And these poor geologists were like, everybody needs to go.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
Please go. And these people just,
yeah, they're like, it's not going to blow. We've lived here for however many years, and
I hate to say they deserve it. I really do, because I don't feel that way.
No,
I mean, I don't want people to die.
Right.
But sometimes it bothers me because they have children. The kids don't know. When you're a kid, you think your dad knows best, right?
Right.
And we don't even encourage that behavior, by the way, in our house. It's okay to poke fun. They do it respectfully, but all my kids are always just like, I don't know about that. And we want them to have free thinking minds, and they all have their own opinions, and
we teach them to investigate things for themselves.
Yeah. They don't have to go with us. I mean, and if they don't do something big family with us, we don't give them huge guilt trips. It's like, okay, so you don't want to watch that? Okay. I mean, that's perfectly fine. And, I think that would happen with us then. Like if we were like, hey, you want to go into red zone, kids? No.
Yeah, they'd be like, that seems dangerous. I think we'll stay here.
We'll stay in this white zone in Idaho. So anyway, Nelson Mandela's death. And I'm going to give some examples here.
Okay, of the Mandela effect.
Of some of the Mandela effect. And basically, is it being misremembered? Which is obviously the case in many of it.
Right.
And a lot of times, I think when you're a child, your parents would call something a particular thing, and that might not be the name. And you go your whole life even thinking that a definition of something is wrong, or thinking the way you spell something is wrong, because that's the way you were taught, and you never questioned it, and you just somehow scoot it by in school without it being a big deal. One, in case in point, I've got certain phrases that I say, and one of them is, you just corrected me the other day about it. What is it? I couldn't care less.
Yes, you're supposed to say that you couldn't care less.
Right.
But a lot of people don't say that.
A lot of people, including me, that's one of my big ones. So I'll say I could care less. And that's something I've always said in my entire life. And obviously no one ever points it out. I think when I'm saying it, it's like, sir, we were shorthanded. I could care less. I think when that's being said, that people are like more worried about.
They're not going to correct you.
Being hit in the face.
But technically, I mean, people know what you mean.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But you get what I'm saying, right?
Right.
I think you go through life like it's kind of like your church. Whatever church you're raised in, you believe that's the right church.
Right.
Until you go through the thing of not believing it or whatever.
Right.
But I'm just saying it's all the arguments for it. You're indoctrinated into it. And I think you're indoctrinated to many things. I think you're indoctrinated to racism. I think you're indoctrinated to, a certain kind of music that you listen to, what your kind of food you like, if you're a vegetarian or not. I mean, and so I think it's the same thing here. I think that basically if someone calls it Jiffy,
right,
instead of Jif, but Jif, not Jiffy. That's one of the big ones. And this is one that gets Alan. I think that always bothered him, that he's like
the peanut butter.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always just remember Jif. I don't remember it being Jiffy. I do remember there being a Jiffy popcorn.
Yeah, I don't remember Jiffy either. So we're 2 for 2. Looney Tunes is tunes like iTunes, not tunes like cartoons.
Right.
So people remember it as Looney Tunes.
Like cartoons?
Like cartoons.
Oh.
And it's Looney Tunes. Now, I remember TUNES.
Me too.
Because I paid close attention because they were very musical.
They were. That's what I remember too.
And
I watched those a lot.
In the article I have pulled up, which is actually out of goodhousekeeping.com, but it was the most recent collection I could find. And it's late 2019, so I thought I really wanted to give an update.
Right, and there might be something on there we hadn't heard. I hadn't heard that one.
Well, yeah. I think that we might have talked about it shortly.
Maybe.
Not very long. I think it was one of those where we were all like, no, we remember the other. As much cartoon watching people.
Right.
But even in this article, it says it makes almost 0 sense, but the cartoon was spelled TUNES. Like, to that person.
But it did make sense because.
But this is written by a Raja.
Right. Somebody probably didn't watch it a lot.
Right. It's different age bracket.
Right. I gotcha.
I said a Raja because Raja's job is that she writes articles for things like this.
For blogs and stuff, yeah.
So I just gave her away there. Of course, Berenstain, that to me is the biggest one.
Yeah, now that one, I do remember differently.
The lovable cartoon bear family actually spelled their last name with an A, as the Berenstain Bears, not the Berenstein Bears.
Right, but see, I remember Berenstein Bears.
I remember Berenstain. If I was to write it down, it was always going to be Berenstein. I even said Berenstain Bears, though. I think it was just the way I said it. But if I was to write it, it was Stein at the end, just to make it easy for everybody, not Stain.
Right.
And when I see Stain to this day, it looks wrong. It looks stupid.
I agree with you. And see, I remember it with an E as well, because I remember struggling with how to say it.
Yeah.
I remember like in my head trying to figure out if it was Steen or Stain, or like trying to figure out how the pronunciation went.
It was hard to say.
If there had been an A in there, it's obvious that it's Stain.
I mean, my absolute favorite children's book, in which we've chronicled before, but on shows like your New Year's show and stuff, you get new listeners. So I will say it again. It was Bears in the Night. Now, you don't understand. I read this book daily.
Right.
And I can close my eyes and remember the art from every page. That's why this one was a big to me, because Berenstain.
Now, I mean, and if they had changed it, it would just say somewhere that they changed it so that people knew how to say it.
I think the Berenstains would have something to say, right?
Right.
We're obviously wrong.
Obviously.
Or
it changed somehow.
Or 2012 happened.
CERN. It's CERN.
Yeah, that's what our big theory was, but we'll get to that. Curious George's tail. Was Curious George have a tail or not?
He does not have a tail.
It was never there. And it says, "Are you freaking out?" No.
I didn't watch Curious George a lot, but that might be the last time I saw Curious George was very recently. So me saying he doesn't have a tail is just me seeing it recently.
So the Sarah Jessica Parker show on HBO.
Yes, now that one's weird.
What's it called?
It's called Sex in the City.
Are you saying in the
city?
So it's Sex and the City.
So they say.
While these four women are having sex in the city, the show is actually called Sex and the City. Now, that one I've chalked up before to it sounding either way.
Right.
Because I just had to ask you, which way did you just say it?
Right.
Because if I was like Sex in the City.
Right. It does sound similar, but I do distinctly remember thinking it was IN. Now, I never watched the show.
I think it's because the whole show was based around them having sex in the city. I think that was, I get it.
Yeah, that one could just be a misremember kind of thing.
So, Febreze. I don't know this one.
Okay.
You might use this stuff every day, but be honest, you thought it was Febreze, didn't you? Febreeze.
Yeah, Febreze, like breeze.
And it's not.
Really?
It's Febreze.
Oh, well, that's weird.
Yeah, wouldn't that be Febreze?
You would think so, yeah.
Yeah. So that's that. Yeah.
That's really crazy.
Oscar Mayer. So one of the most confounding ones. There's an A in Meyer. Honest to goodness, we thought it was an E, and so did I. I remember it as Oscar Meyer. But didn't that one have the song?
It did. There's a commercial that's just running it through my head because it had the Bologna had a first name, Oscar. Bologna had a second name. It's Mayer.
Yeah. So
I think it's Mayer.
You said.
I actually don't remember.
Yeah.
Meyer. I think it's A. I think it's always been A.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Well, it says it's A. So, Skechers, and less sketchy than most. People have been befuddled to see that there's no T in Skechers. It's just Skechers. Fruit Loops. Kellogg has been spelling fruit like that for years, and we only noticed it. So it's not spelled fruit as in fruit.
It's not Fruit. Fruit.
Nope. It's fruit Froot.
And it's always been that way?
Always.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah. It's not Fruit Loops. It's Fruit Loops. But that way they could put the Fruit Loops in there.
Right.
King Henry VIII's turkey leg. For some reason, people distinctly remember this portrait, well, you can't see it, of the King of England wielding a turkey leg To be clear, he was not. Now, I know this painting, and I don't remember the turkey leg,
Right.
but possibly because I keep up with history and paintings and such.
So is he not holding a turkey leg? In the painting?
No.
I see.
Now, there is one that I do remember, and they actually had it at all places at Piccadilly.
Oh, do they?
And it always made me want the turkey leg.
Right.
So, or chicken
So
legs.
that could just be something where people just are confusing it with something else,
Yeah,
or
yeah, I think so. I think so.
that's
So
not something that actually changed.
this one always bothered me.
Okay.
Just gave me the chills on this one. The Monopoly Man and his monocle.
Yes, Monopoly Man has a monocle. He's always had a monocle,
Yeah.
hasn't he?
Or more like the fact that he doesn't have one. This, as some suggest, might be simple confusion between him and the Planters Peanut Company mascot, Mr. Peanut, and you can all kiss my wrinkled, dimpled Tennessee bud.
Okay, so I'm going to explain something here. And I played Monopoly a lot when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And there's a card in the Monopoly deck when you get it, and something happens, something surprising. You either get money or you have to owe a lot of money, and the Monopoly Man in the picture is very surprised. And when he's surprised, his monocle's flying off his face. That is a card. That's a thing. He has a monocle.
Yeah,
How can he not have a monocle now?
Well, he doesn't. So,
And they're saying he's never had one?
right, he's never had one.
Oh, no, I don't believe it.
This one's more for the younger audience. Pikachu's tail, though many of us clearly remember black detailing on the Pokemon character's tail, but in reality, it's just yellow. And I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
Right.
The hyphen in Kit Kat, there is no hyphen between Kit and Kat.
I don't remember how it, if it
People
like that or not.
remembered it as a hyphen. They the article that I have, which we can link to, shows both examples for you in case you think you're
Right.
crazy.
Right.
So you can see. Fruit of the Loom logo. It used to be a cornucopia behind the fruit.
Right.
Yes.
There's a cornucopia on it.
No.
There's not?
No.
There used to be a cornucopia, though.
No. It never had one.
Really? That's
Yeah.
very strange.
No, the second one is correct. And I remember the cornucopia.
I do too.
Absolutely, positively remember the cornucopia.
I do.
This is the first time I've seen this one. Mm-hmm. And so you're getting my actual.
I absolutely remember the cornucopia too.
The cornucopia was there.
Yeah, a long time ago.
I had to look at this daily. My underwear, until I was old enough to purchase my own underwear,
Was Fruit of the Loom?
Fruit of the Loom. And so I had to, until I got the chance to ask for silk boxers when I was 15, it was always Fruit of the Loom. That bothers me. Now this one, what? Cheez-It or Cheez-Its with a Z?
Oh, I don't know. I don't eat Cheez-Its. I don't like them.
Yeah, anyway, people think it had a Z on the end, which,
I don't ever remember that.
just get out of here. That's a dumb one. Double stuffed Oreos. So this one is crazy.
Is it about the way they spell stuffed?
Yeah, so there is not a second F in stuff.
Isn't it like S-T-U-F-T? Double stuffed?
No.
No?
The correct is double STUF.
Oh.
It doesn't have the two F's. That's just
That's
crazy.
weird. Yeah.
Mona Lisa's smile. There's a lot of theories about this one, but so many people have claimed that she used to have a more obvious smile. And I don't think she does. I think if you stare at her long enough, you
Right.
believe that. C-3PO and this silver leg.
Oh, this one bothers me so much.
Yeah.
So supposedly C-3PO has always had the bottom of one of his legs has always been silver since the very beginning.
Pretty much your knee joint to your foot.
Right. And
silver.
He has never had. Now it's like that now, but they redid the movies.
Yeah.
They redid them, or it changed or something. But I know when I was a kid, I had the toys. You had the toys.
Yeah.
He did not have a silver leg.
No.
He was always gold all over. That one bothers me.
Yeah, me too. Me too. The Flintstones has two T's.
What do you mean two T's?
It's Flint Stones.
Oh, yeah.
People remember it as Flintstones.
That doesn't even make sense.
I think it's because when you see the two T's in it, it looks kind of cumbersome.
Maybe, but without the T, it doesn't. It's not a real word.
It's not Flintstones. Do you remember someone telling you that chartreuse is a magenta pink color? So many others agree with you, but in reality, it's a shade of green.
What? No, it isn't. Chartreuse is like a pink color. What? I mean, is that just something that's misinformation, or is it, I don't know. I've always thought chartreuse was a pink color.
Wow.
Did you even know what chartreuse was?
No, I had no idea. I had no idea, but I didn't get the 120 crayons.
Right.
No, I mean, that's a big difference.
It is a big difference. It's very strange. I mean, if you had asked me what color is chartreuse, I would have said it was a pink color.
So the next one does bother me.
Okay.
Life is like a box of chocolates is not what Forrest Gump actually said. If you listen closely, he says life was like a box of chocolates. Yeah, so
I remember it as life is like a box of chocolates.
Mama says life is like a box of chocolates.
Yeah.
Why would Mama say life was like a box of chocolates?
Yeah, that would just give away that she died.
I mean, I don't know. That one's bothering me.
That one does bother me.
Real bad because I remember it the other way. And that one gets me. Mirror, mirror on the wall was not the line in Snow White. She says magic mirror on the wall.
I don't remember. I have to go back and watch the movie, but I remember it as mirror, mirror.
And of course, another one of the big ones. Luke, I am your father.
Right? That's what he says in the movie.
No. Perhaps the most famous movie line in history was never said. All he says is, I am your father.
He doesn't say Luke.
Nope.
I am your father. But
No.
I remember it as Luke, I am your father.
Yeah, I remember it as Luke. I am your father. No, it's...
That one's weird. I think when we talked about that before, didn't we talk about an interview that he did where he did the line again and he even said,
Luke, yeah.
Luke, I am your father. I don't know. That one's weird.
Yeah.
I remember it the other way.
Here's one off one of our favorite stories and movies. So I don't know this one yet. I'm going to read it first time with you.
Okay.
Run, you fools. Now, come on. This memorable line was never said by Gandalf. Before his treacherous fall, you can hear him saying, fly, you fools.
No, he says run.
He goes, run, you fools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He says run.
Yeah.
Why would he say fly? None of them can fly? That's very strange.
I don't remember him saying fly, you fools. That is wrong.
Yeah. Now we have to go pull our movie out and go to that part.
Oh, my God. What's changed now? It's all changed. If it's Mandela, it's already changed.
I know, but...
These little things changed because we're in a different reality.
I know. It's so weird. Okay.
We've bled over into another reality.
It's something. Something's happened.
There's multiple dimensions and something happened with CERN.
Either that or they're purposely changing things to
And
see if
it's-
people will notice.
And it's minute changes that happens, you know. So like you're going to have to go call 811, you know. Hello, Clarice. The fact you remember Hannibal Lecter saying hello, Clarice, or the reality that all he said was good morning.
He doesn't say hello. He says hello,
No.
Clarice.
It says we don't know what's scarier. The fact we remember Hannibal Lecter saying hello, Clarice, or the reality that all he said was good morning.
Doesn't say her name
No.
or anything. No, that's not right. That's not right. I mean, you even know that. Like, you say it all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. I hadn't heard that one.
Yeah.
It's not right.
No, that one's
That one's weird.
That one's really messed up. This next one, the Mandela effect is here to ruin a song now, as we all think Freddie Mercury belting out "Of the World" at the end of "We Are the Champions," but it never happened. And that's another one I remember.
That's not true. It does say "of the world" at the end, right?
I guess not.
Okay, this is just my head's starting to hurt now.
The Mr. Rogers theme song.
Okay.
You might be singing the lyric, "It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood," but even movie makers got it wrong because it's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. That's what he said.
Really?
I don't remember that.
I don't either.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. No, I remember a neighborhood. A beautiful day for a neighbor.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Would you be mine?
Very strange.
Number of United States. The correct answer is obviously 50, right? Some Americans and foreigners recall learning there was 51 or 52.
What would the other states be?
Well, probably some of our territories.
Territories, yeah. Those don't really count. That's just something that was misunderstood, I would
or
think.
reverse Mandela. Maybe we had other states that are gone. I don't know. Of course, Sinbad never played a genie.
Yeah, that one was weird because a lot of people remember a movie where Sinbad played a genie.
In Shazam, yeah.
Yeah, and he never did.
Yeah, I had no care of that.
I mean, I don't specifically remember a movie with him as a genie, but...
So, contrary to popular belief, the name is Smokey the Bear, not Smokey Bear.
No, I knew that one.
I knew
it was Smokey the Bear.
Yeah.
That one is always been the same.
So, Tank Man, everybody remembers this vividly. In perhaps the most memorable moment during the 1989 Tiananmen Square protest, recollections of the event vary. Some say the unidentified man known as Tank Man was run over and killed, but other videos show him moving away from the scene. I remembered him standing in front of the tank, so I can't give you whether he got run over or not.
Right.
I've had to think about this one really hard because I think I was put on the spot with it before, and it was just like agreeing with somebody, but I
honestly don't remember this, but if it has something to do with a video,
I followed it very closely.
Videos can be manipulated.
Yeah.
So
yeah, those deep fakes now.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, if they didn't want a video out there of some guy getting run over, who's to say somebody didn't alter the video?
So people didn't know Neil Armstrong was dead. He died in August 2012. That's neither here nor there, really.
Right.
See, many people can place when Billy Graham's funeral aired. Now, this one has got people fighting mad. They remember it airing on TV.
Right.
And it didn't happen long ago. He died in February 2018. So the problem is,
right,
people remember his funeral being on TV years ago or something.
Right. It's kind of like another Mandela thing where they remember him dying and it being very public, and then turns out that wasn't the case.
So people remember Mother Teresa being canonized as a saint in the 1990s when she was still alive, but it happened in 2016.
I wouldn't know anything about that either.
Yeah.
I don't keep up with.
So Space Shuttle Challenger explosion. Now this one, you'll never get me on this one because I watched it live. The tragic event took place January 28th, 1986. People think 84, 85. I remember.
No, I remember that because vividly it was all in school and everything.
Well, I was out of school that day and we had a snow day. For whatever reason, you wouldn't have had one.
No, I didn't have one.
Yeah, we shouldn't have. It was beautiful, sunny. There's just a little snow on the ground still. And I remember that day so vividly because of that. You know how much I was into space. I always watched, because I'm a geek, even then, I was watching the freaking space shuttle launch.
I think a lot of people were.
And yeah, that was the one with Sally Ride, the teacher. So, the Lindbergh baby, when aviator Charles Lindbergh, infant son, was kidnapped, the entire world focused their attention on the story. Many remember the case going cold, but sadly, they found the body and sentenced the killer to death for the heinous crime. I thought it went cold.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember that being a conclusion to that.
Yeah, Patrick Swayze's health, though the actor sadly died after being diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. People said they remembered him recovering. I remember him dying. So
I don't remember either way.
Leonardo DiCaprio's first Oscar. No, it doesn't. I don't even have to read this one because Leo finally took home Oscar for Best Actor in 2016. Countless people argue that he scored one much earlier, but no, I always joked about it.
Yeah, like he never got one.
That was always a joke. Location of Disney World Castle. If you've ever been to the Magic Kingdom, do you recall where the castle was located? Some, even one Orlando local on Reddit, clearly remembers it being at the entrance of the park, and so do I.
I have never been there, so.
Yeah, so it wasn't. Anyway, that's some, That's the Mandela effect. That's the Mandela effect.
Some of those are pretty freaky.
And I wanted to go through that just because I knew we would have ones that reminded us why the Mandela effect sucks. And so our theories on it have been really pointing the finger at CERN. because, you got to look at everything when there's something going on, right? You have to look at what's different. Mm-hmm. So if I'm doing an investigation somewhere, I always look at employees, and I'm like, and I'll go into one of my stores and I'll see, well, we didn't have a cash problem until September 13th. So I'll look at people, sometimes I get lucky enough where somebody got hired September 9th. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, then I'll look at their work schedules.
Right.
And a lot of times I find it that quickly, that easily, folks, because it's, and it's the same thing with CERN. Mm-hmm. So when did CERN start doing this stuff? Did it, when you look at the ears ringing, you look at mysterious booms, you look at skyquakes, you look at all this crap. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's bleeding over. You never know.
Maybe.
So I don't know. Mandela effect, folks. All right. It's time for number 4, as in
4?
Like 4 horsemen or Connect 4. Mm-hmm. 4. I don't have any.
Leaf clover.
Oh, I was going to say 4-leaf clover, which we actually have one.
We do. Rasha found it in the yard.
Was that here or was that in Maine?
That was here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she was just outside one day and was like, I'd really like to find a 4-leaf clover. And then she found one. So
I've looked for a 4-leaf clover my entire life.
Really? You've never found one?
I never found a 4-leaf clover.
I've found one before.
I taped one on one time.
Oh, you faked it?
Yeah. Just like I took all the things off the Rubik's Cube several times and put the stickers back on the...
I mean, it's a way to solve it.
I got really mad after a couple of weeks and...
I popped mine apart once and put it back together.
Did you really?
It didn't really work as well afterwards, but yeah.
Did you ever solve it?
No, I got to where I could solve a couple sides at a time,
Me
but
too.
I could never solve the entire thing. I would just get my mom to buy me a new one and then I wouldn't mess it up.
Oh, that's weird.
Well, I mean, I could do different, like I could mess it up a little bit, like make the colors do
Just stop.
patterns on the sides and stuff,
stop.
but then I'd put it back.
Wow. A Rubik's Cube could actually drive you insane.
It could.
I could put you in a room sometime and just give you that. Wow. Like already messed up.
Right.
At least you'd have something to do.
Yeah, go crazy.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
Spend a few hours a day on it. There's people that do it really fast. Or just,
I know, it's weird.
it's I don't know. It's like card counters. It's a special little part of your brain, I think. All right, so number 4. Now this one we don't have to spend an exorbitant amount of time on because we have talked about it throughout all of them, and that's really the fake news phenomena. I call it the war on the truth, but I know there are good examples of worrying about such things, but then you take all of these things that get, judged as fake news by somebody or some group, who's policing the police.
Right.
And then you still have certain news networks on the air that are nothing but being proven by different undercover deals that they've lied or push their own agenda and things like this. So staying out of the political arena, I'm talking more on how they've come after conspiratorial videos.
Right, and that's really where we touched on it with our show. Like how it became a topic for us was that they would start deeming things that have been conspiracies for a long time. All of a sudden now that's considered fake news, and like we were talking about with flat earth and stuff, and it's being targeted. Yeah,
and you get demonetized and such, and not that it's come out, not that we've had to worry about it for our stuff, but when you do one thing, right, and you allow this one thing to happen, it's not a good thing. I mean, even on some things they try controlling, right? I agree with some of that, but I also agree with other sides that say if we feel if we let you do this, it sets a precedent,
right,
to do the rest.
Right.
So I'm not going to go any deeper on this because we have talked about it so much, and we went deeper into it earlier. So I'm going to take you to number 3.
Okay, what is number 3?
Number 3 is Earth-like planets in the Goldilocks zone.
Ah, yes. This is definitely a new thing from this last decade where they've been looking for other habitable planets, and they have all the new telescopes and all the new systems and things that are just searching for these exoplanets now.
Right. So we went through our schooling and we went through life we were told there was no water in the universe, there was no that was known of, and and there was one Earth, there was nothing else was really habitable and that they'd ever found. Well, they found thanks to Kepler in 2014, they found the first one that was a planet that was, it was like super Earth-like, and it was in the Goldilocks zone, if you will, the habitable zone.
Right.
Now this is data that's probably already outdated. It's probably double this. They estimate there's 40 billion Earth-like habitable planets that in out there.
Right. And I remember when this first started, it was news stories for the show, like, oh, they found this many more and they found this many more, and after a while it just got to where there was no point in doing the stories anymore because it's just so many on top of so many. It wasn't really new news anymore.
Every few weeks you'll see where they've been going through data, and that's the thing. It's not like they just look through a telescope and they find it. Some of this data is years and years old, and part of the job is going through painstakingly all this stuff, and they can tell by the way the light is, the rotation, all this stuff, and then they have to get other people to look at it as well.
Right, and now they have those systems where they can send all the data through AI and all that stuff to kind of help, because it's mountains and mountains it's a ridiculous amount of data. I mean, it's almost impossible to go through it manually. And
now, obviously, in the last few years, there's been more and more water found. They think they found sources of ice on the moon. Mars, of course, they've got where they think that water. Of course, there's moons out there that are spewing water out.
The plumes.
So really cool stuff's going on. We live in an exciting time.
Yes.
And if you look at it that in a positive way, of all the changes, all the technology, all the AI, all of the discoveries, all the UFOs, everything like that, man, it's the time to be alive. It is super exciting, and we have the technology of tomorrow. I always harken back to a time of living, in the Victorian ages or, things like that, just because I love the simplicity. I love the manners. I love things like that. I love chivalry. I would like to be a knight, that stuff's great. But thinking about your next 20 years and the fact that there's not really any way to find this answer. And I'm one of these people that's driven with a quest to know more. I want to know the truth, be it good, bad, or indifferent. I want to know the truth. If you have a big dark secret, and I just, it kills me, it bothers me, I won't think less of you, right? It's like one of those things. Like I've even before Stacey, I was even like that with relationships. It was just like if somebody was had cheated or so, I'm the guy that wants to know, just because it freaking bothers the crap out of me. And some people are like that. And we live in a world now where you're looking at it positive, you have everything pretty much tripling and quadrupling in technology every few days, it seems. And we're probably going to find out a lot of the answers to a lot of these questions that we have, especially with the universe.
Yes.
And it's cool. So I think that Earth-like planets is just one of those stepping stones to finding out all these civilizations that are out there.
Right.
So pretty excited about it. I'm not as excited about it as I am about number 2. Now, number two is shocking, not because of what it is. That's shocking in its own right, but I think it's shocking because it's not number 1.
Right.
But it's my list. So Nana Boo Boo. All right. Number 2 is, oh, by the way, UFOs are real.
Yeah.
So
and we've been studying them.
Hopefully that was a test from the United States government, not to, if people were going to panic and go raid the stores and stuff, because they flat out said, we don't know what that is. It's not ours. Obviously everybody knows that listens to the show, the Go Fast and all that stuff.
Tic Tac and all
and all that stuff. So To the Stars Academy, there was a leak of or not even a leak, it was released, albeit under controversial ways, but it was released, actual, real. They said, that's our footage of us interacting with unidentified flying objects, which they call
UAPs.
Right.
Yes. And if you really think about it, over this past decade, I mean, think about just what we've done in this list. Area 51, we've seen footage from the government of something they can't explain, and they admitted that they spent money to investigate UAPs or UFOs at the time.
And now
they've admitted it.
And now they've also admitted that they have non-terrestrial artifacts that they're studying.
Right.
And they've admitted that. Now, non-natural, not made by the hands of mankind.
Right.
And so they have these things that they're looking at in conjunction with To the Stars and testing or whatever. And it goes back to Bob Lazar again. Bob Lazar, who famously said in the late 80s that, he had worked out there at Groom Lake and he worked on UFOs, reverse technology, reverse engineering, all this stuff. And people went back and forth on it. But I mean, it's over the past year or two, which really...
Do you think he feels even a little bit vindicated?
I think he feels a lot of it vindicated.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because when he first started saying that, people didn't even know about Area 51.
If you watch the Joe Rogan interview, which I really suggest everybody does, if you watch the Joe Rogan interview with him, I mean, you can tell that he feels vindicated. I mean, he's doing interviews.
Yeah, and he never used to do that,
Yeah.
which I couldn't really blame him because back then...
Can you imagine if there had been Twitter back then and he was on it?
Yeah, no. It'd been awful.
Yeah. So,
Awful.
Anyway, it's time.
So that wasn't number one.
No, it was not.
So what do you think is the number one topic that we've had over the past 10 years?
Yeah, I mean, out of all these, what have you not heard? What would you think that John and Stacey talk about or think about or are consumed about?
Or had news stories about? I think that I know.
And, more than any other story.
Because this is your list.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that I know what number one is.
What's number one?
Number one's going to be mysterious booms.
It is ding, 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 ding.
I win the prize. Yay.
The number one story. Because, see, the UFO story, that could be something, but I went into it knowing they were real.
Right.
And
wasn't as shocking for you.
And they kind of said it now. This is still a mystery.
Right.
When the day I can call it booms.
Right. Instead of mysterious booms.
Right. It's or put a title with it. Farmer Johnson's booms. Whatever.
Hollow Earth booms. Whatever it is.
It's Hollow Earth booms. It's reptilian booms. Is what it is. But anyway, mysterious booms. This has plagued me for the majority of the last 10 years.
We've done lots of shows on it.
And it's come in some pretty big flaps, and they're still out there. You can find videos now, which were not available at the time, that had maps. If you just look up mysterious booms, you'll find what you need to find, and you'll see where they happen worldwide. And what happens is there'll be a big explosion sound, and sometimes it'll happen for weeks, months, years, whatever. Sometimes once. So it could be a transformer blowing up, right? Yeah. So they test, they talk to local people. Is there any supersonic jets or no, never. One of the things that bother me about this, and the stories are really in depth. Okay, these are big things. I've seen them so big that they've cracked foundations on houses, albeit rare that even happened in local to where we're at right now. And it's like it sounds, a big boom. It sounds like people say it sounds like there was an explosion underground or there was an earthquake, but there wasn't. Right. And the thing about it is we don't have everybody shutting down. We don't have the government coming in and going, what the hell is this? Are we being attacked from below? Did China drill through? You would think, or I would think, that just like with UFOs, and I've talked about that before, made the light flicker, that if they didn't know or have a good inkling what it was, there would be a whole lot more going on about it. I think it would be on the nightly news instead of the local news.
Right. Instead of it coming on and then the story's just going away.
Yeah. So grouped in with this, because I have to group it in with it, some people call it sky trumpets. Some call it sky quakes. Either way, I would almost suggest you look this one up first.
Right. I feel like those are almost two different things because sometimes there's a rumble in the sky and then sometimes there's that really loud, like it sounds like a trumpeting sound.
Yeah, but the thing that you're going to find is the trumpet.
Yeah, mostly.
And it doesn't sound like a trumpet to me. It sounds like grinding metal against each other.
Yeah.
And you would think if you didn't know what you were listening for and you're out doing yard work, now some of it is so evil that it's so loud you're like, oh God, is that happening beside me? But you would think that it was maybe some heavy machinery down the street.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not. It is absolutely this weird phenomenon that happens, and it sounds very similar no matter where it happens in the world. I've seen it in woods, deserts, and I got to experience it myself. Stacey did too, at our old home in Maine.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an actual video that you can go watch on our YouTube. We were lucky enough to catch that. It was one of the greatest nights of my life because it's been an obsession for so long that I'm always listening for it. And, I still haven't got to experience the mysterious boom myself, but I did get to experience the skyquake, and we're going to play you what one of those sounds like right now. All right. As I'm pulling up videos of this, I implore you to go look up, sky trumpets on YouTube, and you're going to get everything. You're going to get the mysterious booms. You're going to get the humming thing. The humming thing is not part of what I'm talking about because I've not experienced it. There is a worldwide group that all claim to hear this low frequency hum. I don't, nor have I experienced it, but obviously a lot of people do.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm talking more on the sky trumpets is what they call it, because sometimes it seems like a trumpet, but like I said, you've heard what I said it sounds like, and we're going to play that. There is video of the booms. The thing about it is you'll see some news broadcasts where they're always trying to explain things because people just have to explain stuff. But when they get on there and they're like, well, it could be a supersonic jet. Well, in our stories, we've painstakingly only done the ones that they've already looked at that. And it's not, the Air Force will be like, nope.
Yeah. The thing is, if it's something like that, generally they can ask, and the military will be like, yes. Or
yeah, there was no meteors.
Yeah.
There was no supersonic jets.
Mm-hmm.
There was no explosions.
Right.
We have no idea what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And it happens and it happens and it happens. Now, the sky trumpets for me, normally 10 minutes. Mine was 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an example of, this is caught in Spokane, Washington. Now, this is after it had been happening and this person had already caught some, but this will probably creep you out. That first sound was inside. This guy just went outside. Now that's not done the thing that I hear the most, but this is one of the phenomena. And then you'll hear it come back. Okay, so that's
Very
not
weird.
That's not a hoax, folks. And I'm going to give you a couple more real quick. Okay, this is from several people. This happened over Jerusalem. So if you're going to crap your pants, it's going to be when you visit Jerusalem and then you hear it. So a lot of the wind sound you hear is people like looking up at the sky, obviously, because they think that, they're going to see a battalion of angels flying in and not even being funny there.
No.
Be the first thing I would think of. When it happened to me, one of the things, it's so overwhelming. I've talked about before this helpless feeling you have when something really big is happening. You see a tree falling even. There's a fear there, right? You don't know if it's going to hit you.
Because you have no control.
You have no control
over
of
what's
it.
going on.
Watching the Twin Towers fall, that was that kind of feeling. What's happening? And, you can only imagine being there. It's just the terror of even being on the streets. But when I'm around tall buildings like that, I get that kind of feeling. In airplanes, I get that kind of feeling. There's very few things, but I've never had a feeling like this when I listen to these, which are not hoaxes. Okay, this is not hoaxes, and this is why it's my number one, because I don't think there's enough discussion about it.
Right.
I would love to bring more attention to this because it's ridiculous. It was never a thing, ever. This was never a thing. Now the booms can be traced back. You know, people think that they can be traced. The thing about that, yeah, there might be a town somewhere where booms were recorded in the 1800s. Possibly that was explosions. You know, as far as every town in the world, you know, as far as everybody having a story a few towns over,
right.
That's a decade phenomena. And people say, you know, well, the sky trumpets could be this, could be that. Scientists can't figure it out. The scientists being baffled thing came from this. That's where it first came from my anger. I seem angry throughout the years on the shows we talk about it. I'm not going to get angry right now. Right now, I'm scared, to be honest with you, of this phenomena. I am absolutely horrified, and I think other people should be. I think you should be inquisitive. I don't think you should go with your arms flailing, running off and setting yourself on fire. But it is something that you should be scared or apprehensive about enough that we need to find out, because scientists that study the atmosphere, which is the first thing I would think, this is some kind of upper elevation ice, you know,
sort of atmospheric
phenomena of something. That's the first thing I would think. And you know what? If they would have told me that right off, I'd have been okay. And it's new because of what? Well, global warming or something, you know, but it's not. It has nothing to do with anything they know. And one of the things that gets tossed out the most is aliens. I believe that is what it is, or dimensions, aliens opening dimensional portals.
I mean, possibly.
I really believe that's what it is. Because it's been happening so long, it's obviously not Jesus. I mean, you would think
that would have been one time.
Yeah, you'd think he would have just came in like a thief. But I mean, the reason I say that, okay, I'm being tongue in cheek, but not. If we're going to believe the Bible, if we're going to believe in Jesus Christ, we're going to believe in everything the Bible says, or there's no reason to believe in Jesus Christ, because they tell you, the Word of God says to believe the Bible. In the Bible, it says that when Jesus returns, that he'll come like a thief in the night, meaning that you're not going to know. Yes, there's signs of the apocalypse and all this stuff, but it says clearly when Jesus returns, he'll return like a thief in the night. I mean, it would be kind of counterproductive to send out a warning. Hey, we're going to judge everybody here in about 10 days. You know, because what are you going to do? You're going to go fornicate your ass off, and then you're going to go to church, ask for forgiveness, get baptized, get saved, and heaven's going to be overflowing with heathens. You know, that's if you're going to believe it's all I'm saying, you have to believe all of it. Okay, you can't just take parts. I mean, you can and then go name it your church, whatever. They do that, but that's why I don't think it's that. Okay, I know a lot of people think that, and this is me being serious right now. This is me trying to put enough credence in the fact that I put this list together because I care about this list. I don't care if we do any news. I don't care if we have any talks. I don't care if we laugh again or anything else. That's how serious I'm taking this. So I know we have so many listeners. I want all of you, thousands of you, okay? I want you all to take it as serious, you know, and if you have a story about this, please share it. Please. I would love to get a bunch of you, you know, who are willing. Just because you reach out to me and tell me, it doesn't mean you have to come on the show. But I would love to take, you know, a couple of weeks when it's convenient for everybody. Take 10 minutes with us. And, you know, we call you, you call us, whatever. Even international rates, you know, if I have to figure that out and call you, that's fine. We'll Skype or whatever. And I would like to talk to everybody who's had an experience on this. And we can do a special, like, 2-hour show that is only talking about your stories on what you've experienced. Now, if I get inundated with 10,000 requests, then we'll do a special series that will go for weeks.
Right.
Where we just talk about this, part 1, part 2, part 3, whatever. And we will, if we have to talk to you at 4 a.m. or 11 a.m. or whatever, don't think that it's out of our comfort zone.
Right.
So even if it's mysterious booms or even the low hum, I really want to hear from you on this, because I think that we've got such a great community that we haven't tapped into it. I get news stories from everywhere. As we've talked about before, from my good friend that I haven't got to talk to that much recently, but Doc Nico. Our schedules don't. He's a busy man like me,
right?
And he understands, thank God. But I love that guy to death, and I can't wait to meet him someday. But I get news from Argentina. I get news from freaking Belize. I get news from Russia. I get news from, I shouldn't say that one. I get no news from Russia.
Nothing.
I get news from Germany, from another one of the best friends that I haven't met. Australia, like crazy. We get a lot of stuff from there. Canada, we get a lot from Canada. It's worldwide. Our listening base is worldwide. And we get a lot from Arizona too, by the way.
Yes, we do.
I'm looking at you right now. And we appreciate that. But if you have this story, personal story,
right?
If you have a personal story of this, I want people that have experienced it and that want to come on and talk about what you experienced, because I need that firsthand authenticity. There's something different about talking to someone who had a friend who's seen a full body apparition, and John and Stacey. Okay, when you see a full body apparition. I was talking to a guy the other day, and this guy was so cool, and he was he's a wrestler, and a very let me put it this way. This guy, and we'll get right back to the Skyquakes, but this is important. This guy was a childhood hero of mine, and I can't tell him that. I tell him, hey, I liked you when I was a kid, but I can't tell him, like, because it doesn't even sound real, because he wrestled for a company on television, but it was not WWF or, something like that. But this dude came out, and I instantly fell in love with him. And he came out to a cool theme song, and he was younger than the other guys on the roster, and you could just tell he was cool. And he had almost like a Roddy Piper-esque presence, he demanded you take note.
Right.
And I love the guy. So I got to work with him, later on, and it's been years. But recently I've been talking to him about paranormal, but I will keep him private forever, because that's just what I do when I talk to people. But he's tried to experience. He believes, as much as he can.
Right.
But he's put himself in positions to experience things that he's not yet got to see, hear, anything. And it bothers the hell out of me, things like that, because, I think, well, was I lucky or was I cursed? Right. But there is a difference in talking to this gentleman who could give a hell, he could spin a yarn. I mean, he can give a hell of a story, great storyteller, and he could tell you about somebody who had a experience.
Right.
But it's not that firsthand experience.
Right.
Our story's never wavered. Our story could go super detail, or we could do the quick 2-minute version. Right. Because we've done all those interviews. We have to do that version. But we remember it every time it happens. Yes. When we talk about it, I would love to see in your brain and see your version, as I think you would like to see mine. Right. But I remember mine. I'll never forget it. Right. Any experience I've ever had like that, I'll never forget. And that's why I like the firsthand account. So please, again, paranormalsideshow.com. I won't even shill after this. This is the shilling right now. Paranormalsideshow.com. If you want to get through us and DM us on Twitter, you can do that. And it's at Sideshow97. Just send us a direct message. Instagram, John and Stacey Edwards. You can, send us a message there. On email, if you want to just email us something, and that would be
paranormalsideshow@gmail.com.
Yep, paranormalsideshow@gmail.com.
Or the Facebook. Obviously, Facebook's a great way to do it on Messenger.
Yeah, facebook.com/paranormalsideshow. And, a lot of people get a hold of us there. So just saying, there's a lot of options. And while you're there, please subscribe and like. and tell all your friends and leave a 5-star rating on iTunes. In fact, if you leave a 5-star rating on iTunes and say something good about us, and I match those names up, you'll get high on the list. So not just iTunes, by the way, iHeartRadio and all those. That's me joking. And obviously I've been very serious on this. So I'm going to play just a couple more examples, and then we'll wrap up our list with closing thoughts from Stacey, because I've given my thoughts throughout this, so we'll let Stacey close the segment. But here's a couple more examples. Of course, you can find thousands of these, hundreds of these. So here's ours, and this is a video. We didn't get outside right off the bat, and at first you spend a minute or two inside, going, "Oh God, is that what we think it is?" And then there is the, "Oh crap, let me grab something." Then putting on the coat. I mean, this is Maine in January,
Right.
very close to the time it is now. This was January 16th of 2018. So hard to believe that it's already been 2 years. But is around 10:40 p.m. at night in Augusta, Maine. And weird because this was at a time there had been some weird mysterious booms in Russia, Texas, and Michigan all in that past week. So here we go. I think you got some writing here at first.
Okay. Listen. Oh my God. So this is the same night the big fireball just happened in Michigan, and we're in Maine, and I was just talking about how strange it is that all this was happening. All this is happening on the same night, or same week. And I just made a big deal because we have our paranormal podcast.
So anyway, you can watch the full video on our YouTube. It was cool. It was, as you can hear, that's the thing. The only thing I will say, you'll hear a little beep, and that's a street worker or something backing up. But all the obvious sounds of that's the sky trumpets.
Well, I mean, even the next day I called and asked if there was any.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I called and asked him if there was any kind of heavy machinery or any, big work going on, any kind of, ice scraping or any of that stuff, and there was not anything.
Well, if you spend, 10 minutes listening to these things on YouTube, the thing is, you kind of get the cadence in your head on the ones that are not that straight up. I mean, I'm telling you, that is shiver your timbers on the straight up ones. So as I said, this is, I'll say this much. This is our list. And on closing thoughts on it, I'm going to turn it over to my beautiful assistant, Stacey.
Yeah, I agree that the top topic has to be mysterious booms because of how much, and we've talked about it over the entire 10 years. It wasn't like it happened in this section or this section. And, there is no explanation. There's just the weird theories. And, I was thinking the other day about the sky trumpets, and we've been talking about this recent story that's been coming out about the pole flip, where people are talking about, this is supposedly we're due for this to happen, and magnetic north is moving really quickly, and I wonder if maybe that has something to do with any of these atmospheric things that are going on. I mean, if it is an atmospheric phenomenon that we're not aware of, I mean, that could possibly have something to do with it, because that's been going on for years. I know we're just now hearing about it, but that isn't something that just started immediately. That's been something that's been building up for quite some time.
Absolutely. And you go to atmospheric. I mean, you want to think it's atmospheric.
Right.
But I just don't. It happens at different times of year, any time of year. There's no dominant time of year that it happens, and it happens everywhere in the world. So climates doesn't matter, and
true,
and it throws so much out the window. Like, I would love to say, well, it happened to me in the frozen tundra of Maine, and you think ice, you think even permafrost, because we had that there, and you think, well, if the permafrost is moving or something like that, maybe there's a lava flow we don't know about,
right?
And something like that. No, this is something else, and when you're experiencing it, it feels like something else, and it makes you feel so minuscule.
Yes, it's very strange.
So, I don't know. I'll let you close this out though. On the list, overall, off the list, to get us. Wait, let me snap. To snap us out of creepy.
Right.
Tell me, tell me what you thought there.
I mean, I think we hit all of the major highlights of things we've talked about over the last decade. It's been a very strange 10 years, and it just is interesting. If I was going to add anything to the list, I can't really add anything, but maybe a subcategory of one of those would be how we've all of a sudden started talking about finding life in the universe. I think that goes along with like the Earth-like planets and the things that we've been discovering all of a sudden. Sort of a subheading for that. We had all the stories about, people saying, scientists being like, oh, we're going to find life in the next 20 years, whatever. So that brings me to a little thing that I brought. I've got a little list of my own.
Okay. What?
Yeah, I have it's a really short list, but I thought I would bring a list to the beginning of the show.
Well, that's cool. I mean, yeah, I've brought a news story to you before.
Once or twice.
Right.
Yes, you have. So my list is the 5 stories that I think we're going to be talking about over the next decade. 5 big topics.
Right.
So, like you had your list of 20 big things.
Yeah.
I think these are 5 that are absolutely going to be dominating the headlines.
That's really cool.
Okay. So now I didn't put mysterious booms on this list, even though I feel like that's something we're going to continually talk about. That is definitely not over.
Okay.
Sky trumpets, mysterious booms, but I didn't put them on this list.
It's kind of a given.
It is. So number 5 is something that we didn't talk about this decade, but some new technology of reaching the other side,
Right.
with things that we use, like
What a good one.
boxes and things that we probably haven't even heard of yet.
Yeah. So you're thinking that like your next level mail meter, your next level ITC equipment,
Right.
that will take the noise out for you. And of course, we there are things like that now.
There are,
but I see where you're going.
I feel like this is going to be something that we're going to talk about a lot more and be able to experiment with, and that there are going to be new things.
It's 10 times better than it was already.
It's about time for that next step in the technology, I think.
Well, 10 years ago, we were hacking a Radio Shack box.
True.
Now you can just order something and have the different speeds. Now there's people that are, experts and whatnot, be able to train you on that. But yeah, I mean, everything has, they make things now for the paranormal. We used to use household appliances to measure the paranormal. So I totally get it.
Yep. So number 4, I've already kind of mentioned this, but the whole thing with the weather and the pole flip and, magnetic north moving, I think that's going to be a big topic, especially right at the beginning of the next, decade. That's going to be something we talk about probably pretty recently, and we'll most likely have a lot of stories on it.
Right.
So number 3 is aliens.
Right.
Finding life. Is it going to be that microbial life, that they find on Mars or Europa or Enceladus or whatever the ones they say it's going to be.
Right on. Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be...
Because that's definitely in the time frame that they claim they're going to do it. So that's definitely going to be a big topic for us. Number 2 is going to be more AI news, more robots, artificial intelligence.
Dear Lord, can you imagine where they're going to be 10 years from now?
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a lot of conspiracy theory stuff come out with that and around that, and just the advances in it and what they're trying to do is just going to be. And I'm even going to throw, the whole gene editing thing in there with scientists and what they're doing with the organoids and all that. So.
I bet movies will be eventually just downloaded to you, like in your mind. Like
I hope not, because I like watching movies. It's more fun that way.
Wouldn't you like to be the person in the movie? Like you're safe.
I mean, I guess it really depends what kind of movie it is.
Like I said, wouldn't you like to be the person in the movie? I mean,
And number 1 on what I think is going to be one of our biggest stories in the next decade is absolutely the 5G technology. And
ding.
this is just now coming out.
Guess who wins the pony?
And I think that's going to be not only conspiracy theories along with that, and which there already are, and not only weird things, but I think there's also going to be paranormal stories coming along with it.
Oh my God. That makes so much sense too. And just because of it's something that's so powerful that it's not being talked about yet, but here we go, right?
Yep. So we're going to keep an eye out.
So do you want to go to a 5G area and check and see if there's, like get readings around there and see if it's how easy it is to contact? I mean, that would seem...
that would seem like we'll have to see what our closest area is and do some experiments.
I think it's pretty close. So that's interesting. Very interesting. Well, I love your list.
Thank you. It was a short list.
It is a short list, but hey, it's still cool. I mean, you can't really, you could predict 20 things. It might be topics, but...
Yeah, but some of them are givens, though.
Right.
Like there's going to be a ghost sighting.
Right.
There's going to be some animal mutilations, and
Yeah.
Some of those things are.
Hopefully, there's some ghost mutilating animals. That would be awesome. I want to find out that that's what's been doing it.
It's just spirits all the time. They're like, we got to take the heat off us.
I want to find a spirit that on video, absolutely mutilates a person that's making a meme that says something like, people are scared to death and it can't move a candle, or you know what I'm talking. The ones I'm talking about. Like there's a ghost meme,
right?
Where it's like, can do this or do that, but can't open a fridge.
Right.
Talking about a ghost, it makes me so pissed off every time I see it. I've never used that one, obviously, because with the 1,000 memes I use on Facebook, just because it's like, dude, listen. I mean, there are rules.
Right.
It can possess you, and it makes you open the fridge. If that's
so technically, it's doing it, right?
It's doing it, but you don't want that to happen,
right?
Don't make that happen.
Yeah, don't ask for that.
Yeah, because you'll tulpa us all into getting freaking, butt massaged, which can happen. But anyway, very good list. And the only thing that excited me just to hear your voice on that, because it was really good and I love your voice. So I think it's got to be time for some paranormal news. All right. Actually, before we get to the news, I hate to get you all like, oh, wait, where the hell did your stack of news come from?
Well, you said it's time for the news.
Yeah. No, hold on a second.
It just sort of...
I don't understand that, because there was no news sitting there.
Appears. Well, I mean, when it's time, it's time. The news appears.
Yeah, this happened earlier with a piece of candy. I took like 2 seconds and I said, hold on a second. I looked at it on my notebook and I was like, format. And then I hear, I'm like, where the hell did that come from? You're like, it's sitting over there. I was like, what? All right. So anyway, no news just yet. Thank you for not pressing the button. And
oh, well, here, let me just.
No, yeah, okay. There was something I did want to mention about 2020. Because being that it's 2020, I seen a meme, and I don't care to say it. I don't trust memes probably as much as I post them.
Right.
I don't trust them.
You don't trust memes for factual information?
Right. That's not where I get most of my history or anything.
Right.
But I am on a few different threads on Reddit. And one of those threads is an actual history thread. because me.
Right.
And it's a lot of humor that is kind of snooty humor for people that don't study history.
Right. I got you.
But it had this weird meme on there, and even though there's a train coming by and there's a storm and all these things are trying to be loud, it's okay because I'm just telling an extra story.
That's fine.
Something kind of freaked me out. It said, it's 2020, and has anybody thought about the fact that in 1920 and 1820 there was a plague?
Oh,
and
really?
Yeah. So I was like, nah. I was like, there's no way. This is one of those stupid things somebody's just posted in there, And so I wanted to go look it up. And what I found was actually, it was false. It's much worse. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to start. And this is just weird, okay?
Okay.
Now, there's only one of these. They kind of somewhat, little bit, I think we're looking for something, and but we're talking huge stuff here.
Okay.
1320, bubonic plague is carried by rats and fleas. Okay?
Right.
1420, the Black Death breakouts happened in that period.
Right.
That's the one they're kind of pushing because I think that was more 1429. But 1520, this one's legit dead on. Aztec Empire is destroyed by smallpox.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, no joke. 1620, almost all of the Mayflower passengers die of a disease and infect much of the colony.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
1720, the Great Plague of Marseille. 1820, cholera epidemic, the huge one.
Right.
All right. 1920, the Los Angeles pneumonic plague, the Spanish flu, was 1920. And of course, 2020, who knows? It's really weird.
That is kind of weird.
I mean, I get irony, but the very fact that it's not even just little ones, it's not like, butt rash.
Right. I mean, you're talking about like 6 times before.
Yeah. And I actually found when I found that out, I had to go to this one that was like history memes.
Right.
And it was all the rage on there today. There's people in the past like 45 minutes that were posting these.
That's crazy.
That went back through and found everything. And I was like, cool, because I had to go like Wikipedia and this and that, and it still didn't find it.
Right.
So I just started looking up the date and put plague. And I tried going back even further just to see if they'd skipped a few years, but it's so sketchy before then. They know like in that range, something happened.
Not exact dates.
Right. And
that's really scary. I mean,
it is. What if every 100 years?
Yeah, we're due for a plague.
There's a reckoning,
Wow.
And whoever or whatever would have cursed mankind and would have put something out there, they probably weren't going by the Gregorian calendar.
Right.
They were.
It's like roughly every 100 years.
Yeah, they're just like, well, I mean, they would know years,
right,
from the solar system and stuff, but they'd be like every 100 years,
every 100 cycles of the universe, or whatever.
Well, yeah, every 100 years we're going to, there's going to be something to keep population in control or something like that. And it wouldn't, just because it's the 20s for us doesn't mean that meant crap to somebody standing on an island. But I just think it's weird, man. And another thing for us to really watch out. And
another reason to avoid people that are sneezing.
Well, what is scary about it, and it's funny because we talked about some of the things we might have to worry about and zombie epidemics. What I worry about is the anti-vaxxers.
Right.
Okay. And there might be some on here. I guess I don't understand the reasoning behind that fully. I understand, but I say that, and at the same time, I don't get flu shots.
Right.
That's only because personal witnessing,
personal experience for me
of seeing Stacey get sick
and
Raja off getting one flu shot. Right? Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was an ironic thing. But also off the personal experience of me not having the flu probably since 1997. That was the last time I really, really got sick. In that kind of sick.
Right.
Knock on wood, as much as I'm laid up and hurt and all this stuff, I rarely get
like flu sick.
Viral sick.
Yeah.
I get migraines and stuff. I don't get sick. I don't even get colds.
I get like sinus infections, but nothing like the actual flu.
Yeah, I
where you're
get
down for
I get
weeks.
sometimes a sinus infection, but still, yet with me, it's like a day,
Right.
and it doesn't last.
Some NyQuil and we're good.
Yeah, so that's one of the good things, if there's any,
Right.
Like I would have took the glorious hair over that, trust me. But this one, I don't know. It doesn't like scare me or anything like that. But isn't that weird?
It is weird. I agree. It is pretty weird.
I thought you would appreciate it. I didn't. I hate to add it in like that on you at the last second. But
Well, and you said the thing about the anti-vax people, and I think that there are places that are having outbreaks of diseases like measles and things.
Well, all right. So, I'm very big on the homeless problem because it's one paycheck and you can be homeless.
Yeah.
And
so a lot of people live that way.
we understand that because Stacey and I have lost everything. I'll be nice about it and say twice. But I've been at the bottom of the barrel, twice. I put something up the other day for the new year, and I'll say it here on the show. Just always know that there is a tomorrow, and there, as bad as it may seem, I've battled depression my entire life, clinical depression, that they diagnosed when I was just a teenager. And it was totally right, and it made sense. And it was before all these little words came up and everybody you knew was bipolar and everybody you knew was this and that. I've had to battle serious issues like that for my entire life. I never talk about it in public. This is probably the first time ever. And the reason I'm saying that is because, I've noticed so many of my friends recently battling things and really down and things like that. Just don't let that get to you. Know that there's, it always goes up, man. It's in cycles, and this stuff can really turn around. And speaking of all that, every time there's a homeless person that I see, if there's certain criteria, and it's not that I sit there and I do a checklist, but let's just call a spade. I'm pretty good at reading people. I like to use any spare money that I have to get them something, or to, give them a little bit. If I don't have enough, to go get them something, just give them what I got. Not long ago, just a couple of weeks ago, I was in Knoxville, and I shared a meal with a elderly, black guy. And it just told you so much about the world, because it was after I'd done this show, and I felt so good because it was the Don't Tell Bobby show. And I was just on top of the world. I'd just been with all my legends, all my heroes, Jim Cornette and all these people. I mean, it made my night, and it made a lot more than that. So we did all that for Bobby, and it felt so good because it was a huge house, and I know that he got thousands and thousands of dollars, conservative estimate there. And I go and I was looking for something that was open, but I had a particular hankering, which I get. So I went through, and I believe I found an Arby's, and I went through and I was like, oh yeah, I got a bunch of stuff, man. And I pulled in, and there was a lot of people walking around. I noticed that when I got there, that it was kind of a part of town where you'll see some homeless people walking around and stuff. So I'm sitting there, and there's this black guy all of a sudden, and I gotta say it as black guy, you'll get to the reason why I'm even making that, discerning the difference there, instead of just a guy. But I'm sitting there, and there's this black guy, and he's totally like 4 foot away from my window, and he's got his hands out of his pockets, and he's got his eyes bugged out, and he's kind of looking at me, and he's
like waving his hands, like jazz hands.
He's totally waving his hands at me, and he's mouthing like, "I'm not gonna hurt you." And I was just,
oh, bless his heart.
I was just like, oh my God, this guy's in for a surprise. So, so he gets to see my full size, and I made the joke with him. I'm like, I don't know which one of us should actually be scared and apprehensive. I'm the one sitting over here at 6'3", 300 pound, with freaking bald head. I'm not 300 pounds, by the way, but I played one on TV. Anyway, I'm a big dude, and menacing when I stand up. If you're not expecting it.
Right.
So anyway, he started laughing, and we were just laughing. And he asked me, he's like, man, he asked me if I had 75 cents for bus fare.
That's all he wanted?
And that's all he wanted. He didn't ask for anything more. It was specific. You're not going to go buy a bottle of beer with 75 cents.
No.
You're not going to go get food. You're not going to, and the guy, he's cold and hungry. And I was like, yeah, man, that's not a problem. I've got that. Actually, I was like, are you hungry? He said, and he's like, yeah. I was like, you want to get in the car? And he's like, looked at me for a second. I was like, I'm not going to do anything to you. I was like,
I'm going to take you to the bus station.
I just thought it was funny because he looked at me apprehensively.
Right.
And it's one of those times, like everybody normally, that's the other reverse, the role.
Right.
Like, I don't know if I should let that person in the car. It was like totally reversed.
Right. Like, I don't know if I should get this guy's car.
Because they're not, people aren't used to people, I think, being nice.
Right.
And so I let him in there and we shared my meal. And it was the best thing ever, and shared my drink, by the way, which was really, really cool. And it was cool not, him seeing that I didn't care. I just seen that had a huge effect on him. And then I took him to the bus station, and then I gave him what money I had, which wasn't much. Okay, this night it was like $4.
Well, you just did a free show, so it wasn't like you got paid or anything.
Well, I don't usually use cash.
You
but
don't carry cash.
I had when I carry cash, it's only for this reason. I had like $4. So, but that if you look at what he asked for compared to what he got,
true, he got bus fare and had a little extra.
Yeah, there was quite the increase there in what he needed. But he danced with me. I won't go into the complete story, but he wanted me to do his happy dance with him because he was so happy.
I feel like you should kind of clarify the dancing thing, just because you just said he danced with me, and that's, people don't know what you're talking about. Like a little jig, like you guys danced a little jig.
Yeah, he goes, well, maybe he did dance with me. No, maybe I was like, well, we can work something out, sir. No, he goes, man, he's like, you got to do something for me. And I was like, what's that? He's like, you got to do the happy dance with me. He goes, I got a happy dance. And he's like, I ain't got to do my happy dance in a while. And I'm like, and he's like doing this happy dance. And I can only liken it if you've ever watched Deadliest Catch. Freddie, my favorite character on Deadliest Catch, he's an islander, and he's been on the show probably the whole 15 years the show's been on.
I think so.
But he does a crab dance when he wants to catch crab to the crab gods.
So it's kind of like that.
Yeah,
that's funny.
It was just kind of like. It was honestly very much like the crab dance, and I did it with him. People driving by and all this stuff, and he hugged me. Yes, but anyway, that was a glorious night. But the whole reason for that story is just because you've got some crazy numbers out there for homeless people right now, and there's like 60,000 in Los Angeles County alone. And the problem is, everybody knows about immigration and people coming in without vaccinations and stuff. The problem is all it takes is one or two people, carrying something to start an outbreak. And not to be a fear monger.
No, we're not saying it's going to happen. We're saying the potential's there, and it is the 20s, like all those other 20s. I mean, it's prime time for a plague.
And if I was thinking, like, what is something that could happen?
Yeah, I mean, that's totally plausible.
Yeah, because it's there. It's there, and it's ripe for it.
And there have been outbreaks of measles and things that we don't normally see.
Right. And even, I think you said the other day, we were talking about something, and you were like, even weaponized. People are so crazy. Can you imagine someone weaponizing something to spread? And
I'm sure it's been thought of.
Yeah, I mean, even like an airborne deal like over Times Square,
Right.
Just imagine. Hopefully I didn't give somebody an idea, but all we're saying is put your surgical mask on and follow the Japanese standard there, because it's high fashion in Japan. They actually are. It's a fashionable statement. They don't like to show their mouths.
Right.
But anyway, it's scary. Hopefully we can make it through this year and break that
break the 20s curse.
Break the curse we didn't know was a curse till
right until just now. Thanks for letting us in on that.
Is that our today years old thing?
Yeah, I guess so.
How old were you when you found out that every 100 years there's a deadly plague?
Yeah,
I was today years old. Mm-hmm. And speaking of today years old, it's about time now for that hot mama to give us a little bit of news.
Coming to you direct from the Sideshow Intercontinental Center for Strange Events and Odd Irregularities, she's more stealthy than a Cold War era spy. If it's from beyond the grave or above the sky, there's only one girl who looks under every rock to see. She's got your mysterious goodies and spells Stacey with an E. It's now time for Stacey Edwards and Paranormal News.
All right, so let's get to the news.
Let's.
All right, so this first story is a very interesting study that claims that there are weird, what they're calling vanishing stars that could potentially be aliens.
What?
That's what the headline says. I'm not sure it's quite that dramatic. So there is this study. It's new research that was published in the Astronomical Journal, and the data resulted in the discovery of approximately 100 star-like objects that unexpectedly vanished. Very strange. And they say that these strange occurrences are likely natural. They don't know what they are, but that alien technology is a remote possibility. Like, they can't rule that out. So let's explain how this works. So there's this project. It was established back in 2017. It's called the Vanishing and Appearing Sources During a Century of Observations, or VASCO, for short. Yeah. And the researchers for this project are hunting for objects outside of Earth's immediate area that have mysteriously disappeared. So what they've done is they've taken this archival astronomical data that was collected during the previous century. Mostly it's data found from the U.S. Naval Observatory catalog.
Right.
And they took the old data and they compared it to modern data for the same areas in the sky. And they've been comparing all of these objects. So they started with a pool of like 600 million objects, because it's a lot of data. And so far, they found 151,193 that weren't represented in the modern catalogs, that were in the old ones, but not in the modern ones. So to date, up till now, they've only had a chance to analyze about 23,000 of them, a little more than 23,000 of them, roughly about 15% of these ones. And out of that preliminary sample set, they started studying them a lot closer, and most of them were just, artifacts of various sorts, like smudges on the lens or some kind of visual defect, what you would expect.
Right.
However, about 100 of these objects could not be easily explained away.
Wow, that's a lot of them.
And so they are designating these as what they're calling red transients. I think, normally they just call them vanishing stars, around, but the technical name is red transients. Now, stars don't just disappear, eventually they burn out, but to our knowledge, they have to expire a certain way. Either they white dwarf or go out with a tremendous bang, like some kind of supernova. You can tell when the star is gone.
Absolutely.
Unless, there's a theory that it could fall into a black hole, or that it could be a failed supernova, but that stuff is extremely, extremely rare. And, they're not sure that that's something that really happens. They have no explanation for why these particular stars have just vanished.
Wow.
So it's a really interesting study, and something that's
so weird.
They still have to study, and they've only done, think of the little tiny percentage of this data that they've gone through, and they've already found 100 of these things. And it does note in the study, I will point out that it does note in the study
before you say what it notes, I like to observe the sun.
Right.
On the Soho satellite, not with my eyes.
Right.
And sometimes there's these anomalies. And, recently I've seen chatter and talk amongst crypto people and amongst some of my friends. And I've not gotten involved in this. I've not even read the stories. I've just seen like the headlines, if you will, and it's on blogs. It's not even news stories of sun people or sun beings, like some kind of energy beings that, you know, live up there and basically almost like looking like dragons, like what you would imagine imagine dragons. What you would imagine dragons. Damn it. That's going to suck every time I say that. What you would think dragons, you know, would look like. And I looked at some of those pictures and I was like, oh, well, that's exactly the, you know, like the solar flares and all that stuff. But there's been pictures taken and or captured where there looks like craft. And I don't know what they think it is or what their scientific explanation is, because scientists never come out and say, well, this is what that was.
Right.
They ignore it. And that always gives it more credence for me. But, and I don't talk about this very much, but it's a big deal. And I was really deep into this. There was a time like 4 or 5 years ago that I lived on like with suspicious observers and
Right. I remember you watched it every day.
Very scientific.
Like your morning news.
Learned a whole lot about solar activity, solar winds, and I just wanted to learn that stuff. But
Right.
The thing was, he didn't ever post this stuff, but every now and then he did. When he's like, well, this is kind of a weird thing. But there were places that did post these things. They looked like ships. And the thing was, you would see this craft in a series of pictures. But you got to imagine, if we can see this craft, it's the size of Earth. Okay?
Right. It has to be huge.
It's gigantic, like mothership stuff. And you'll see this stuff come near the sun, and then you'll see it pull a piece of plasma. Like it's almost like a fueling rod.
Right. Like it's
energy. Getting energy off the sun, refueling from the sun. And that was what troubled me. I was like, well, what is that, number one? And then if it's an artifact on the pictures, why is that artifact moving from here to here to here day after day?
Right.
And then why would just so happen that artifact be exactly where this little flare came out to and was connected to it, and then the flare goes back and the little
thing moves away.
Little thing moves away.
It's very unusual.
It's very unusual. And then you go back to the alien megastructure, which I can't believe didn't make our top 20, but that was all the rage.
Well, we've been talking about that for years, though.
Well, in the 2010s, though.
Well, that's true.
There's a theory out there that a certain level of civilization, basically a few levels above ours.
Yes.
They have earmarks. They have like high water marks for different civilizations.
Right.
So, and it's very strange how they figure this out. But just for instance, this level of civilization uses tools.
Right.
This level of civilization, has figured out mechanics.
Right. And certain level can space travel.
Right. Space travel. This one was able to harness star energy and, put the megastructure, if you will.
Right. Like the Dyson sphere is what they call it.
Yeah. Around this star.
Right. Like Star Wars type stuff.
Well, yeah. And one would think that was just to maybe power up their ships for another journey. I don't know. Who the hell knows?
Right.
But that was an anomaly. I think it still is. It's Tabby Star is the name of it.
I think they're still studying it.
Yeah.
They have a lot of theories, but I don't think anything's confirmed.
Exactly. So when you say that, the first thing my mind goes to is something alien draining the stars.
Right. And using it for energy.
Right.
Well, it does note in this particular study, it says unless a star collapses directly into a black hole, there's no known physical process by which it could physically vanish, which was the point for the study. So if such examples exist, it makes it interesting for searches for new exotic phenomena or even signs of technologically advanced civilizations. So they are keeping that on the table as a possibility. I think that they feel like it's probably something natural, but they don't really know. And who knows how many more of these they'll find as they continue this project.
We're only just now to the point of being able to see, into the cosmos like this. And we understand a little more every day. it really goes back, we were talking about memes, but it goes back to a meme I posted on the Sideshow. If you follow the Sideshow, I'm back up to my 5 and 6 a day of memes to keep you entertained and to share it with your friends, by the way. And for the random people that go on there and they don't like it, they don't like the Sideshow, but they go visit the page anyway, and they like the post, I stalk you because it tells me if you're a member or not. And then I did it earlier tonight. And what really bothers me is there's a few people, and they probably listen, so listen to me, people. I know who you are. No. There's like a good 100 people that it says invited, and it always just says invited.
Right.
But they still stay on the page.
Right.
And I guess they follow the page, but they don't like it. They don't like it, which it's going to pop up in your news feed anyway. So like the page. I'm going to get back to my story, but like the damn page. All right. So this one meme freaked me out because this is one of those you're like, oh man, when you realize that it took humanity approximately 4 times longer to switch from copper swords to steel swords than it took to switch from steel swords to nuclear bombs.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's quite the step up there.
A little bit, yeah.
It's like that escalated quickly, didn't it?
And, I mentioned that meme because it's something we've talked about before, but it is so crazy that we're literally in the infancy of understanding for, we were talking about earlier tonight, we've recapped a lot of our space news that we've done for a very long time. And in that space news, we've, Earth like Goldilocks planets and water and, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
Especially the yada, yada, yada.
Right.
But all of that is new discoveries that have been out there for billions of years. New discoveries for us because we just now are getting that technology. And that technology jump happened so quick.
It did.
That we literally, and we joke about this with the AI, we say every year we're doubling and tripling. That's not really overstating that. Every new mega computer figures out another new mega computer. Right. And there again, exponentially, I think that we're going in every direction of, understanding, and it's just growing and whatnot. So this could very well have common thing. And you talk about it too. You say it all the time with the interstellar object. You were like, look, we found that 1 and here comes 7. Because you spot it and then it's everywhere because you learned how to spot it or whatever. Right. And it works with everything. I know real quickly, when I first trained to be a pro wrestler and learned some of the secrets, do you remember how it ruined wrestling for me?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of things like that. Like once you get it pointed out to you, then you're like, why did you tell me that? Yeah. I don't want to know. That's like when we were watching the news one time and there was a newscaster and she kind of talked out of the side of her mouth. And once I noticed it, I couldn't watch the news anymore. It was awful.
That's kind of the same thing. I'm talking about things that are right in front of your eyes.
Okay, so like if you buy an orange car because you don't think anybody has an orange car,
then all you notice is orange cars. Like if you name your kid Kyler. And then all of a sudden you see Kylers everywhere, Ariana, everywhere. And you're like, oh, this is so unique. The best one ever. I named my first child Dakota because there was no Dakotas, there was no Codys. And I was like, man, this is a really cool name. And it's funny because I did it by closing my eyes because I went through all these names. I did it by closing my eyes and getting an encyclopedia. And I was like, whatever the hell I land on. And I landed on North Dakota. And I was like, all right. And so Dakota, I thought that's a really cool name. Plus, I liked a short-lived Marvel comic. And I can't tell him this because he loves Marvel and we fight back and forth because I like DC. Right. So I don't want to tell him that a Marvel comic was part of it. Right. But there was this female badass detective and her name was Dakota North. And I have every comic issue that was made of that because it was very short-lived. Marvel did a
Can I please
new
tell
universe.
him he's named after a woman?
I don't think he would mind.
No, probably not. It is a cool name.
I think it'd be cooler that it was a Marvel comic. Right. You know, but no, you can't tell him that. He'll have to listen to the show at some point.
I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah, if he listens.
to it. He says he does, but we're going to know for sure now, aren't we?
All right.
All right, well, let's move on. And this next story is really short. So since we were talking about the mysterious booms and the sky trumpets, I picked up this story about some sky sounds that were heard in the Netherlands.
Ooh.
And I think I played this for you a few days ago because it sounded a lot like what we heard in Maine, like the actual sky trumpeting sound.
The only difference is they wrote a saga about it.
Yes, they did. In Valkenswaard, it says Valkenswaard residents have been hearing loud, ominous trumpet sounds seemingly coming from the sky. And they have no idea where it's coming from. There is a video. And even in the article, it says it resembles sort of a loud brass trumpet or some sort of metallic scraping sound. And
see, I don't see the jump there. I never hear the trumpets. Maybe I'm not a brass band guy.
Right.
But all I ever hear is the metallic scraping. I'm glad they said metallic scraping because I've only heard me say that.
Right. And it does say that there's no definitive explanation that's been found. A crane operator suggested that perhaps it was just a crane moving in the wind, but it was pretty loud. I don't think that's going to be the cause.
That'd be a giant crane, and they don't even have. Do they even have cranes in that part of the world?
No, like a machine crane, not like a bird crane.
You said in the air.
It was moving in the wind.
I was thinking of the sound like a big good.
That would be like a pterodactyl or something. That would be ridiculous.
God, I hope that's not what it is.
No, but nobody's put that forth as a possibility.
Oh my God,
it could be a pterodactyl. So there is a video with this article. So if you want to hear one, there you go.
I had people out there creating organizations. They were getting T-shirts together. They were going to go after the sky trumpets. They were all motivated.
Right.
Until they just thought about it being a giant goose. And it's all done. It's a space goose.
There you go. You figured it out. You've solved the problems.
You want to talk about something terrifying, though.
Maybe the mysterious booms is the space goose walking around.
How scary would it be to a giant goose, man?
Yeah, goose are terrifying.
They're horrifying.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's move on.
Yeah.
All right, so this is just a story about the Pentagon and the UFO program, the AATIP.
Yeah.
And this is sort of an interesting, just little quick story. I didn't see it many places, but apparently a Pentagon spokeswoman named Susan Gouge, she recently spoke to someone from the Black Vault, a guy named John Greenwald Jr.
I love the Black Vault.
Yes. So according to her what she said about this secretive UFO program that we've all heard about now for a couple of years.
Yeah, not very secretive.
She said that neither the AATIP or the AAWSAP, because they were both named something different. She said they weren't UAP related. That the purpose was to investigate foreign advanced aerospace weapon system applications with future technology projections over the next 40 years, and to create a center of expertise on advanced aerospace technologies, but that it absolutely had nothing to do with unidentified aerial phenomena. So she basically did a whole 180 on everything that we've heard about. Like, that just totally contradicts every report that we've had since this story came out.
Yeah, and it's exactly what To the Stars did. Mm-hmm. To the Stars that made me mad. They came out when they started working with the Army. When I think they were working with the Army Corps of Engineers. Anyway, on the stuff we were talking about, the artifacts from space.
Right.
It was such a big deal. It goes literally from one story where they're going to work with the Army, and so I was like, wow, the government is by proxy, by doing this, are admitting, that this is unidentified space, not man-made stuff, alien pieces, probably wreckage.
Right.
They don't want to say that, but UFO wreckage. And it went for a couple of weeks. And again, there was a lowbrow thing happen. It wasn't even a story. It was a tweet by Tom DeLonge that went into the fact, and it was out of nowhere too.
Right.
He's so deliberate on what he says, because it's not like he just tweets like, hey guys, look at this car. It's very deliberate when he puts stuff out there. I was talking about the fact that they are not a UFO hunting group.
Right.
And they are blah, 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 blah. It was very much walking it back.
Right.
When a year and 2 years before, they were like, woohoo! Yeah, give me the magic concept. We're going to do this, man. We got UFOs everywhere.
Right.
The hell
right.
with the government. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I agree with
and
you.
then all of a sudden it was like, hey, we'll let you into our club. We're going to show you everything, but you're going to have to walk that back a little bit there, pirate, okay?
Well, seems to be like what this is, doing.
Yeah,
and
they're going back.
And like I said, it wasn't a huge story. It was just this little article about this interview that, she did with the Black Vault, where she just said, oh, hey, all that stuff that everybody said about you. No, that's not what it was.
I mean, she obviously, you don't do an interview with the Black Vault.
No, I know. Unless you're trying to get some kind of thought out there.
Yeah.
Because what kind of people look at the Black Vault?
Me.
Yeah, exactly.
I
People that are
don't
interested
know
in that sort of
how
thing.
many people actually type in the address but me.
Yeah, I mean,
Nick Redfern.
It's not like mainstream media news that the average person's going to come across.
I know
So.
Nick lives on it so much that cat will put something out like, and he's all excited about it. He'll put something out like, hey, just if anybody's interested, the Black Vault just put up the 1952 hearings on, seaweed. Mm-hmm. And its effects on your bunghole. I mean, and he'll put that stuff up because he loves, he's so into the conspiracies. I mean, I guess if I wrote a book every 2 weeks, I would probably be doing that too.
Probably. You mentioned seaweed. We saw an article about how they're thinking about feeding the cows in Maine seaweed.
They're not thinking about it.
Is that what they're doing?
They're doing it.
To cut down on the amount of flatulence they have.
Yeah, undoubtedly. I really didn't want you to see that. And the whole reason was I know that kale is it's an actual, edible deal. I was so afraid that my dinner was going to consist of.
Like, does that really cut down on that?
Yeah. I'll tell you who I would feed it to.
Yeah, the baby.
Yeah.
I have never seen a tiny little thing be able to clear a room like that child can clear a room.
Listen, people.
Oh my gosh.
I don't go for cheap laughs. All right, listen. This is a true story. This is a public statement. Mm-hmm. And I just have to do it. This little girl has stolen my heart. And she's stolen Stacey's heart. She is such an angel. Mm-hmm. She is such a princess. Yes. Tonight, Stacey always steals her and brings her to me. And tonight, she was like looking at me, and like when she focused on me, she smiled, and a couple times, and her eyes just light up. And it's now all that said, you can go on our social media and see pictures of Waverly and everything, and I know that the girls, first couple days, they were holding her and they were gooing over her, and all of a sudden, the baby's on the couch by itself. And they're gagging and dying, and they're just like, that can't be, they're absolutely just dying. And it was, the baby had expelled gas. She wasn't even messy. So that'll happen. Like you're sitting there watching TV and you hear, and the baby like floats off the couch a little bit, and but the smell. So we all attribute it to, that first few days, just burning off the afterbirth, whatever. But we're a good month in now, and it hasn't subsided.
Nope.
There is when she lets it do. Mm-hmm. Oh my God! And if she does have substance there, it is, I'm talking surgical mask and gloves. And
something crawled in there and died.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah. I
don't know how she can be so stinky.
Yeah. It's next level stinky.
It really is. It's like cling to your face stinky.
Yeah.
It's gross.
Yeah. It's a game changer.
She's so beautiful.
I've never been more proud.
I can imagine.
Like there's such
that's a migrant movie.
Yeah, there's some kind of proudness that goes over you when your kids do things like that, right? When it's just like, oh wow, yeah, that's exactly right. It's like some kind of mechanism. What's funny is, we'll be dead and gone. She'll be like, oh, they did the show for 40 years, and I just want to listen to it and. Can we listen to it? Kal-El or whoever her boyfriend is. And,
right.
Be like, sure. And
We'll have to break out the old computer.
yeah, back when they had drives and stuff. And but I can just see it, just listening to. I want to listen from when I was born, and all the things they would have said, and And
we talked about how bad her farts were.
Of course, maybe by then they'll know she's a mutant. Like that's her. Wouldn't that be something? Like you're a mutant, like on X-Men, and your power is to
knock people over with your farts.
You can actually clear like a Senate hall or something.
She could.
Wow.
She could. All right. So while we're talking about UFOs or UAPs, I'll mention the story about a massive trove of government UFO reports that are now available at a university in Canada.
Hey?
Yeah. So a man named Chris Rudkowski, he's a Canadian science writer and ufologist, donated his collection of more than 20,000 UFO reports that were filed over the past 3 decades, plus another 10,000 UFO-related documents from the Canadian government to the University of Manitoba. And now enthusiasts and researchers will have a chance to comb through the documents and look at them and study them. And it says a number of these documents concern the Falcon Lake incident in Manitoba. And of course, that's they believe is one of the best documented, UFO cases in Canadian history. They made the coin for it and all that.
Yeah.
And the Canadian University has even launched a crowdfunding effort to digitize the documents so that they'd be available online. But I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, thank God they're going to try to, put it on a computer.
Yeah, so that you don't have to actually go to Canada.
Right.
But it was cool of the university to accept the documents.
The Canada part wasn't the problem with it.
I mean, it's a long trip is what I meant.
Yeah. We see what you're all about. Sorry for our...
You just don't want to thumb through a bunch of pages of documents.
Yeah, no, I don't want to have anything to do with that paper cut stuff.
But I thought it was really interesting that the university would accept that and have it as part of their, information that people can research.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty amazing. It's an amazing amount to one person to have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all those reports. I mean, that's crazy.
You would think those would be somewhere else as well, but maybe not.
Maybe not. I mean, it must just be his personal, because he was a ufologist, probably just his personal reports and collection. But it does say he has some from the Canadian government. So, all right, so let's move on. This is sort of a really odd, mysterious thing that's happening over Colorado and Nebraska. Now, this has been going on for a couple of weeks, and it's about some mysterious drone swarms that have been flying around at night. I don't know if you've seen this story. It started off as just a story on some of the sites that we look at, but it's really hit mainstream media now. And in fact, there was a man named Wyatt Harmon who did an interview with the Today Show about some drones that flew above his land in Washington County, Colorado. So he said that it was a formation of unidentified drones, some in groups of 30, that have been reported flying high above a corner of rural northeastern Colorado and western Nebraska, usually from about 7 to 10 p.m. And by some accounts, some of the people that have, reported this, the drones have wingspans of 6 feet or more. And he claims that they can sit there and hover, they can descend very fast, they can take off very fast. And one night, him and his girlfriend, her name's Chelsea Arnold, they pursued the lights for about 15 miles, said they were driving as fast as 70 miles an hour to try and catch up and see what these things are. And it said that they were not able to catch them. They were no closer to figuring out who or what could be behind the squadron of drones. So there's a lot of theories. Some people are speculating that private companies could be using the aerial robots to survey for like oil or natural gas, or that someone's doing practice runs for like a drone show at a sporting event, or perhaps the government or the military is behind them and, they're just taking them out at night so that people don't really see them. However, the military has said that the drones don't belong to them or come from any local bases. And in a statement, the Federal Aviation Administration said that it was in contact with local law enforcement, but we don't have any concrete information to act on at this time. So even the FAA doesn't know what it is. The FAA also came out and announced last week that it was promoting a rule change that would require most drones to be identified remotely so that law enforcement and federal agencies can ascertain who's flying them. So this whole thing that's been going on for a couple weeks now, like since before Christmas, has now prompted the FAA to make this new rule because nobody can figure out what this formation of weird drones is.
Dude, that's so strange.
Isn't it crazy? And they are also, let me point this out before you put your opinion in, that the local sheriff's department say that the drones appear to be flying high enough that they aren't breaking any like laws, like trespassing laws, but they're warning people not to fire at them because shooting down an aircraft, even a drone, is a federal offense. But they don't know what they are or who's flying them.
The people that would shoot down a drone are not the people that care if you tell them not to shoot down a drone.
I understand. Yes, I agree with you.
Wow, man. I mean, you almost want to shoot one down
just to see what it is.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? You would think, I mean, this story's been going around for weeks now, and it's at mainstream media. You would think that if it was somebody just practicing for like a show or, you know, recreation, they would come forward and say, hey, that's me. It says they're not breaking any laws.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't someone just come forward and say, oh, those are my drones, or hey, we're looking for oil, or, you know.
All right. So, I mean, for a drone, though, 6 feet wingspan is huge.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, that's the size of a plane.
It's gigantic.
Almost.
And then 70 miles an hour.
Well, they said they were driving up to 70 miles an hour to try and catch it. And they claim that they can go very fast up and down, you know, hover and everything. So it's very unusual. You know, the military did say it wasn't theirs, but that doesn't mean that it's not really theirs.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
I mean, this is a crazy story that I would really like to earmark, just to see where it goes. Opinion wise, I don't have one.
I don't really either.
It's too early, but it's strange, and you know, very well could be some kind of explanation there. There are drone shows.
There are.
You know, but those drone shows, I don't think they're normally so big.
Right.
The drones themselves.
Right.
Because to be that many drones of that size,
Right.
that's insane.
Yeah.
That's so I don't know. That's weird. You're right. It's probably military, but
Right. Well, and like I said, if it was something for a drone show, why wouldn't they just call the police and be like, "That's us"? You know.
you would think somebody would know by now.
Right. Right.
Or,
So.
you know, or if it was that big of a company that they would have even, you know, said, "Hey, we're down here at the, you know, Kellogg plant. We're going to be doing this for a parade." And
Yeah, between 7 and 10 p.m. And we're not, you know, we're going to fly them high enough that we're not interfering with anybody. And
yeah,
there you go.
Just to let you know. So okay.
So speaking of mysteries, let's talk about something mysterious in space.
Oh, it's space.
So this is about something that they've never seen before,
Well, that could be a lot of things.
and it's on the moon.
Oh, it can be even more things.
So scientists have been scouring the lunar surface for clues to past impact rates. And this is something that they do quite often
I do
because
that
they try, as scientists are trying to date things on the Earth, they like to look at the craters on the moon because the craters on the moon have not been disturbed because there's no atmosphere. You know, they're basically,
I get it.
if there's a crater, it's going to stay there. And as the scientists were scouring the lunar surface, looking at these craters, they were looking at this region that they say has a crater with a basin that appears to contain pristine impact melt, which is like this volcanic rock that stays in the middle of the crater that they can actually date.
Yeah.
So they can see kind of how long ago it was that it was hit. Now, as they were looking at this, they happened to notice this huge bump, like a blister,
Right.
on the moon. And apparently it's the size of Washington, D.C. And it is unlike anything else seen in the solar system. Apparently it's a volcanic lump that appears to have been inflated and cracked by some kind of peculiar underground magmatic activity. And they can't explain it. They have absolutely no idea how it came to be, what created it, and they're completely, this guy says he's thoroughly confused by it. Has absolutely no idea what it is.
Well, that goes against every model they have ever thought of. It's very nuts. That's crazy. It makes me think again of Mount St. Helens, though.
So I'm not
Stay
sure.
away from the bump.
I'm not entirely sure. Like, they've just discovered it and they're completely confused. I'm not sure if they're going to try and go poke at it
I'd bomb it.
or what they're going to do. But the fact that it was created by some kind of underground magma, you know, and they
right.
don't understand what that is, that's really crazy. You would think that we would know everything there was to know about the moon.
Well, you would think, but
Right.
and we might, but maybe someone at a university doesn't.
True.
When I say we, somebody in mankind knows about it. That's a weird one, man. You know, the moon. There's certain things about the moon that freaks me out.
Right.
I mean, a lot of things. But one of those things is the giant craters that you can see with your naked eye.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So we can go out here right now and look at the big cheese ball up there, and those humongous craters. Does it ever bother you that those craters they're there? They've always been there, but yet we don't see big things crash into the moon all the time.
Well,
have you ever thought about that?
Yes. I don't know if we would see things crash.
Well, yeah, we would see one of those.
Probably.
If you could see the damn crater with your naked eye from Earth.
Didn't they just recently catch something crashing into the moon during like the eclipse or something? Like it was a really rare
but it wasn't
event. It wasn't big like that.
it wasn't one of the ones like, we're talking these giant freaking divots.
Well, that's one of the reasons why they're studying it, because they feel like there was a period in time millions of years ago. They call it the late heavy bombardment,
right?
When even Earth was being hit with those bigger rocks, and that's how they want to say that life got here.
Right.
But like I said, they can't date that kind of stuff on Earth because there's too much stuff going on down here. So they do it on the moon.
But it makes me not want to be on the moon.
Right, because you never know when it's going to happen again.
Right. When you're standing in a crater that you need a jetpack to get out of.
Right.
You don't want to get hit by one of those things. To me, because it doesn't happen all the time. And, it's just going with what's different here. It's like that there really was that interplanetary war. And what we're seeing is maybe remnants of a nuclear,
like the aftermath of the.
Well, yeah, like nuclear type weapons, just like in the Hada Maja,
right, I gotcha.
And where they talk about things like that, because hey, let's go walk around this desert with glass that can only be done by the heat of a nuclear bomb, and
right.
There's a lot of things that out there that really lend themselves to that kind of thinking. Dinosaurs being gone,
right?
Who knows, right? But it's interesting. I don't know. It's and maybe they've got some wonderful excuse they've come up with for it. But I don't think people. It's one of those things I started out the show talking about. You always accept it because that's the way it's always been,
right?
But it's always bothered me because I know that with the naked eye, how big something has to be for you to actually be able to discern something on it. And when I can look up there and see these craters, man,
right?
And that's all you see. And you would think that at least since we've been looking at it and have film to study it, since we've had cameras, there's probably not been a moment that somebody hasn't had it pointed at the moon.
Right. Somebody's looking at it.
Somebody. And you would think that after all this time that we would have seen one. If all you've got is pock marks,
right?
You would think that after all this time that would happen.
You would think so, but I don't know.
Anyway, I'm sorry. It's just something I think about.
That's fine. I think it's interesting that we found something new so close. Like right there on the moon.
Yeah.
And something they don't understand. All right. Well, speaking of space, just a little update here. Space Force is a thing.
Right.
It has been signed in. It passed the vote. They voted overwhelmingly to pass it. It was a $738 billion defense policy bill that part of it did create America's first ever Space Force.
Yes.
Along in the same defense policy, I will point out that federal workers got 12 weeks of paid paternal leave. And I believe there was a pay raise in there.
Yeah.
For federal work for military or something like that.
Right.
So
it's good. We're going to send you to Pluto.
Yeah. So we're going to bump your pay.
Enjoy
3%.
Enjoy the baby. You might want to go ahead and have the baby. Enjoy the baby. We're going to give you a little extra pay, and then we're going to put you in a tin can. See you later.
But they did actually sign it in. There is a video out there I will link to of President Trump announcing it, and they unfurl the flag, and they talk a little bit about it. There's like an interview where they talk about the priorities and what they're really looking for. I think it said that there aren't going to be troops in space anytime soon, that it's mostly just going to be taking over what has already being done, but you never know.
Yeah, no, it's right now the prime directive is more than any other country. Our country uses our satellites for guidance, GPS.
Communication.
If they were taken out, it would our boys would be blind, is how they said it and how they termed it. Because we've got the most advanced weaponry in the game. Having the most advanced weaponry is good and bad. So a good EM blast, and you've got the most ineffective military, because we don't even need troops on the ground at all. We can fight a war from here if we want to. And, we've seen that all the way back to the original Desert Shield. That was one of the first times we seen a war that, even though you bring the troops in later, you can send the Air Force in, and, you have the night vision, you have this, and basically laser blast, all this stuff. But it's amazing where we're at with that. If we didn't have the guidance systems, though, probably the people that have the rocks and the bats are going to win. Right. So it's very important to, and especially because of, I know Russia recently put up a satellite or something it was more geared toward that kind of thing. And so did China. And I know China's was also more of a military deal.
I definitely feel like we're getting into another like space race kind of thing.
Well, I mean, if they have something up there that they can take out some of our important satellites, and of course they're doing that. If I was China or Russia or somebody like that, I would absolutely have stuff up there already that can maybe do one of those EM blasts in space. Even if you took out your own thing, at least you're taking out theirs. Right. It's very vulnerable. So we need some kind of protection. We need protection around it. We need little satellite, maybe drones. Right. Battle drones that could be up there and just
battle drones. If we were kids right now, you would totally want to grow up and be in the Space Force.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You'd be like, I want to join the Space Force.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the next step, because I always, that would be amazing. But right now, they say the troop thing, of course, we don't even have the capabilities really for that kind of stuff. But and there's no reason. There's not an enemy. No. But it is protection. And it's basically, Reagan did the Star Wars thing, which I still believe is active. But that was to shoot down ballistic missiles, from space, and be able to do that. I know we have technology from carriers and from things to be able to do that. And a lot of times they successfully do that. I know that there was a rocket shot just last week at Israel. And it could have really took some people out. And I know that they had the anti-aircraft, whatever, took it out and was able to shoot that down. That's some pretty big technology. And I wish there was a way where we could take everybody's missiles, okay, at the same time. Everybody's missiles, everybody's nuclear weapons, and throw them all, shoot them all into space, like at Europa or something. We'll find out real quick if they've got life. Yeah. But
100 years from now, somebody's going to be like, what the hell?
But
you started this war, man. You started it.
Just shoot it outside the galaxy. And but it's can you imagine? It's like, sir, it doesn't look knock made. This is definitely not natural.
It does not look like a coordinated effort.
There's a bunch of archaic missiles, it looks like. How many? 10 million. Okay. Let's go find out what they did, I mean, it's just, how cool would it be, I mean, I know that by using missiles and stuff, we save the lives of soldiers or whatever, but you're killing way more people, I think we should always just hand-to-hand fight, or guns. I'm okay with that. I think we should have I think I came up with the idea once, get your guy and I'll get my guy. If we have a conflict, let's agree on the terms and get in the octagon.
Trial by combat kind of thing. Have a champion.
Trial by combat. And you just have to go with the terms, man.
Let the gods decide.
I mean, it's about as fair as it gets. on either side, and I would even okay steroids. Seriously, okay steroids, eye gouging.
I believe gene editing would come into play then.
Well, I'm just
very
saying.
Quickly.
I'm talking about to the death.
Right.
And to the death, hand to hand, Roman Coliseum, anything goes.
Right.
Anything goes.
Mm-hmm.
So as far, you can't take a gun in there.
Right.
But hand to hand, that would be so exciting. Plus, we could market it, and I think the countries would get along just from the fact that we go to a neutral site and get into. We need to build a new Roman Coliseum and just call it the Coliseum.
Right.
Have like an island, like a private island, where people can come in and build it where there's 500,000 people can be there together, and we're all like partying and we enjoy watching the death, and then we're like, I'm not so mad anymore, and here's what you want, and countries would just start conflicts. They'd be like, I don't know, Taiwan would be like, you're taking your trash back, Canada, and they have the Canadian versus. That was some good stuff.
Oh, wow.
Sorry,
that's okay.
But think of the lives it saves.
True. And the entertainment value.
The entertainment value is important. It's paramount.
Be a much happier world. All right. So
everybody got it until PC culture. All of a sudden, it's like, ooh, we can't let them die. Listen, go back to the Mayans. Everybody praises them for all their advanced technology and how smart they were, but man, they don't talk about their games, do they? Do you know?
Pretty sure they sacrificed people.
Yeah. Do you know what happened when they didn't win? Not a good thing. You know how they got their good harvest? It's like, hey, Harvey, you're up, and they tell you, hey, this is an honor. Oh, well, I know. And your wife is hot as hell. Hey, how you doing? We'll take good care of her, Harvey.
All right. Well, let's move on to a story, just a weird story that happened pretty close to us in Nashville. And
that's my home away from home.
This is about a woman who shot her boyfriend.
Oh.
Sadly, because she claims that something in her house told her to do it.
It wasn't me. I've been there a lot, but
it was not. According to the Metro Nashville Police, Christina Arnold, she's only 28, she called 911 and she told them that she shot her boyfriend in his home because something told her to do it. And the police also said that Arnold told the officers that the devil was in the home and that she was told that she needed to shoot him. She shot him in the head.
Well, if you're going to do it.
And the victim was 47 years old. He was taken to Vanderbilt University Medical Center. He did later pass away. So she has been charged. At the time, it says she was charged with attempted criminal homicide. I'm sure they've upgraded that now since he's since passed away. But it was very strange that she noted that, she called 911 on her own. So it's not like she was trying to get away with anything, but it was weird that she said that something in the house that she felt was evil told her to do it, and obviously she couldn't not do it.
Right. So she's saying like a possession type thing.
Right. Right.
I really hope that they go in depth with, psychological evaluations and
right.
all that good stuff, because we've touched on it before.
We have.
How many insane asylums are filled with people who were possessed and had no idea. They do the temporary insanity thing, right? I can tell you from personal knowledge, when you get that mad, that instantly mad, I think you open yourself up for whatever evil is following you around to jump right in.
Absolutely.
Or it's pushed and manipulated things to this point where it can have that opportunity for your guard to be down, because at that point you don't think straight. And I personally have been so mad that I have tried, I've taken swipes and tried catching somebody at one point, and I seen everything in my head, and I could talk about it because it's not how I am.
Right.
And it's terrifying to me because I knew what I was going to do, and I would have done it. I would have had no problem doing it. And at that point, there's no turning back. There's no coming back from that.
Right. Well, that's like we talked about it in our book. about going on investigations and being in the right frame of mind.
Yeah.
You know, because you open yourself up to all kinds of things when you're not in the right frame of mind.
Absolutely. It's and I just, it can happen so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it can really happen so quickly, but it doesn't even sound like it was something like that with her.
No.
So I would go back through text messages that he had. I would go back through, make sure he didn't have a girlfriend, right? Make sure there wasn't anything leading up to that.
Well, she was a lot younger than him. He was like 47 and she was 28.
Yeah.
So, and of course,
So
the articles,
she probably was the girlfriend.
the article is not very in depth. It didn't give a lot of background details or details about their life or anything. It was just sort of a quick little spot.
I don't
in the
get
news.
it. I don't get it because look, man, if you're deciding to kill me and you're just gonna kill me and then call 911, I mean, you're killing yourself too.
Right. Right.
Because your life is then over. That's, you know, that never makes sense to me because of the fact that if I was going to do it, I would like to think I could plan it out in such a way that, you know, if I felt that I had to do it, and I don't know what gets in their minds anyway, because I would just leave.
Right.
I mean, you can kill someone without killing them, you know, just kill them in your life, you know, and go somewhere else and get away from the situation. But
Right.
that's weird. That's a weird one.
It
Sounds 101 demon, don't it?
It does. It does. I'll see if there's an update on that at some point in time. All right. So let's move on to this interesting story about a company who has promised to make robot clones of anyone you like, even your dead relatives.
Shut up.
So this is a Russian robot company called Promobot. And of course, they announced earlier this year that they're entering the robot clone market with bots designed to look just like humans, any humans you want. And they claim that everyone will now be able to order a robot with any appearance for professional or personal use. Now, these are not walking around robots. What they make is basically a torso and a head. There's like a screen attached. It's able to move its neck, eyes, eyebrows, and lips to make facial expressions. And it does make quite a lot of facial expressions, but they're meant to work both at home and in the workplace. So it's called Android Robo C. And if you go to their website, I went to their website, they have one on their website that is like an example.
Team, I'm glad everybody could make it today for the board meeting. And you know, we here at Krieger and Krieger, we've been making fine quality toys now for over 200 years. Just really excited. I wanted to share something with everyone. We all know we like innovation. Being that the board is here in full, and hey, hello, Sally, it's nice to see you again. Being that you're here in full, obviously, as you can see behind me on the wall in this beautiful oversized velvet painting of our founder, Jimmy Krieger, and Mr. Krieger. You know, back in the early 1800s, he founded this wonderful company, and we've been able through technology with our partner over here, Nikolai. Nikolai was able to smarten us up to his cousin has a company, and well, you know what? Just from now on, we're going to have a little flavor in here, sitting here at the head of the table where he belongs. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you here, and let me pull the sheet off. Hello. It's nice to see everyone. Yeah, as you can see, this is Mr. Krieger. An exact likeness of Mr. Krieger, and we're going to have him here working in the office. He is programmed for that. So we're pretty much just going to let him tell us what we need to do from now on. I mean, the program for work,
Right.
I honestly believe that you'll see like maybe behind glass or something, the founder
Right.
of companies, you know, go in there. It's like the Ford Museum. It's like, hey, and ladies and gentlemen, exact likeness of Henry Ford.
Well, that's right. I
Let
mean,
me out of the glass.
they had one.
I'm a smart robot.
They had a picture of one that looked like maybe Einstein or something, but the ones for professional use are more like informational. You know, you can ask them questions.
They're exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, they can answer questions. They can engage in small talk. I know the personal ones that you can buy for your own home, you know, you can make them out of any likeness. They're conversational, so they can, you know, recognize your face. They can manage your home appliances. They can read you the news.
I just got so creeped out thinking about a parent dying and having the parent there just to talk to you. No.
Right. Well, it says the company reportedly already has customers, and one family is looking to have robot clones made of their deceased parents who will greet guests at their home. So they'll be there. And I guess when people come over, they're greeted by likenesses of their dead parents. But you can obviously ask them any questions, and, you know, they're supposedly very helpful. Could you imagine having your deceased mother read you the news every day when you get up and you're eating your Cheerios? Your mom's telling you the stories. It's weird. It's weird. But you do, you know, you get to buy it, and you can buy it now. It's available on their website.
Do they have sex versions?
No, it's just a head and a torso.
I understand.
No,
There's a lot
I don't.
you can do with heads and torsos.
I don't think that that's the kind of thing that they.
I know, but maybe they should partner.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
I mean, if you could make anybody,
right,
it'd be interesting.
So, very interesting story. Definitely go to the website and watch the videos. It's interesting.
Hello.
Yes, Mrs. Love Hewitt. We wanted to, and you probably don't have a reason to be alarmed, but we just wanted to contact you and ask you if you've ever heard of a gentleman, John Edwards.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, like I said, there's no reason to be alarmed.
Who is this?
Well, we're the sexual robotic corporation of clones for naughtiness, and this Mr. Edwards in Virginia. He also sent one to another address in like Maine and something in California. I don't know. He has several addresses. It says, please say it's peanuts. I don't know what it's all about on the boxes. But yeah, he's ordered 7 different versions of you from throughout your career. He ordered 2 from the prostitute show you did not so long ago. And it just said, I'm a big fan of MILFs. So I don't know what that's about. But we don't think you need to be alarmed. But we just wanted you to be aware, you know, so... Not that I would do that. I'm just using an example.
Right. That's just a very vague example.
Well, you said vague example.
Yeah, I was being funny.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. No, it was super specific.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I think you would enjoy it too.
I was trying to play it off.
You can enjoy it too. It's fun for the whole family.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's go on to this next story. And this is probably going to be my favorite story of the whole night.
Okay.
So it's about an Antiques Roadshow experts.
Oh, I love Antiques Roadshow.
Love that show. So this is about a man. He's a glass specialist. His name is Andy McConnell.
Mm-hmm.
And on the show, the roadshow was in a place called Trellissick, Cornwall. And this is back in 2016,
right.
Okay? This man named John brought to him this corked bottle that he found in his house. And the bottle, the specialist said, dated back to like the 1840s.
Right.
And he was so excited because he said that it looked like it was a 150-year-old bottle of like port wine.
Right.
And he was over the moon about it. And he said he wanted to taste it. So the owner let him put a syringe in through the cork and draw out some of the liquid so that he could see, you know, the expert could see what was in the bottle. So the expert, Andy, he got the syringe and he was looking at it, and, you know, it was a little bit brown, but he was like, you know, it's very brown, but I'm going to taste it because, you know, it's a 150-year-old wine.
Right.
You know,
right.
and he's an expert in these things. So he tasted it. It was repulsive. And he said, I think it's port. You know, port or red wine. He's like, or it's full of rusty old nails and I'm drinking rust, you know? So since then, recently, it has emerged that he was kind of right about the rust. So they were speaking to the host, the recent host of Antiques Roadshow. And Andy and John found out that the bottle was a witch's bottle.
Oh my God, no.
Apparently, John had found it buried at the threshold of his house, and it is from the 1840s.
Oh no.
But this concoction that he drank was actually...
Oh no. No.
Brass pins, liquid, you know, urine.
Yeah.
A tiny bit of alcohol, a human hair, and a little creature called an ostracod, which is like a little shrimp. You know, like those little shrimpy things you get in the little, you know, thing where you grow your own family or whatever. Yeah, it's something like that. It's a little shrimpy thing like that. These things are all in this bottle. And it was buried to ward off witches. And apparently this glass expert thought it was wine and drank it.
I'm so repulsed. I mean,
so he was.
they put like Aunt Flo in there too. I mean, like
well,
it's got.
I don't think this one had that. They tested everything that was in it, but it was urine from the 1840s.
My God, can you imagine? I mean, pee's bad to start with, but
Right.
but pee from the 1840s.
Right. Well, she asked him. She said, you know, this is a talisman against witchcraft, you know, against curses, against misfortune coming to the home. She's like, are you glad you tried it? And, you know, he was really in a good sport about it. I mean, what else could he do?
On TV he was.
And yeah, he was like, you know, it was too much of a good opportunity to pass up, you know, had it really been wine. I bet he doesn't taste anything like that anymore.
Who would do that? Like that's. I don't care if I was caught up in the TV show or not. Like I would
Right.
want that stuff tested.
Right, before you drank it?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Because you don't know. It could have been poison. It could
Yeah.
have been a bottle of poison.
It totally could have been from then.
Yeah,
I
you
mean, it
don't
basically
know.
was.
So
I mean, I would like to find some old school absinthe. That'd be like, let me try this. Ooh, I'm going to write a song.
I kind of want to go back to the episodes in 2016 and find that one.
Yeah.
And see him like looking at it going, oh, it's very brown, but drinking it anyway.
Man, does every house in England have a freaking witch's bottle like buried in front of it?
Possibly. I probably would have put it back. I probably wouldn't have.
Oh yeah, they're
Once I
going to
took
get
it
like
up.
plagued now. There's probably like some Broomhilda, the ghost of Broomhilda's been standing outside that place.
She's like, I know if I wait here for 200 years.
Someone will dig it up.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, can you see why I love that story?
Yeah,
that was a great story.
That's wild.
I feel so bad for him. Oh, ugh.
I would still throw up. Like,
Yeah. Just thinking about it.
yeah.
People would bring it up and I'd be like, oh. All right. Well, let's move on to a ghost story. Okay. So this is from Lincolnshire.
yes. Keeping in the mother country.
So this is a story about a man named Dr. Rob Gandy. And he works as a health statistician, but he travels around the UK and he also catalogs paranormal events. It's like you know, he has his Bruce Wayne job and then he has his paranormal job. And he has been trying to catalog some of the hauntings in Lincolnshire. And he was asking about a specific kind of haunting, and he wanted people to call him and give him, you know, write him and send him their personal
that.
experiences. And he noticed when people were calling in and giving him these experiences that there were multiple witnesses that say that there was a haunting on this place called Scunthorpe Road. And a
sounds
lot of
ominous.
people have seen this tall ghost in fancy dress.
Oh.
Is how they say it. Now, when I first read this article, I swear I thought that said a tall ghost in a fancy dress.
Right, no,
but then they were like,
yeah.
it's a guy. And I was like, why is he wearing a fancy dress? I
Right.
don't understand.
Right. No, I got you.
Had to read that a couple of times.
But he could be Stacey. You know.
He could be. He could be. But apparently there's been several reports of seeing the same man on the same stretch of road. And if you live in that area, you're going to know exactly where this is. But there are a lot of haunted places in this area, in this Lincolnshire area.
Right.
And so if you go to this article and you read, it'll give you the very specific areas with these very specific, you know, haunted stories. And there's also a way on there to contact Rob Gandy if you have your own personal experience from that area.
Right.
I guess he's trying to put together some kind of
Research.
you
Yeah.
know, but I don't know if he's writing a book or what he's doing, but very interesting. I guess they call it the Scotter Road Spectre. That was the one that he was looking for to begin with.
I do believe that there's a Lincolnshire haunting that is bloody famous. And it's got to do with witches. It's like up there with Pendle witches. And
Right. Well, I mean, according to this article, it turns out that Lincolnshire is pretty haunted.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of different spots. And this one particular ghost, I mean, people have seen him in the light, like under the street lights.
Wow.
And he looked like a person, but then he was gone. And all of the testimonials are very similar. So
I'd like to know his story.
yeah, it's interesting that they all have the same, like, different people have the same encounter with this particular spirit. So it doesn't really go in depth in this article too much, but if you live in that area, if you've had that kind of experience, definitely get a hold of him and let him add to his collection, because that could be very interesting to put together.
That chap was robbed, and he's hastily buried there, and just wanting people to
know that he's there.
Yeah, they're wanting people to like get some like LiDAR or something, whatever you can do, like the
Right.
penetrating radar,
It'd be interesting to do that just to see.
and find the body.
Do you think he'll ever be found
I do now.
now that they're bringing attention to it?
But now that they're bringing attention to it, I just, because being in the fancy dress, he's still probably confused,
Right.
and he's more than likely was on his way back or to a event or a gala or a party or something,
Right.
and was robbed by some transients or something, and
He might just be on the side of the road looking for help, trying to flag somebody down.
maybe so. It'd be interesting to find him though in that fancy dress.
It would,
And
like in some kind of shallow grave or something.
Give
on
him
the side of the road.
proper respect, and bury him on consecrated ground, and
Yeah. So if there's anybody out there that knows somebody that can use LiDAR, that will go to that area.
yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you can just walk over there
yeah.
and scan it.
It shouldn't take very long from that. If they've got a specific area, it shouldn't take very
They
long.
do. It's like a specific stretch of
And
road.
you know where the dirt road was at one time. So I would go over to the embankments and stuff and just check,
Right.
Interesting stuff, but
It is.
that's the first place I would go with it.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. All right, so let's move on to a very interesting, mysterious story from a museum. So this is from a museum in Russia. So in this museum in Russia, they have a meteorite on display, and it's in like this glass dome, like case, so people can't touch it.
Right.
So recently, the workers are at a loss to explain a mysterious incident in which the heavy glass dome covering this big, massive meteorite inexplicably elevated on its own. And it was a very strange event that was caught on their security cameras, and it was at the State Historical Museum of the Southern Urals. And it's one of their signature attractions, and it's an 1,100-pound piece of a meteorite that famously fell to Earth back in 2013 and caused considerable damage to that community.
Yeah.
And it's, housed under the thing, and they claim that the only way that display could be lifted is by a remote control. And the remote control was locked away at the time of the incident. And some of the museum workers are now jokingly offering, supernatural explanations. And it was put up on like Twitter by the Siberian Times. They put the video up, and they said it was a weird story, that, something had to have gone wrong with the mechanism, but the people at the museum insist that they and faulty electronics had nothing to do with it. That like there's no way they could do it because the remote was locked away, and that there isn't anything wrong with the display case. But if you watch the video, the case lifts up, and then after a little bit, it like goes back down, just completely on its own. People walking around and everything.
Absolutely insane. That's the meteor that blew out, that everybody sees the pictures of. Happened during the daytime.
Right.
Went over Russia, Siberia, or whatever, and it blew out the windows, and it made the big horrible sounds, and it was something you don't see every day. It was a huge story for us.
Right.
And to have that there, being it was such an anomaly, really, that the way that thing did and the damage. The video of this is, it's really scary. Just seeing it. I don't go paranormal. I go absolute extraterrestrial. And here's why. If there was something about that was not as much meteorite as you think, like,
Right.
you know, something to do with that, it was something that they need or whatever. If a craft was near,
Right.
it'd be interesting if it would start.
Well, another interesting part, and you can't tell this from the video, but it says it in the article that when the display case rose a few inches, it set off the alarms because it lifted up high enough for that to happen.
Wow.
So that would explain why it stopped and then maybe went back down.
Yeah.
Like maybe somebody's like, oh crap, they didn't know that was going to happen.
Right.
And the museum administrators even said that they spoke to all of their specialists in electronics and wiring, and every single one of them said that it was impossible to have it open by itself.
Wow.
That there was nothing wrong with it and there was no reason for it to do that. So definitely crazy. It's cool they caught it on video, but I don't know, very weird.
I absolutely think that was a interstellar care package for some UFOs that are here already.
Right.
And that was like a refueling top deal.
Right.
Or something they desperately need. And something went wrong with it. And basically, the best way to get it here is to make it look like, you know, that it's there as a meteor or whatever.
Right.
It just seems that way. And that's just a nutty story. I mean,
It is.
even paranormally, I just don't see the correlation with it being, you know, with the paranormal part. It just seems like something we wouldn't understand, like some kind of extraterrestrial thing, like where it was they're all about floating cows, you know. I mean, it's just nuts. And watch the video, folks. If you haven't seen the video, it'll keep you up a little bit at night.
It is pretty crazy. All right, so let's move on to this next story, and this is from New Orleans. And I just thought this was an interesting article because it's not something that I ever knew about. And it's a story about the time that the Saints used an actual voodoo priestess to end the Superdome curse.
Yeah, man.
Do you know about this?
I do. I do, but only because I read the story.
So the New Orleans Saints didn't win a single playoff game in their first 33 years.
Yep. Famously.
In their home building, you know, not even their home building. And people started to wonder if maybe it wasn't such a great idea to build the dome on top of this old, like, cemetery area in the early 1970s, that perhaps it was cursed. And I think that they did a story about this on like a ESPN's 30 for 30 podcast. It was called Cursed and Blessed, and I think they did this story is why it's kind of coming around again now. But apparently the Saints in 2000 decided to bring in the big guns, as they call it. And before their wild card playoff game against the St. Louis Rams, they held a voodoo ritual in the middle of the field to cleanse the Superdome of negative spirits. So they brought in a voodoo priestess named Ava K. Jones. And she wore a large boa constrictor around her neck, and she carried a custom-made voodoo doll, a gree-gree bag, and a bottle of gin. And she was accompanied by drummers and dancers. And it was while all the people were in the building.
Oh, my God.
It was an entertainment thing, but it was a real voodoo ritual. And, you know, they claim, you know, we'd never won a playoff game. Everybody's like, what is it? You know, because nobody really wanted to say that it was the football team.
Right.
You know, it had to be a curse. And so, you know, they made it this entertainment piece before the game, and they won.
That's so nuts.
Isn't it crazy? And I thought it was really cool about this voodoo priestess, Ava K. Jones. She's the one that they based the voodoo lady from Princess and the Frog, the Disney's Princess and the Frog, Mama.
The one out in the woods.
Yeah, the little woman that's so funny.
Yeah.
This is who Disney based that off of. So she is just this adorable woman. She has this big snake. But when she did the voodoo ritual, like I said, it was a real one. People in the crowd, you know, were into it. They were lending their energy. They were even, you know, saying like the word they use for amen. It's like ash or something like that. And after they finished the ceremony, in the actual Superdome, they went around the French Quarter, like around the area, and did other little ceremonies in other places until they found out that the Saints won. So they just did it continually through the game. And supposedly that broke the curse. I mean, there was like 67,000 fans in there fueling this thing, the prayers and things like that. And she said that was key to it working, which I totally agree with.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you have that many people really lending, their energy to that, that's really going to happen.
I love that story.
It's a great story. And I thought it was interesting because she talked about everything she used. And the reason that she brought the snake, because that was used to pay tribute to Marie Laveau, the voodoo queen. And she filled the gree-gree bag with like roots and herbs and charms. And she included like some John the Conqueror root and magnetic sand and frankincense and myrrh to attract good fortune. And, it wasn't like some weird, scary, creepy thing. It was just this really awesome ritual, just to kind of cleanse the building. And there was talk of the Superdome being haunted. And it really picked up like in 1987 when there was like a collection of bones and pieces of gravestones that were unearthed by construction crews, like just outside the building.
Right.
Even though I don't think it was a secret that it was built like
Right.
on this area of a cemetery, I think digging that stuff up, maybe that sort of made people start thinking about the curse thing.
Well, I mean, absolutely, the place is going to have hauntings. You can't be that big of a building and not have spirits. Read our book.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to be there. So just that's really, really an awesome story, man. I love when a community will be that into, being down with it. Makes me want to move to New Orleans. Seriously, man. I love all that flavor anyway. I think I would really be at home down there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. So let's go on to our next story. And this is a Bigfoot story. And, we're just going to touch a little bit of everything
I like touching everything.
in this show. So this is a story from Oregon, which is a big Bigfoot area. Bigfoot area.
It's the biggest Bigfoot.
It's the biggest
area.
Bigfoot
It's one
area.
of the biggest. They have huge foots up there.
So this is like a story and an update all in one. So there was a Facebook page set up to monitor police and fire scanner reports in Morrow County. And recently they received a frantic call from a motorist who had seen something unusual on the side of the road. He claimed that he encountered a creature at the side of the road near the Hood River exit. And he claimed it was a gargantuan biped that was dwarfing the guardrail. And it was too big to be a bear. And, the dispatcher they wanted to solve the mystery. So the dispatcher reportedly checked traffic cameras in the area, that just take random pictures.
That's awesome.
And was able to pull up images of the very same stretch of road at the time that this guy said he saw the sighting. And incredibly, the images show a large figure on the side of the road. And it's dark, but you can clearly see this gargantuan, too big to be a bear thing on the side of the road. And so, this story went out and everybody was like, oh my gosh, Bigfoot sighting in Oregon, totally possible.
Was it a moose?
No, there is an update though, where somebody else found the same image from the same stretch of road, but during the day instead of at night. And it turns out that in that very spot is a very large tree. And you can see it clearly in the day.
Right.
And you can tell that it's the tree once you see it. So it makes me wonder what that guy was doing driving down the road. And then all of a sudden, because it's not the only tree on the road, there are other trees. So all of a sudden, he just passed this one and was like, I think I just saw Bigfoot. Either that or he really did see Bigfoot standing next to the tree. And now we're all just like, oh, it's a tree.
Yeah.
You're crazy.
Because they pop behind trees pretty quickly.
They do. They stand beside trees a lot. We have a lot of stories where they stand very still beside trees and kind of blend in.
Yeah.
So
I have a personal experience like that.
So it's one of those two things, but I wanted to give the update because I know that story went out. It was a couple days between those two those two things. But I thought that was really funny. That poor guy scared himself to death.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, at night, though, in the woods, things do look a lot different.
They do. And it's like an interstate, so who knows how fast he was driving,
Yeah.
and he just went past it and, probably got it out of the corner of his eye.
Already
kind of
thinking
thing.
about you're in Bigfoot country and,
And like you said, he very well could have seen a Bigfoot.
Yeah.
And we just didn't catch it on camera, and we're thinking that he saw the tree. So...
Yeah. Well, regardless, that's still a neat story that the person went to the extra mile to go look at the traffic camera.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting that the dispatcher,
Yeah.
Went and tried to figure it out
Yeah.
instead of just dismissing it like a crazy story.
I mean, if I had the traffic cameras, though, I would too.
Yeah, I would too. I would always look at the cameras. All right, so let's move on to this next story. And this is just sort of a weird, like, occult type story.
Yay.
Yeah. So this is about occult symbols that have been painted on a sheep that was killed and on the door of a church in these weird, like, attacks in Bramshaw, Hampshire.
Wow.
It's very strange. It's like a sheep and 2 cows have been attacked, as well as satanic symbols painted on the door of St. Peter's Church.
Oh, wow.
In Hampshire. And in the first incident, there was a dead sheep which had suffered a puncture wound to its side and was found like back in November. And a local resident, someone that didn't want to be named, found the sheep with a pentagram painted on its side, a star on its face, as well as an inverted cross and the number 666, which is linked to the devil, obviously, is what it says. Right. Just, they were genuinely shocked, absolutely couldn't believe that they found it. Like, why would somebody do this to a sheep? So then later they found a heifer and 2 calves also found with wounds in sort of the same area. And then close to that same time period, there was graffiti of an inverted cross and the number 666 found on the church door. And of course, the church door's been cleaned and repainted. It was kind of just a pain for them, like the incident. Nothing else happened to the church. But they claim that this is unusual activity for the area. So this particular area is like, it's called New Forest. It's like a common area where people that have animals can bring them there. Right. And everybody has access to it. They can all use it. It's just a shared piece of land. So any kind of attack on an animal there is very worrisome because it's a deterrent for people to allow the animals to come.
Right.
And, they don't want Satanists there killing all things and leaving it around. So I thought this was interesting, though, we even talked about earlier about the thing that happened in Oregon with the cows, and they didn't know the strange mutilated cows. And they speculated in that case if it could be, satanic or whatever. I think that if it was, it would be a little more blatant like this was. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is pretty blatant. I don't think there's any question. I feel like it's probably just kids.
Yeah, absolutely. Kids.
I don't think that it's anything super serious because a serious Satanist wouldn't leave such blatant evidence.
No, I mean, absolutely, it's kids. I mean, the dead giveaway is the 666. Just to be honest,
right.
It's more for shock value. It's probably somebody who actually goes to the church with their parents and a group of little misfeasants that
just want out for the shock value,
the attention, and they think they're Satanist, and they'll conjure a lower level demon that'll ruin their lives. So
probably
it all comes around.
They've probably already gotten their comeuppance.
I'm sure they have.
They did say in this article, I thought this was interesting, that this particular area does have a historical association with witchcraft. So that sometimes draws some people. And it says that some of the local shops trade on, that history, but that's normally more about fairies and not really so much about witchcraft. So I thought that was pretty interesting. But just a weird story. I hate that somebody's doing that,
To animals, man. Yeah.
It's weird.
I wouldn't screw with the fairies, by the way. If you're listening to the show, don't mess with the fairies.
All right, so let's go on to this next story, and this is a mysterious animal die-off. So this is a story about hundreds of birds that were found dead on a road in Anglesey. Now, the weird thing about this story is it happened one day. This woman reported it where she was driving to the doctor's office, and she happened to see all these starlings on the side of the road. They were flying around. They were in the field, and it was a large number of birds, and they took off, into the fields near the road. Well, so on her way back from the doctor, maybe an hour or so later, not too long.
She's got a good time for a doctor.
She does. A very large number of those birds were dead in the road. Just completely all over the place. And it was so many that she even called her boyfriend and had him come see, because she just had no idea what had happened. And they reported it to the police and the Animal and Plant Health Agency, who said they're looking into it, but nobody has any idea what happened to these birds.
Do you think they really care that much?
I'm sure they do. I mean, you don't want something going around that's going to kill hundreds of animals at a time.
Yeah, I mean, but like she gets called to the cops or something. Like, yeah, it's Mrs. Crawford again. She's killing birds. Do you think she released the thing? Well, we're pretty sure she's scaring them, sir. They have the thing that just it's blah, 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 blah. It's like a kite, but it's it scares the birds to death.
I don't know. It's a very strange story. Starlings are the kind of birds that you normally
They're the ones that have the little heart attacks.
hear about in this. But that
We
means,
had one story one time when they all had a little heart attack.
I think so. Yeah.
Yes, I know so. they did the test on them, and they were like, because I laughed and you got mad at me. They all had a heart attack at the same time, and I was like, what do you think they saw? Like, that's the bigger question.
I know, that's what I
Like,
think.
what the hell did they see?
Well, another strange thing about the story is it obviously happened during the day because she was going to the doctor.
Obviously.
And a lot of times you hear these stories, people are like, oh, it's the lights from the cities, and they're confused and that sort of thing. So
Could have been lightning.
it could have been. I mean, there's
Ball
a
lightning.
number of things, something to throw them off of where they were going.
Yeah.
Could have been a
I want to
UFO.
see the elusive ball lightning in person.
It's very rare.
I know.
It's very rare, but
The-
it's supposedly a real thing.
I really want to see it because I don't believe it.
You don't believe in ball lightning?
I don't believe anything till I see it. I mean, as much as I believe in, think how scary that is.
Right.
There's people at home right now are going, wait, he believes in aliens, believes in ghosts, believes in leprechauns. Wait a second. No, I mean, that's a little hardcore, but I am skeptical of some things if the government says it.
Right.
So the government tells me, oh, yeah, there's ball lightning. And I don't know why they sound like Jimmy Stewart.
I have no idea.
Like,
That is the ball lightning department.
Oh,
they all sound like that.
yeah, it's ball lightning. Merry Christmas. No, the thing. Oh, with a name like Smuckers, it's got to be good, man. That has nothing to do with anything, but for some reason, I like to say that stuff when it pops in my head. Like when I get a random Smuckers commercial in my head,
Right.
I'm thinking it has something to do with somebody out there. So
It must.
if it affected you, reach us at John and Stacey Edwards at paranormalsideshow.com. Is that right? Or is it Paranormal Sideshow at John?
It's paranormalsideshow@gmail.com.
See, I always forget. So try.
I kind of want john.com now though, so we can make.
God, can you imagine? Yeah, I can already see right now. I won't be able to sleep one night, and I'm going to go downstairs, and I'm going to turn it on like a rerun of Warehouse 13, and I'll be there at 4 a.m. I'll be watching it, and it'll go to a commercial, and it'll be like, "Hi, are you lonely tonight? Have you been needing a companion? Is your wife upstairs asleep? Does she say no when you nestle beside her? If so, you need to come to us at john.com. Because all of us here at john.com, well, all we want is a little John in our life, because Johns are,
Right.
yeah.
Super
But
special.
they're always very specific. Those women are always, I can't stand it. They entice me.
Right.
Those nasty sluts on those commercials get me every time because they're always just like laying there like me.
Right.
And they'll be like, are you as horny as me? Yeah. Does your wife want to sleep? Yeah.
And do you call them?
No. No, I only made that mistake like once. Well, twice. I had such a huge phone bill.
I'm sure.
My God.
I'm hoping you were young enough that your parents said something to you.
Oh, I was not living at home. I was That was my first apartment.
I see.
I had a lot of fun. It was like a party line. Mm-hmm. And I called it because, I told you.
Because the commercial told you to.
Yeah. Well, yeah, she was hot.
And they said you'd be talking to her.
Well, one of them. I wasn't stupid. I thought she might have a sister. So when I called, this is a true story. So I called the number. It was like
probably a 900 number.
No. It was like 011-117-1125 or it was like a bunch of numbers.
Right.
So I didn't care.
Right.
I was like, listen, it's only I know what it takes me to watch one of those movies. So I've never had like I could honestly, if they would give me a discount just to rent 5 minutes.
Right. That's all you need.
That's all I need. I'd be like, can I have the 5-minute one, please? It's like the argument thing on Monty Python.
Right. I just want a 10-minute argument, please.
Yeah. 10 minutes. I'd have all kinds of left over, but because when you get that specific thing, you're already in a certain place.
Right.
You know what I mean? And your own facilities they're all petered out. Like you've went through every one of your go-tos.
You're out of imagination now. Is that what it
your
is?
imagination's dried up. You're like, Jesus, I did that one at 3:00. That was yesterday's. That was in the washroom. No. And you're just like,
you're just bored with it all now.
I need something new. I need something new, a new experience here. So yeah, that's when Sally comes on TV and you're like, yeah, I'll do that. And so you go call, and of course I was lit because that was back when I still got lit.
Right.
So natural light was a bad thing for me, and I went in there and I called, and I remember back in the day, kids, when you still had cords on your phone.
You said it was a party line.
Yeah, so they didn't advertise that,
right?
But I called and I sit there and it was like, hello. And there was like all these different girls and they kept saying hello in a weird language.
Right.
Well, I mean, it wasn't English, but there was some weird lingual things happening.
Right.
So I could hear these brothers, and I don't care who likes this or who don't. You can tell the difference. You just can. You can tell if it's a Chinese guy or Japanese guy, a black guy or a white guy. Mm-hmm. And all the black guys out there are going to go, yeah, absolutely, Mm-hmm. So it was all these black dudes, and they were yo, what's up, yo. And I sat there and I was very amazed with the fact that all these girls were saying hello.
Right.
And all these black dudes were saying something back, but nobody was like
talking to each other.
Yeah, so I was like, hello. And like it was really weird because I was obviously the dude in the tie. I was like, hello. And somebody goes, hello. I was like, hey. Hello. I was like, is anybody on here? Hello. I was like, oh, hey, what's going on? And then this dude like butts in. He's like, what you doing? I was like, yo, man, it's all good. I was like, I'm talking, because she was like the loudest, like she came the closest to this phone.
Right.
And I don't know how it works. I'm telling you the absolute truth. And he's like, nah, what's going on? And so she's like, well, what you do? And he's like, what I do? What you do? What you doing right now? She's like, talking to you. I was like, oh, Jesus. And I just said it because I'm paying for this shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I was just like, hey, honey, are you doing something you probably wouldn't do at the mall? I'll never forget it. And I was like, this is expensive. I was like, so I need to think that. And the dude that I could hear the best, he starts laughing. And he's like, you doing something you shouldn't be doing at the mall. Shit, you're crazy. I won't say that, but let's just say he said, you're crazy, dude, Right. And I was like, well, I mean, come on. I was like, I'm about to talk to you. And he's like, oh man. he's like, you can tell he's stoned.
Did you just make him nervous then?
No, you could tell he was stoned.
Right.
And he was just laughing his ass off. So I spent the rest of the time talking to this black dude, creating a friendship. I found out that he lived in Cleveland.
Right.
Like dead in Cleveland. I was just like, wow. I was like, so you're like an inner city black guy. That's what I said to him. And he goes, what does that even mean? I was like, it means you're the real deal. I was like, you're not one of these rural black guys. You're not one of these, And he's like, man, I don't know if that's racist. or a compliment? And I was like, well, it's meant as a compliment because I probably wouldn't drive down your street without locking my doors. And he's like, he was just like, he hollered for a friend. And all I could imagine was this dude had, let's just say he had an instrument in his hand probably when he called.
Right.
And I just always like to think that he forgot about that and like hollered for his buddy. It's like, you know, like, hey, Jimmy, come in here for a second. You got to hear this white guy. You know, and he comes in there like, whoa, Roscoe. What?
Could you put that away first?
Yeah, well, what's going on, Roscoe? I just moved in. Damn. I hope his name was Roscoe.
Oh.
Anyway, that was so it was probably, I was only on there like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, maybe 30. But
well, you know, I know your concept of time, so that probably means 2 hours.
No. But on a shoot, the phone bill was $2,000.
Oh my God.
Give or take a couple of cents.
Right.
And this was a long time ago.
Yeah.
You know how long ago. You've already put together what time period.
Right.
So that phone bill comes. And on the commercial, it says, you know, you'll be billed indiscreetly or whatever.
Right.
Well, I swear to you, it was called like 900 Sex Phones of America or something. It was like the worst thing you could possibly say.
Right.
So I've never trusted that stuff like ever since. Whenever they're like, it's going to come to you discreetly. It's like sex toys. You know, like I expect some guy running down the street, Adam and Eve.
A big package with the big pictures on the side.
Edward's household, please. Edward's household, you know. The Blue Chew truck comes down with some deflated tires, you know, and a big old like long like poster box, you know, like, hey, Blue Chew. Yeah, so that happened, and I called another one, and this was when I lived in Asheville, and I called another one, and what it was I was trying not to cheat on my girlfriend at the time, and there was a girl that lived above me, and it was back when I used to partake in the herbal supplements.
Right.
And I always had it, and this girl came down, and I remember her name because it was the name of a president. If she happens to be listening to the podcast right now, I don't want to say her real name.
Right.
So let's just say it was something like Benna Franklin.
Right.
You know, like instead it used a guy's name, but
made it a girl's name. Gotcha.
So anyway, she came down, and she wasn't the hot one. I hope she is listening. she's like sitting there like, oh my God, I know who this guy. Hey, listen. And then all of a sudden she's like, oh. You know,
yeah, I remember him.
She had a friend named Liz, and
of course Liz is the pretty one.
Oh yeah, oh dude, Liz had the curly brown hair, and
it's like I live near two girls named Liz and Frank. Guess which one's the pretty one?
No, check this out, because it was Asheville. Everybody got high and was a hippie. Liz was a hippie chick. So the cool thing about hippie chicks is they're very open to promiscuous natures.
Free love.
Yeah. The bad thing about hippie chicks is they're not open to showers. Right. So
you can't have your cake and eat it too. Give and take here. Give and take.
You do not eat that cake. But she was, you know, she was spoiled brat. They had a lot of money. They both drove really nice cars. She didn't have underarm hair, but they would go out and trip acid in the Pisgah Forest, and they'd be gone for days. And they were heroes of mine because I would go to work.
Right.
And I would come back after 12 hours and I would hit a joint.
Right.
And drink a beer or two, and I'd go to bed, which was actually really responsible.
It was.
And especially for my age.
Right.
And they would be gone for days. And to me, that was so cool. That was so adventurous.
Right.
And they'd come back and they'd always come see me first. And they were still somewhat tripping. They were like riding the blue bus with Jim Morrison.
Right.
But they come in, and this one night, man, they were like telling me everything they'd done, and Liz was like, I tripped about you. I was like, did you? I was like, is that a good thing? I was like, I don't do acid. I don't know. And she goes, no, it was good. And I was like, was I a tree when you woke up? She's like, you don't wake up. And I was like, was I a tree when you came to? I was like, I'm just wondering. And she's like, it wasn't like that. We were in the sky. I was like, did we have diamonds? And she's just like, man, you ruin everything. I'll never forget that. She's like, everything's not a joke. Still haven't learned that. So I really didn't want to cheat. Okay?
Right,
I'm not a cheater. So they go upstairs, but man, I wanted to cheat. And the girlfriend I had at the time was just never around. She just, she was just like that. So anyway, her friend come down, and her friend's like, hey, Liz wants to know if you'll get high with her. And I was like, why didn't Liz come down? Because it was the weirdest thing.
Right.
All of a sudden, the dynamic had changed. And I was just like, why didn't Liz come down and ask? And she's like, oh, she just wanted me to find out. I was like, yeah, you guys can come down. I was like, I have enough. She's like, well, it'd just be you guys. Oh, you don't want to get... And she's like, no, I'll just be you guys. And I was like, I don't know. You know what? I was like, how about half an hour? So in that half hour, let's just say I wanted to make sure that I was on my best behavior.
Right. I gotcha.
So I called this number. And I actually, funny enough, had written it down a few days before because it was one of those History Channel nights.
Right.
And
you saw it on the History Channel?
it wasn't the History Channel.
Oh, I was going to say.
I was just being funny. It wasn't the History Channel.
I'm just curious if they were like suited to the channel, like maybe all the girls were studious on the History Channel.
No, so the truth is it was Sports Channel Philadelphia.
Oh, I see.
And it was ECW.
Oh, okay.
And I have them all taped.
But
And
definitely not studious then.
they came on it came on at 3:00 in the morning.
Right.
And so anyway, that was like their advertising. So I called it, and it was very bizarre.
Was it a party line too?
No, it was not a party line, but the woman was abusive.
Oh, wow.
And she was like, you could tell she didn't like her job.
Right.
And she actually asked, I was like, because I just, I'm nervous, and I am in real life. And I was just like, I'm just not one of those guys. I'm not a very rapey kind of guy.
Right.
So I was just like talking, and I was just like, hey. She's like, hello, and they're always foreign. So what are you doing, And she's like, oh, just hanging out, just got out of the bath. I was like, oh. Well, this is going good. I was like, so what are you wearing? And she goes, what do you want me to be wearing? I was like, oh, no. No. Did they none of these girls take improv? You know?
Right.
And I was just like, I don't know. And she's like, what's wrong? So I just ended up talking to her about my problems.
Right. It's more like a therapy session.
Therapy thing, but she was such a prick. And just very, very... It was like, she was like, are we going to get on with it? Or and she's getting paid by the minute.
Right.
I just never understood that. So anyway, the moral of the story is there's probably no morals in the story.
Right. Don't call
Don't call 900 numbers.
Don't call anything you see at 3:00 in the morning.
Yes.
On the television.
Ever. Never. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's Wilford Brimley. Just don't trust the mustache. It don't matter.
I'm not sure how we went from dead birds in the road to all that. I don't remember the connection there, but let's move on, shall we? All right, so we're continuing our stories from every angle here, and even know how that happened. Wow. All right, so this next story is about.
I can't believe I told that.
I'm leaving it in.
Oh, I can't believe I told that. Oh God, it's so true. I just want to call somebody so bad and let them listen. There's one person that got so mad at me. Oh, wow, that was a great conversation both times.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Did you not learn your lesson? Apparently not.
All right. So how much was the phone bill the second time?
$900.
Oh my gosh. At least it was cheaper.
It was cheaper.
It's cheaper. I think a therapist is cheaper though, an actual therapist.
I'm afraid.
All right. So this next story is about a discovery. We're going to move into some discoveries now.
Okay.
And this is about something we discovered that actually happened a lot earlier than we thought it happened.
You're kidding me.
No, this is
Shut
something
up.
that was on the list.
You know what? Fake news. Get out of here.
No.
There's no way.
All right, so this story is about the physical ability to speak. So the popular theory right now, something that was advanced back in the 60s, was that there was this evolutionary shift in throat structures of people, and that allowed modern humans only modern humans, to begin speaking and making like these contrasting vowel sounds that you have to have in order to produce a language, a spoken language. However, this new study claims that human ancestors may have evolved the physical ability to speak more than 25 million years ago.
Oh,
25 million. That's a big jump, don't you think?
so what was the first number again?
The first number was roughly about 300,000 years ago. And now they're saying it's possible that they had the ability, not that they were speaking, but that they did have the ability to do it more than 25 million years ago. That it wasn't something that just evolved for a more modern, human.
So when you're doing the news, a lot of times what I do, I have a notebook here, folks, and I either draw a picture to correspond with what she's talking about, because sometimes I can get my best ideas when I draw a picture and I'm concentrating on the story. Other times I'll just write down the numbers, and then I like to make, like math.
Right.
So I could say something like, that's so much percent. So I wrote down 300,000 and 25 million, and I don't even know how to. It's too high.
Yeah.
Because it goes to there's a rarely used math equation that's actually made out of letters, all letters. It's called ridiculous, and you get to this certain level,
right.
and the mathematician at that point goes, well, that's ridiculous. So 25 million. And it's my favorite game that John plays. It's like we should have a theme song for it. It's like the ancient time. No, ancient time. Let me think. The ancient game is never the same, and it's science. We have the blame. Do. So the fact that, and I love scientists. I'm going to do that real quick.
Yeah.
I sound like our president with the and that's neither good nor bad nor anything like that. It's one of the things that crack me up, because we share a certain thing where we're like, it's like, I love electricians. Like you're getting ready to tell a real bad story about an electrician that you want to kill. But yeah, so scientists, that's a broad generalization, right? There's scientists at everything. It's it's just a certain level you get to, and a certain level of expertise and all this stuff. So you can be a scientist because you went and you were a doctor and all, anyway. So I don't want to just say all scientists are baffled on this, but the ones that deal with ancient Earth, I truly believe a lot of the ones that are official are being, maybe against their will, because I do believe that they all grew up watching Indiana Jones. So they all had the right thought when they entered the field. But then you get into these weird things. I always talk about everything's business, right? So everything is a business. Even the nonprofit school. Okay, so how do you think a nonprofit school stays open? Anybody? Okay, yeah, you. Donations. Yes, donations. Very good.
Right.
So if somebody giving you the donation, let's just say Rand McNally. Okay. And Rand McNally, you're going to change their map because of something you found. And it's going to cost them, I don't know. And it's a little change. But if they want to be accurate, they're going to have to change this. And it's going to cost them $4.2 billion. They're going to have to pull back every map they have.
Right.
So do you think they might be like, all right, here's your $1 million. I need you to forget about that. Okay. The way we're looking,
can we discover that at a later time?
Well, yeah,
it's time for us to print the new maps.
Jim, look, this is the deal. All right, do you think you're going to get a Nobel Peace Prize for this, for the fact that you discovered there was a peninsula there in that uncharted, that basically uncharted area, that's surrounded by all the sharks and the electrified eels? No, the answer is no. I don't know why you're still looking at me, Jim. Okay, no, it's a no. So we don't need to put that peninsula there. But if you say that happened, if we don't put the peninsula there, then Betty Farmer is going to sue us again, because she just does that. She waits for a story like this. And the fact that she will take a trip, Jim. She'll take a trip there And she'll say, well, I was going to stay on this. I was going to stay right here, but there's a peninsula. So you see where I'm going, Jim? Yeah, I need you. Now, that's a weird analogy or whatever, but just imagine that now in textbook form. And the textbooks all say a certain year. I think that's part of it. I think the other part of it is religion. I think there's that plays into it, because not saying that it would detract from religion or the statements made in religion, but to a lot of people, it may appear that it does. So as a general rule, people are stupid. And they know this, so they don't want, like, people individual, none of them are stupid.
Right, like a person
is
can
not
be
stupid.
Very smart, but
you put
people in general.
Right. So think of your Facebook. Everybody has seen something where one person posts something and then a million people pop on it. And let's just say you disagree with this. Nobody is smart about it. Okay, they're all attacking, and they're like piranha. They want to attack. They just spend their day because they're having a horrible day. And there's a few people that are checking their Facebook through the day because, you know what? I don't get to. So there's a few people that are checking their Facebook through the day. There's the housewife who is unsatisfied, unfulfilled, overworked, probably holding 4 or 5 kids. You get my drift. It's the, she's probably not in a good mood.
Right.
Right. She's like, well, I got to get supper ready. Sure would be nice if I could have lunch. Right about that time, her husband calls, and he doesn't really have a job. He's been out looking for a job for the 10th day in a row. But it's like a job. And he's like, yeah, I went to Arby's and did you go to the federal job? And then I went to, and she's like,
to the liquor store.
Yeah. And so he's like, but I was going to see if there's enough on that card to get, I didn't want much. I was eating a triple of cheese and, chilies and all this stuff. And you're like, yeah, there's enough on there, And so she's looking at the bread over there and trying to think what she's going to put on the bread. So I get it.
Right.
I agree, and I am a proponent of the plight of the housewife. But that's the person. That's one of the ones that's going to, not be in a good mood on Facebook.
Right.
And get on there and start doing it. So as a unit, people are normally not thinking very good when they do this stuff. So if you put on something about religion and you put, well, it seems like Jesus probably didn't live. Let's say they found that out. Jesus didn't live at that time. He lived 30 years later.
Right.
Oh my God. Like everything, just like the books that they didn't put in the Bible. I would have no problem. In fact, it's a lot more exciting to me to think about the Watchers and, the freaking, the High Council of Kill Angels, like that. To me, I could sit and read the book of Enoch the rest of my life and just be like, he's an Enoch scholar, I'm going to open the Church of Enoch and just be like, all right, people, we're only going to talk about the Watchers today and the secret cell, and we're going to talk about the fact of going up in the ship again, and they actually called it a ship, and it was before they did the Elijah stuff, and that was actually a model 4421, but it wouldn't bother me, but it would bother a lot of people, and Egyptology is the worst. It's the absolute worst. And I do hope one of you's listening, Mazawi, if that's however you say your name. I hope I say it wrong every time. Because I've seen, because the way he's been arrested. This guy has been arrested for, selling stuff on a black market and all this stuff, right? So he's not a good person as far as the antiquities go. And somehow he was supposed to not be on it anymore.
Right.
And then I guess because people don't really, keep tabs in places where there's things blow up a lot.
Right. I suppose.
So, well, I mean, come on. It's North Africa, man.
Right.
Anyway, I see videos and he's still there. I don't know why, but he's still there.
He's the one that's in control of what gets released and
Right,
when and what they
right.
say and
he's always just like, well, we're going to look at
who
it.
digs up what.
We're going to go in there and check it out. I'm like, bet you're going to go check it out.
Yeah.
So I just imagine there's a bunch of trillionaires out there who all have all the cool stuff, you know, like the robot that, you know, and all this stuff. But Egypt is hiding things. I mean, they are hiding things without a freaking doubt. They're just they're really bad liars. They're too sneaky about it. They're just like, well, we can't, we absolutely can't allow any cameras in there. Is it religious? Oh no. Yes. It's very religious. It's a curse.
Yeah,
That's
I was
it.
going to say everything's a curse.
It's a curse. And you get, what happened is in the 30s, there was 14 people die. And did they die right then? No, they're all dead now though. But you said that was in the 30s. Yes. So did they all die like within a few weeks, or because every time you read that story, you know, stories like that, it's like this 400-pound, you know, Herbert was 400 pounds, a heavy smoker. He died of a heart attack.
Mysteriously.
Yes.
After he went into the Egyptian tomb.
Right. You know,
It's
just, and not that I don't believe in, I do believe in curses.
Right.
Big time believe in curses, but I believe in cover-ups more.
Right.
And there is stuff that links us to an ancient time and to a time before time. And for whatever reason, you people are hiding it from us, and you people are the ones that monitor the show. So you people out there, there's a lot of reasons that it's being kept from us, and that's just some of them. Probably the biggest one is because of the high technology we had and where we came from. And the fact that I do believe that during these cataclysms that there, you know, this is like the third age of man, and I believe in the other cataclysms that there was a few survivors, because there usually is a few survivors. And, you know, maybe somebody was on the right mountain, you know, and you got to think though, millions of people or whatever, and you've got like hundreds of survivors. They'll try to do what they can to let you know what happened, but what are they really going to be able to do? And
does it bother you at all that the survivors of the cataclysms during their particular lifetime, like their world, does it bother you that those people were probably the weird, crazy, recessed from society people that like
the preppers?
Yeah, the preppers. Like the ones that everybody thought was nuts, but they were getting ready for the cataclysm, and then they're the only ones that survived.
They are the ones that survived. It totally makes sense. It totally makes sense what you're saying, because think of this: the preppers all learn how to cook and clean and
right.
you know, shoot animals and all this stuff, right? They know how to survive.
Right.
So everybody looks at these people like they're the scourge of society.
Right. They're recluses. And
so what happens when everything goes dark tomorrow? We go seek out that friend.
Exactly.
Now, I've got a huge extended circle of friends, and I'm not going to stop on this ancient time thing, because I still got a place to go here on this. But I've got this, and God, I hope that these friends don't listen to the show. So I've got a huge extended group of friends. I'm not being arrogant or anything. I'm just telling you the truth because of all the things I do and have done. I have a large group of extended friends. Now, I'm not a good friend. I don't wake up in the first thing in the morning and go, I'm going to be a bad friend today. But I do a lot of things daily that I have to do with #Bruce Wayne job that takes up my entire day, folks. I mean, we're talking 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. or later, that my mind is consumed by this. And then my mind's consumed with the grocery store, and consumed with the kids, and consumed with how am I going to get to sleep, and that kind of stuff. And that's a vicious cycle. So I only have a couple of days a week to really reach out. So what do you do when you have the day off finally? Well, probably spend time with your wife, you know, or do an 8-hour show, things like that. And I just don't have the time. And I've got, because of the extended friends, I literally can open my Facebook. I could take a picture. I could take a screenshot, several, and I could post them when I release this episode. And you would see unanswered messages where it has a little blue thing where you haven't read it. I have over 100. Okay, I have over 100 messages from the last week that I haven't read. some of them are people with questions about the show, and I'll get to them. Some of them are people that's, it's just not the best place to reach me.
Right.
Paranormal Sideshow, you go there, I reach you instantly.
Right.
Because I want to, but a lot of people bypass that and they're like, I found his real name. Let me get a hold of him. And I don't see it. Now I've got friends that are like family.
Right.
And I'll get to them quickly as possible. But I have 2 or 3 friends that I almost keep a little calendar. Like, you there's a danger zone.
Right.
You can't let it go past a certain time.
Right.
Especially with preppers, because they're already a little on the skitsy side.
Right.
You let it go too long, like if it's been like 3.5 weeks, they already figure you're working for the CIA. You're going to bring them down, burn down their house. Seriously.
Right.
And
can't ask too many questions either.
No, you have to play the game. But so every so often, I'm like, reach out. We go, hey, how you doing? It's been a while.
Yeah,
I'm always like, this is terrible because they'll know. Like if they are listening, they'll know. I'm always like, man, I thought you were going to call.
Is that your thing?
Yeah, that's my line.
I see.
They're like, was I supposed to call? Well, yeah. I mean, that's what we left off with. And, so I try to get out of it. But those friends, I have some friends that I have one, and if I don't say names, it's okay, right?
Right.
So, and not even do my thing. I'm not going to say a name. I'm not even
no names.
No names. So I have one friend that has a cave. And in his cave, now it's not actually his cave.
Correct, but he knows where one is.
He knows where one is that other people apparently don't know, which would be funny if they did know and they've been going in there and getting high for years. But in this cave, he has medicine stocked up. And when I say medicine, it's like basically pain pills and things like that. I don't know how he acquired them. I've never went in there. I've just heard the story.
Right.
If he's a liar, that's on him.
Right.
Okay, this is just a story that was told to me. And after I was told this story, I never went back to his house because I thought, well, that's probably not a good thing. I know people are kind of down on stuff like that. So
right.
I was like, I probably don't need to be there. But he's like, when everything goes, that's the currency. There's going to be
medication.
There's not going to be money. There's not going to be anything like that. Currency is going to be medicine. I'm like, holy crap. Dude, you know what? That might be the most prophetic and intelligent thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Because, I mean, right?
I guess.
Well, no, think about it. Think you're diabetic, right?
Right.
You want to live?
Right.
So, yeah. People that are hooked on painkillers, good or bad, I don't care the reason. Do you think they're going to want some?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So those buttholes, though, you're going to keep them they're going to meet you at an undisclosed location like 20 miles away. And you're going to meet them by horseback.
It's not really sustainable, though, if the world's ending.
It's not, but it's sustainable for around 20 years with this guy.
Wow.
So there's only a certain number of people that he is letting in. And those people have to have certain qualities about them. And I fall in the,
You fall into that category.
Like the category of I'd probably kill someone pretty easily.
Right. So you bring something to the table.
Yeah. You gotta have the one guy who would be like,
who's intimidating.
the one guy that he could go, hey, John, what do you think about Tim? I don't know. Well, I saw Tim looking at Stacey the other day. There's not many of us left, John. No. You've said enough. Now I want to say someone, and you've probably said enough. I want to. I guess I said enough. Everybody, Tim was
he was stealing
everything. Whatever your favorite thing is, Tim had a ton of it. We don't want to discuss what your favorite thing is so no one else can steal it. I don't think we're getting it back. It wasn't with the other stuff. You've never seen this. We had it hid for you. He found it. He took care of it. It's bad. We got to get the bodies. I'm that guy.
I hope wherever he has this area, it's hidden pretty well, because there's somebody could go in there and find that and think they struck gold.
10 years. No one's found it.
Oh, that's pretty impressive. Nobody's really looking for it either. So
well, they weren't.
Yeah. Till now.
It's the first time I've publicly said it in front of like 40,000 people. But no, it's continuously added onto and everything. So anyway, I have two other friends like that, and one of them has a very fortified position that his family used to own, and it's vacant, but it's very fortified. He's got a bunch of guns. I'd like to get these two guys together. That's my plan. It's like, that's really bringing something to the table. It's like, hey, Jim, meet Frank. Frank, meet Jim. Frank has a small arsenal that could probably supply Colombia for a couple years with weapons. Actually, more weapons than we have people, so everybody can have each have an automatic.
So basically what you're saying is our prepper plan is to be friends with a lot of preppers.
So the third one,
right?
The third one, you always want to keep one close. So, because you don't want to go through the trouble of doing all this crap yourself.
Right.
All right. That's just who I am.
Right.
So I always have people do things. It's not a lazy thing like it may sound. It's a very highly intelligent thing.
Right.
So I've got
delegation,
baby. I've got one that's really close. Now this one's within a walk. Okay. Now it's a long walk, but it's a day's walk. It's a lot better than alternatives, right? Nobody's going to stop us with all those kids and stuff. They'll be like, nope. So we'll make it there.
Right.
And this guy has a farm, and it's on the farm he actually butchers and sells meat. Okay, so he's all into knowing how to do that. He has several head of, like when I say several, I mean like 100.
Right.
Like head of cattle. He's got chickens. He has his own water source. He does not use any kind of water. It's well water, but it comes straight out of the mountain.
Right.
And so everything you would need just to live. Now he's got a couple of guns and stuff like that, but it's not an imposing place.
Right.
It's a farm, but he lives in a trailer on the farm. It's not even a big farmhouse or anything.
Right. Right.
So I don't see people coming there and going, "Hey man, I bet the bounty's there."
Yeah, I bet they got tons of stuff.
Because crooks are crooks, right? So the crooks are going to be out there looking for the Walgreens. They're going to be looking for all this
an upscale neighborhood.
Yeah, they're going to upscale neighborhood, and those people don't know how to live. They're already dead. I mean, as soon as the lights go out, Biffy and Buffy take each other out.
Right.
They're like, oh God, Biffy. Oh no, Buffy. What are we going to do? And they probably have a lot of date rape drugs and just overdo it. And so anyway, this guy is probably the one I go with. I got 3, but I think it would just be up and go to the farm.
Right.
You know? So that one sounds like because the water and...
Right, and probably the most food.
Yeah, the cave has water, by the way.
Well, I'm sure it does.
Running water.
Yes.
And I was like, well, that's cool. That sounds... He had no idea on food, though.
Right.
I said, have you not been... This was years ago, but I was like, have you been stockpiling like canned goods and stuff? He's like, I don't trust them. I was like,
you don't trust the canned goods?
No, because of the preservatives.
Oh.
I was like, so end of the world, you're worried about your arteries. I mean, what are you? What could really go bad there? I mean,
right.
You might want to start thinking about.
Yeah.
And he's like, I want the MREs, and I'm like, yeah. Have you tried?
They last a really long time.
Yeah, I was like, have you tried a lot of MREs? And he's like, oh yeah, I've had plenty. The military guys do like them. I've had them. I'm sure you've had them.
I think I have a long time ago. Yeah.
I don't particularly like them.
No.
So anyway, that's our story there on that. Once again, we got off on
we did a tangent.
But that's an interesting tangent because the whole thing with the ancient times and she's doing the story, but we've talked about this so many times, and that's why it was in our top 10 is because it's now Graham Hancock. We're going to link the best to Joe Rogan. It's funny because Joe Rogan has a video out right now, and they've put the best things that's happened out of the, guess what, 10 years. So he's had a podcast as long as us. And in that 10 years, it's funny because I never realized that he has maybe 3 or 4 themes he sticks to.
Yeah.
And Alex Jones is a big part of that. So I was going to play it on today's show, but we're going to play it in an upcoming show. But Alex Jones... who everybody right off the bat, what's your idea right now? You're thinking crackpot, right?
Right.
Well, here's a couple of things about him. Like, he was never on one side of it or the other side of politics. He just believed they were all crooked. So people put him in as a conservative or whatever. But no, he liked Trump because Trump was kind of like the same way at the time. And but as far as some of the things people didn't like about him, they're like, well, he says all these crackpot things like, pig people and all this stuff. So Joe Rogan, they're looking it up, and everything, like they were looking up the pig hybrid people,
Right.
and Joe Rogan's reading it. And he's like, so they these scientists had successfully put human embryos with pigs, and he was like, Jamie, where's this from? He's like, Scientific American. You know, it's like, holy cow, everything that it showed years of Alex being on there,
Right.
and everything he was saying was eventually coming out in the news, but
Right. It's
not
being true.
not headline news, not
No,
CBS Evening News, the back page of the Scientific American.
Right.
You
right.
know,
Where they slip it out.
Yeah, but it's there, and that's what Rogan always says too. He's like, the guy, I believe him. He's always right. It's just that he's got a bad delivery.
Yeah. His presentation is not the best.
No, and he's also done some knucklehead things, like he believes in some conspiracies a little bit too much. I think
Right.
that's what's dangerous about conspiracies, because you end up thinking that everything, and then you get taboo.
Right. Right.
When it's a school shooting, it's not the time to give your opinion.
Right. Right.
Because there's people's lives that are part of that. That's like with 9/11. I had my own ideas about 9/11. I didn't want to say it for a very long time,
Right.
because of the fact that so many people were affected. And if you lost your dad during that, or you lost your brother, or anybody,
Right.
you're gonna, you're not gonna take that very well.
Right.
It's like, I'd rather not think about that. And so he had Graham Hancock on there, and Graham Hancock was another one they showed talking about the other ages of man and the great cataclysms. And one of the things Graham Hancock talks about, I didn't realize this, okay, was the same thing I've talked about with the pyramids, where now I've seen other people talk about it, don't get me wrong, but it's been like indie researchers. But the pyramids, like the Great Pyramid and stuff, the older you go in Egypt, the nicer and the harder to do, and we can't figure out the architecture, how to do that. We can't do it now. The more recent it is, the crappier it is. And then that goes against every rule of nature. It should be, we're advancing. So what it is the theory is cataclysm happened, but there's something gigantic that's made really well that's not going to go away, made of stone, whatever. Hey, pyramid, or, Stonehenge. And you come back out of that cataclysm, and that's still there. So, you try to build on that. So you move in.
Right.
You're wandering a desert, and they're like, oh, hey, look, there's a bunch of pyramids. Let's live here. And you try to redo that or whatever.
Right.
It makes sense.
Yeah, of course you would move into the biggest, nicest place that was still there.
Right. Or they have a quarry there already. Or,
Right.
Things like that. There's a water source, obviously, because you would have to have a water source even for the people before.
Right.
So anyway, it's really cool when you look into it. And anytime we get a story like this, which is damn near every week, I always have to laugh my butt off. It's just too much that everybody don't put this together.
Right. All right. So let's go on to our next discovery. And this is about crows. And it turns out that this article talks about how crows could be the smartest animal other than primates.
Well, yeah.
Now, when you go to rank what they thought were the smartest animals in the world, crows were not, they were up there, but they were like number 6 or 7. I actually have the list.
Boo.
But this article talks about how they've been studying these New Caledonian crows. Now, back in 2002, before they even realized how smart these crows were, they had this one crow at Oxford University, the scientists did. Her name was Betty. They called her Betty. And they would observe her, and they were amazed that she would pick up a piece of wire in her cage and used another nearby object to bend it at one end, and then use that hook to grab containers of meat for her food. And they were just ecstatic about that. They couldn't believe the level of cleverness that this crow was showing. But as it turns out, they realized that this is actually something that these type of crows do all the time, even in the wild. They will make these little tools. They're habitual tool benders, apparently, and they do it all the time. And there's even a specific type of material that they like to use to make their little hooked tools to get their food. And they've done a lot of different experiments with this. They've even taken this specific type of stick and hidden it with other foliage to kind of disguise it, and the crows will still find it and use it to make their little hooked tools. And there was another case study where they had this crow, his name was 007, and he had this even greater challenge where he had to do a whole series of different puzzles in order to get his food, and was just able to do it. And the whole fact that they are so clever, it's just every time they do more experiments, it's like they discover this higher level of intelligence that they didn't think was there. And it says in this article that, clever primates, even humans, have this particular structure in their brain. It's called the neocortex. And that's basically what we use to make the advanced cognition, the decisions and things. And corvids, they don't have that. But they have evolved these densely packed clusters of neurons, which afford them the similar mental abilities. And so now they've decided to move them up the smartest animal list.
Wow. I wonder if they're aware.
I don't know. You think they're getting awards now?
Well, I mean, we've always known that crows were super intelligent just because of, the fact you're a witch. But the crows, I mean, used to be able to find the house because of all the damn crows over the house. Mm-hmm. It's the weirdest thing. Mm-hmm. But, ravens are like that. I mean, they could talk, for the love of God.
Right.
And they remember things and they hold grudges.
They remember people's faces.
They remember people's faces. They, if you're nice to them, they'll bring you gifts. They protect you pretty much. We've seen all this and we've had the gifts, and now their gifts are usually like, butt hair and
like pieces of glass and stones and just little things they find.
So before I go further with this conversation, I need to ask you.
Yes.
Caledonia crows, now Caledonia to me sounds like Julie Andrews is going to show up and tell me that I'm a princess of this. What the hell is Caledonia?
Well, a New Caledonian crow, it's just one specific type of crow, and it's native to a place called New Caledonia, which is like a French territory.
That's
it's like
why
an
I didn't
island.
know.
Yeah. So
well, I mean,
maybe that's why the crows like me.
Well, actually, speaking of DNA, I know that you're not French first anymore.
Nope.
Yours actually got cooler. We had an update on our ancestry DNA, and since we share everything, yours. Did you want to go first? You got some interesting stuff on yours.
I mean, it updated. It's had a couple of updates since, but
you found out you're adopted by looking at your mom's.
No, the big update switched, and I'm not mostly French anymore. I was. That was the number one thing. It's gone down to only 22%.
Yeah, that's still a lot of French.
And the main one now is just English, Wales, all those. It's like 68%, which I knew my family came from there because I have my whole dad's side, family tree going way back.
But I wouldn't say just English. I mean, you got the cool English. It's still the Welsh. It's still the...
Right.
For me, anytime that you live in a place where it's all continents... it's you still got the Welsh and the Celtic connection.
Right.
And
but
all
between that and the French, that's like 90%. And then I've got a little bit of Irish, Scottish, and a little bit of Portuguese, and a little bit of Swedish.
Now, every time I tell her this, she kind of discredits it a little bit without realizing she's doing it. So it's a funny thing. Ever since I've met her, I always told her she looked Portuguese to me. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't something that, I mean, I don't wake up looking at people and going, hey, she looks Portuguese. I mean, I don't even know why I said it. And I didn't know why I said it back then. Mm-hmm. The first time I said it, she goes, my mom says that we've got some Portuguese or whatever, this is known Khaleesi. So she told me then later on, she's like, I don't know if there's any Portuguese. And I was like, you've got this look to you that looks Portuguese. Mm-hmm. Now, I think that was all my gift, to be honest with you, because I don't do that with other people. I don't look at people and go, I believe she's from Belize. I just don't do that.
Right.
But when the first DNA test came back and it didn't really have any Portugal on there, I was like, damn it. And I think the second time it updated, it was like below 1%.
Yeah.
And now it's got a good chunk. Mm-hmm. And her mom is damn near half.
She's half French. My mom is half French,
and a lot of
she's
Portugal.
Got some Portuguese. She could barely any English at all.
Yeah,
I do notice though that some of my cousins, I have a lot of cousins, and a lot of them have done the ancestry DNA, and so we've been made matches. But there's a lot more Portuguese in some of my cousins than there's on mine.
I just smell it on you. You've got it.
Is there a smell?
Yeah. Have you ever met anybody from Portugal? That's a joke, Portugal. Obviously, I think that you are all beautiful. That's what I was talking about with her. She's got that exotic, like she should be wearing a red dress with the lace on it, and like doing the dancing and stuff. But there's a lot of cool to it. I mean, obviously, you got all the places you were burned. There with England and stuff, but I've got some funny stuff too. Did you have anything else on yours that you want?
No, that was basically it.
So mine gets weird, and just because it's me, right? It can't just be simple. It can't just be, well, England. Mm-hmm. No, even with the English stuff, it's all these outlying areas. It's always these freaking islands and these watershed areas, like these right on the coast. And places like Exeter, which I love. I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, I would have lived there. And so I didn't start out with anything proper England. Nothing. It was all the surrounding areas. And then when I do the migration routes, it shows where we went to England. It was like 3 different lines of mine.
It show you all the places you pillaged.
Yeah, well, check this out. I'll get to that in a second. But it shows all these migration lines. So, because you're a melting pot of different yous, So the me's, some of them were like I said, Exeter and Isle of Man, for the love of God, which is, that's just cool, And everything I was reading was like Celtic. Yeah, it's just damn right. I was some warrior goddess that was out there doing spells, but no, this is for you, Australia. This is just for you. It shows me, my DNA, going from these outer areas where they held on to their Celtic beliefs. They didn't really go with the whole hubbub. And I guess they went to London and, London, England, all this stuff, and going for work probably, or things like that, go see the big city. So all these different versions of my ancestors did that. And the funny thing is, it would get like the 1825, and guess where they went? They all went to Australia.
Well, most of them went to Australia. There's a couple.
There's one little line that went to the Americas, okay? And then there's this big, so many little dotted lines, it looks like somebody got a white Sharpie. And I went to South Australia and to Victoria, okay? So the one right above Tasmania. And yes, prison colonies. So obviously, my love or fascination.
Right.
I've had a fascination with Australia this whole time. And no wonder.
It's where all your ancestors
It's where they all went.
ended up.
And guess what? They never went anywhere else.
Yeah. I'd like to say that they were just, visiting or, they're just like, oh, that looks like a fun country. No, they were all criminals.
Yeah, you didn't visit Australia. That was what it was. Unless they were the law.
No,
they weren't. They
weren't the law.
So anyway, it gets cooler. So my Norway is still there. I'm still John the Viking, and there's a lot of like Germanic and in such things in Poland, which I need to tell Will about, just so I can have something else in common with her other than Polish horror.
Right.
I can just be like, hey, also look here, Yeah. But it was the Norway stuff is Norway and Iceland. They can't pinpoint it. So it's both listed. And really interesting part to this is they migrate and they go to like around Manitoba. And when they go to Manitoba, they go on this big, huge lake, but on this one specific island on that lake. And I just thought that was so strange. Like know,
of course, they want to be near the water.
Well, they know though on this one they know it so well
Right.
that it went from, some of it's such broad strokes,
Yeah.
but on my Norway, my Viking stuff, they went to that area. And there's a lot of theories that Vikings discovered America first. And a lot of theories that they went in that area.
Right.
And there was like a lot of Viking things found up there. So the damn coolest thing on the whole thing is not the Viking. It's my update. So before, I was always told, that you got native in you, man. You got native in you. And I'd be like, yeah, really? They're like, do you want some in you? But no, it's not Native American like Cherokee. It's not. I want to go slap my family like every time I look. Every time it updates, I'm like, well, here it comes. Here's all those stories.
Yeah, here's all that Indian Native American stories.
No Trail of Tears for this one. All right. I don't have a single warm, not a single warm climate in my entire history. It is all ice. I mean, it's all winter all the time. No wonder I love Maine.
Yeah.
But this is so crazy. It's not just north like Canada. It's not even Canada. It's above Canada. And it's enough of a percentage where it's not like and others. It's like 3-4%, something like that. But it's the Arctic. Okay?
I think it's listed as Arctic North.
Yeah, Arctic North, but indigenous. So what is that? Is that Eskimo?
I mean, I don't know.
But it's got it listed and it shows it, man. And I'm talking when you go up so far that you're like Russian, I mean, where you're coming down or whatever, it's all through those areas. And it's just a series of little ice islands.
That's your alien DNA.
It's what it is cool. It's really cool. So the only thing I can figure is that the Vikings that came over from Norway and went to Manitoba, I had sex with some natives.
Maybe.
And, that's where that...
Maybe. Well, I say maybe like they wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, it's where... they came over there like, do you want to see my sword?
I swear I'm not from Bosnia.
Yeah. Wow. People would have to really do their homework on that one.
Yeah.
So it was just really cool. And I was glad to finally have some... And it's funny because I think of this argument because I'm petty like this. I had this argument with this fake psychic in Canada, and he profiles and supposedly, does these police things and all this stuff, and he puts up all these wonderful pictures that he makes himself and does a lot of cons and all this stuff. I'll say his name one day on here, but I don't like the guy. I just don't like him. You wouldn't like him either. Everybody listening right now, if you saw this guy, he puts up pictures where he's like totally like sucking his gut in and sticking his chest out, and he's trying to fight you through his picture. So he's very aggressive. And it bothers me when people are very aggressive. I say that about this guy because I'm very nice. And I'm nice to people right off the bat. I give the people the benefit of the doubt. I believe people before I'm skeptic of them. And I try to make that this respect thing. I do it with the guys at work too. Where I will respect you as a store manager and to make your own decisions and all this stuff. I ask that you do certain things by the book. But I'll give you this respect and you'll keep earning more and more and more until you do something just downright wrong to me. And I think that's the way to be. I think we all need to be that way. So this guy, I was really nice to this guy, and I'm not going to say his name. And there's so many psychics. So this guy, though, is just, the reason I say he's phony is just, if you would look at his stuff, you would say that too, okay? But I was nice to this guy several times, and this guy's always very, very. I save the messages; they're so bad because I get so angry, just so I can go back and look at them sometimes. And if anybody ever says, "Why don't you like that?" Well, here you go. Just take a couple minutes and read. And he talked about one time. I mentioned a plight of natives or whatever, and I said something. I was like, "Wouldn't?" I was talking about Native Americans. And at the time there was something going on with some indigenous people in Canada. Okay. And of course they call themselves like the First Nation, I believe. And if I'm wrong about that, you can write me and tell me. And it's not because I was doing it on purpose. I apologize. Could have been that easy with him. So he just starts going bananas. And he's not one of these people.
Right.
Okay. And he's just like, and I'm like, dude, I didn't know. I was like trying to help get people to donate to him. It was like something I'd shared or something. It's just like, help these people. And he's like, they're not Native Americans. It's not America. That's what it was. I remember the argument now. He goes, it's not America. And I'm like, yeah, it is. And
I think I remember that.
And he's like, it's not America, you moron. He started cussing me. And this guy, his public image is where he talks like this. Oh yeah, and then that's so bad, Holly. Yes. Well, I feel that, really your gentle side, Holly, but in real life he's, doing all this if you're not an attractive girl. Okay? And so he just belittling me, calling me stupid, and I'm still being nice.
Right.
And I'm like, I'm just being tongue in cheek, but I mean, I'm being nice, but I'm being me.
Right.
And I'm like, dude, it's still America. I was like, I don't give a crap if they call themselves something else. It's still correct.
Right.
I mean, they're still natives.
Right.
And they're American.
Right.
He's like, all right, pal. It's not America. You live in America, you effing moron. I live in Canada. And I'm like, do you realize that it's not like, it's the United States is where I live. It's the United States of America, but do you know what America is? And I was like, you do realize there's a South America too, right? And he's like, yeah, I know there's a South America. I was like, do you know what America is? And he's like, what are you even talking about? Just going off, right?
Right.
He did not get what I meant. He never came out with the word continent. Not once.
You didn't offer it either, did you?
No. That would be too easy. I just wanted him to get there.
On his own.
Even if he blocked me, even if the conversation ended and it said, it came up with that thing, normally this means that you're not allowed to view this person, whatever.
Right.
I would have been happy that he reached that point of education and enlightenment because of my prodding.
Right.
But no, he just kept calling me names and kept calling me stupid. And I was having such a good time with it because he was so determined that I was being so terrible to these people. And I even said, I was like, do you know any of these people? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, do you know any that we can call? And I was like, if you give me a phone number, I'll three-way them. And he's like, what are you talking about? And I was like, I will three-way them, pay international call, whatever. And I'm going to ask them if they're really mad at me because I mistakenly identified them as a Native American when I was trying to share a story about something being done wrong.
But you weren't mistakenly identifying them at all.
No, I was... Even though they do call themselves something differently.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So the Indians, as we've always called them, I'm sorry, but the Indians in the United States, we now call Native Americans.
Right.
Just because it's a less offensive term, I guess. I think it's just a term that makes more sense because I don't know where we ever got Indians from in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't really make sense.
It doesn't make sense to me. I'm sure there's another meaning behind that word. And that is me being ignorant to that situation. But for me, an Indian is like my doctor. He's from India.
From India.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But anyway, long story short, and I'm not going to look up what they're called, but it is something like First Nation. And it's like the First Nation people, blah, 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 blah. And I get it. It's fine. But realistically, if I was not going by their name, but I was just identifying what they are, they are Native Americans.
Right.
Because they're on the continent
of North America.
And guess what? People down in South America that are indigenous, you know what they are? They're Native Americans. Okay? It just is. Now, the fine folks that do use their right and left turn signals, I'll do it like Cornette, the fine folks at Ancestry DNA who happen to use their right and left turn indicators, they wash their hands after peeing.
Right.
They, oddly enough, put it as Americans as well. So it said, I'm an indigenous American. Okay. But it had this big thing. And guess what? It dipped down into the United States. At the very top.
The very top.
But it didn't care about these little lines that someone came up with to do real estate.
Mm-hmm.
And it was going by continents, but it went all the way up to, the hole in the earth.
Right.
And maybe I came out of hollow earth. But anyway, that's a funny story about arguments with people that you'll get. But this dude, I want to send it to him so bad and be like, I need an apology. Just out of the blue, because I'm not blocked. I want to just out of the blue, I just want to be like, 2 things. First, you're not a very good psychic. Or you would have seen this one coming. The second, I want an apology, because being that I am one of these people, I can say phrases like these people.
Do you have enough DNA for that? Can you?
I think I do.
You think you do? Okay.
I think 4%'s enough.
Okay.
I could probably own part of a casino. What's the percentage on that?
I have no idea.
That's what I was hoping for. That's what we're all hoping for. Realistically, everybody. Let me tell you what makes you not racist is when you find out you can have a piece of the casino. It's so funny with all the redneck friends of mine. You gotta understand where I'm from. Okay, it doesn't matter if I move somewhere intelligent. I'm still from Southwest Virginia, Northeast Tennessee, and we think about things like Cherokee Casino. And the fact that we, heard on the news one time that, if you get to a certain percentage, you could be part of the tribe and all this stuff. And so there's all these good old boys like me that just go down there and be like, hey man, Chief, I'm supposed to call you Chief. Mm-hmm. Well, Chief, I just wanted you to know that I'm here to be part of the tribe. Mm-hmm. You going to live on the reservation, are you? Absolutely. Absolutely. Can I have a room that's near the casino? I'm just saying. I was really hoping for, if I was going to have it, the first time we ever sent it off, I was like, oh man, it's like, come on, big money, big money. I at least wanted to get to some. They have really good concerts. I was at least hoping I had enough in me where they're like, you can come free. We have a whole section for
relatives.
Yeah, it's a whole section for you don't have enough to be part of the casino ownership, but you can come see Bret Michaels play. So it's
well, we're really getting off on things, aren't we?
Yeah, and you know what? Somebody out there driving their car right now having to pull over and breathe.
Right.
Is
pull
very,
over at the casino and breathe.
is very happy. Hey, I can say all the jokes I want now. I've got a card.
You got the 4%.
I tell you what, I'm just saying there was a few ethnicities I was really hoping I had in me, because it was gonna bring back the ability for me to have all kinds of jokes.
I got you.
But
well, the story we were talking about was about the crows.
Yes, I remember.
And how smart they are now.
Yeah.
So I was just going to add on at the end of this article. It does point out that crows are also smart enough to use their cleverness for jokes. Like they play pranks, which is another sign of intelligence apparently with animals.
Is it really?
But this was the list for the top most intelligent animals, the one that they're going to have to change now to move the crows up. But the first one, of course, is chimpanzees.
Right.
Smartest animal.
Absolutely.
Then there's bottlenose dolphins.
Yes.
Elephants.
Of course.
Very smart.
Yeah. Morning and stuff.
African gray parrots. Not sure. I guess maybe because they talk or whatever.
I've not hung out with a lot of them.
Rats. Rats are pretty smart. I mean,
yeah.
They survive through anything. And then you had crows. Crows after rats. That's where they were.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, we don't take a whole lot of time getting to know more about rats.
Very true. And then there's dogs, pigeons, pigs, and then the octopus at number 10, which I think should be also higher.
There's a lot of flaws in this.
Yeah, I think so too.
Especially since the chimpanzee was the only monkey on there.
Right.
Where's gorillas?
I don't know.
You can't look at me with a straight face and tell me that some stupid parrot is smarter than a mountain gorilla. I mean,
I think they probably should have grouped almost all the primates together.
Yeah, it should.
All the monkeys.
It should have just been like the things
not just chimpanzees.
The things that are you at different points in life. The chimps are horrifying because they have come to the point now where they can make spears. Mm-hmm. That's too far.
Right.
You know,
Right.
if you watch as many documentaries as Stacey and I, which are just, you know, we watch a lot of primate documentaries, and we love animals anyway, but especially that. I mean, because they, you know, the scientists stay with those things basically their whole lives,
Right.
and it's just really insane. Like, I think you should get murder raps when you kill one, because they're so much like us.
I feel like now that we're talking about this, I feel like we can't lump all monkeys into the same category, because we read that story about the farmers that are tricking monkeys not to eat their crops by painting stripes on their dogs to look like tigers.
That looked like a tiger.
So I think there is an intelligence gap there.
It looked like a tiger. But listen,
it works.
If you're a monkey, all right, and you're a little monkey, and you're coming down and trying to steal stuff from the farmer, that stupid dog come around the corner when there are tigers in that area.
I suppose maybe that is intelligent. I don't know.
You're not going to stick around and do a DNA test. Like, you're not going to, you know,
to see if it's actually a tiger.
Yeah, I mean, not unless you have like your dumb cousin monkey with you. You know, Bernie.
Bernie, you go check and see if that's a real tiger or not.
Okay. You know. But there's other flaws. I'll argue with you that dogs shouldn't be on there if cats are not on there higher.
I don't know, because dogs, there are some really intelligent dogs. You got to think about police dogs. You got to think about seeing eye dogs, and dogs that can like calm you and know when you're gonna have like episodes, and can smell disease.
Cats know all that too. They just don't give a crap.
Yeah, I mean, they don't,
like there's just
they don't
like
have seeing eye cats.
Cats are like, yeah, it's cancer, but
they're like, I gotta go find a new home. Crap, who's gonna feed me?
I think I just like cats because they're just such buttholes. That's really good.
You'd be a seeing eye cat. You'd be like walking and bumping into stuff. They'd be like, oh, whoops, watch that. No, whoops.
I can watch cats sit there and knock glass off it's all day long. Like,
I love cats.
And I do too. They get their comeuppance though. I mean, it's just like put a cucumber down behind one.
I've never seen anybody watch so many cats getting scared by cucumbers videos.
It's the best thing there's ever been.
Why are they scared of cucumbers?
It's got to be something that's happened.
I mean, what do they think they are?
Dude, listen. Whatever cats evolve from,
right?
All right. Whatever cats evolved from had something bad happen when a cucumber still walked. I don't know.
Maybe they think that they're like snakes, maybe, or some animal that might.
Don't ruin it for me. I want to really just think that people did really bad things with.
So like threw cucumbers at them.
Well, I wasn't thinking throw, but I just, whatever it is, it doesn't matter what the cat is.
Right.
You can put the cucumber down, and that sumbitch is going to jump 5 feet, and it's the best thing ever. And people are like, oh no, that's terrible. No, that's not terrible.
You're not hurting the
That's
cat.
not terrible. That's just.
It's not any different than jumping out at your kid and saying boo.
Yeah, which I don't do that.
No, we don't do that.
So
I hate scaring kids.
I hate tickling kids. So our kids are pretty lucky. Go ahead.
All right, so next discovery. This one's kind of a grisly discovery. It's human teeth that were used as prehistoric jewelry.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, so archaeologists have found some 8,500-year-old human teeth that were once part of either like a necklace or a bracelet. And it was 3 teeth. They were found at this Neolithic site in Turkey between 2013 and 2015, and they have these little drill holes in them that were used.
It's like an ancient Dremel tool.
No. I mean, they used to make beads and stuff. There was some kind of conically shaped like drill, something they used to make beads or whatever. You think it would be really hard to drill through a tooth.
Yeah.
But
probably not then.
They did all kinds of like macroscopic and radiographic analysis on it and confirmed that they were indeed used as like beads or pendants. And this is the first time that they've ever found evidence of this type of practice. So I believe that they think that this is not like a normal type thing that's happened, that this was obviously something very special to a specific person, like they've worn it as some sort of personal like totem or remembrance or symbolic thing. You know what it is. What's that? So Neolithic. So Knock Knock found that Nick Nick was making whoopee with Sock. Right. And now Sock's not got any teeth. Yeah, Sock don't have anything anymore. The teeth are what survived. Right.
Knock Knock wore something else around his neck too. Mm-hmm. But
it does say that they were probably extracted post-mortem.
Yeah.
And I don't think they belong to the same people,
Yeah.
believe it or not.
Well, she got around. I mean, they slept in caves.
This is true. All right. So, interesting tooth pendant story, I guess.
It is. Or maybe that's evidence of the tooth fairy.
There you go.
Oh my
It's been
God.
proven.
Oh my
How
God.
did they not think of that?
Oh man, I wonder if that starts a whole curse. Because there's a whole battalion. It can't just be one tooth fairy.
You don't think so?
Not unless they got like a Santa bag. I mean, some of that Santa dust. It's
I mean, I don't know. If they're magical, they could just poof here and there.
No.
How long does it take to pick up a tooth and drop a quarter?
man,
Or a $5 bill or whatever?
Yeah, tooth fairies are terrible. They're just
Well, fairies in general are somewhat scary.
yeah, man. But they had a little pillow that I stuck mine in. And did you have one of those that had a little pocket on it? And,
Yeah, I think so. And sometimes I put it in a little box, and sometimes I just stick it under my pillow.
Well, I didn't want it under my damn pillow.
You didn't want a fairy going under there and
I
getting
didn't
your
want its little nubby hands under my pillow. I was always afraid. What?
its little nubby hands.
Well, I was always afraid I was going to wake up,
Right.
and it really bothered me. My mom was very protective, and I couldn't figure out why she was so loose with the fairy.
Right.
Like that really bothered the hell out of me. Like I couldn't go to the bathroom by myself. I had to awkwardly go use the women's bathroom, which is horrible.
Oh, no. That's a normal thing.
Well, it was horrible to me.
Right.
And she was like so protective, and then it got to the fact that some big fat red guy is going to come in and leave presents in there, and
In your house.
in my house, and we're fine with it. And a giant 6 foot tall bunny is coming in my room.
Right.
You don't understand the conversations I used to have. Like I was like, do I have to participate in Easter? I don't. And the Easter bunny always brings you such I don't care. It's not that nice.
Okay, leave it outside.
It's not that nice. It's not Christmas nice. I can put up with the Santa thing.
Right.
He's not in my room. I don't want people in my room when I'm sleeping. And the worst one was the tooth fairy, because the tooth fairy not just invaded my room, he got in my bed. And it just no, I'm serious. This really traumatized me.
Right.
It did. I just couldn't figure out why they turned where that switch was.
Right.
It's like mythical beings. That's fine.
Don't talk to the neighbors, but
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. But things that fly and can magically go through the wall, that's fine.
that's funny. All right. So let's go on to the next discovery. And this is about a 65 million year old ichthyosaur skeleton that was found on a beach by a man walking his dog. Isn't that crazy? So it's a British man who was walking his two dogs on the coast near Stolford, Somerset, and he stumbled upon what they believed was the fossilized remains of a 65 million year old ichthyosaur.
I have no idea what an ichthyosaur is.
Well, an ichthyosaur is
Salamander?
a sea creature. Believe it or not, despite the name, they are not dinosaurs. They're just ancient sea creatures.
Okay.
And we do have lots of different fossils that have been discovered of different ichthyosaurs. So once they found this one and looked at it and had someone, a specialist come look at it, they did determine that it was, in fact, an ichthyosaur fossil. And it's about 5.5 feet long.
Wow.
And just amazing. He was just like, we were just walking and we saw it, and he got a little bit closer and was like, wow. And he had to, he was smart enough to call somebody. He didn't mess with it or let his dogs get on or anything. He called someone, and some experts are going to come and remove it and thoroughly examine it.
He touched it.
I thought that was really cool. His dogs picked up some of the bones. He's like, put that down.
Dude, especially when they mention it. He's like, of course I was smart enough not to handle it. It would be dumb if me or Hector had done anything with it. And of course, Hector's in the top 10 smart animals. So if it had been one of those stupid cats, it would have licked it. But Hector just looked at it and goes, hey, boss. Because he's in the top 10 smart animals.
That's right.
Hey, boss, I think we should call animal control on this. Or It looks kind of old. So was it some kind of like what? How did it just pop up?
I don't know. It didn't.
I mean,
really
did it lay there that long and nobody went to that part of the beach?
It didn't go into that. I'm assuming that because it's on the beach, there's probably some kind of erosion or storm or something that uncovered it. Because obviously he walks his dogs there.
Yeah.
And he never saw it before. So
Right.
It's amazing to think that it was right there though, under where you're walking.
Well, that's every beach.
Millions and millions of years.
It's every beach.
And then all of a sudden, poof, there it is.
If you could just, every time there's a huge storm, and I mean huge storm, look at the Outer Banks. I mean, if you go down to the coast in Carolinas, every time there's a storm, they uncover like a Spanish ship. You know, it's ridiculous.
Right.
The same place people are just vacationing, there's a bunch of dead Spaniards. I mean, right under their feet.
Oh, it's an odd thought. That's an odd thought.
It is, yeah.
All right. Well, let's go on to this next discovery.
All right.
And this is about some mysterious 4,000-year-old stone-carved objects. And the researchers are claiming that they look remarkably like humans. And they're 4,000 years old. So it says researchers have discovered 9 stone-carved objects off the coast of Scotland that are believed to be around, 4,000 years old. And the experts are puzzled because it says that some of them look remarkably like stylized representations of the human form. Now, I thought this story was really interesting, but I brought some pictures because I wanted you to look at the pictures of these stylized human form objects.
But before I look, okay, sometimes, I'm sorry, I was leaning back off the microphone.
That's fine.
Because I thought that was going to be a longer story than what it was. All right. Sometimes when you're talking about a story.
Right.
And, okay, so I'm going to get this straight. I'm going to ask you a series of questions.
That's fine. I do have a little more information on it.
So they're puzzled that these carvings, okay, are stylized human form. And because they're 4,000 years old.
Right. They dated them back to approximately 2000 BC.
Yeah, okay. And I just want to ask you a question here. Was that because there was not supposed to be any humans there? I would take it, because of the age and everything. What the hell did they think? I mean, what would be not puzzling that carved it?
I'm not sure exactly what's puzzling them so much. They did say
you get what I'm saying, right?
Right. They said that it's very rare to find representations of people in prehistoric Orkney, like I guess in this area. And when they're found, they're usually either individual pieces or in very small groups. And this time they found 9 of these in one structure, and all together at this one particular site. And so I think that's what's kind of puzzling them, because they found them in this area where that they think is like a hearth or something like that. So I don't know. I think the whole point that they've not found these before is what's puzzling them.
It's easily explainable. I can see it now. Like somebody had a teenager, and I can hear his father out there going, arguing with the mother. It'd be like, I don't understand about Connor Rock. Connor Rock always inside. Here we are hunting, gathering, and all he does is draw. So
all right, so I'm going to show you these pictures of these stylized human form things. So this is before they cleaned them up, and this is after. Do you see that? So I want you to tell me now what you think about that carving that looks like a human.
Well, I can tell you exactly. I could actually pull up a picture. Do you remember Friday the 13th when Jason, the child Jason, jumped out of the water? And remember that horribly deformed face?
Right.
It's Jason's face. So if it's a human, then maybe a human head.
Now, it's supposed to be, according to this, it's a stylized representation of the human form, but all I see is a little tiny bump on the top, and then it's this big round bottom, and no arms or legs or facial features or anything that would represent to me that was a person.
No.
I mean, do you agree with me on this?
I do. I believe it's I believe I would have likened it to anything but a person.
It could be anything. It could just be a rock.
Yeah, I mean, well, it does look intelligently messed with.
Like carved, right?
Yeah, something was carving it. But it's the equivalent of me finding where a buck was rubbing its antlers on a tree.
Right.
And saying that it looks like he was drawing a fort and it could have been a human.
Right. It looks a lot more like BB-8 than it does a person.
Oh my God.
So I thought
it looks exactly like BB-8.
So how weird is it? And this, even the headline that says they look remarkably like humans, but they really don't.
It doesn't use the word remarkably. Does it really?
Right here, look at the headline. Look, the top. Look,
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah. So the only other part of this story that I thought was really interesting is that the place that they found them near Finnstown is a place where Scottish and Southern Electricity Network's environmental project manager, like the project manager, they've been working there because it's a site that's been proposed substation, but I guess they can't build the substation yet because of this archaeological dig. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got
and
you.
Oh, look, they found something amazing, and they're going to have to keep looking. So I don't know if it has anything to do with that. Like maybe
it looks like
not
somebody
saying anything.
All I know is it looks like somebody got a D- in art school. Like, no.
It's so strange. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I don't know.
I don't care if you were using your fingernails and taking hundreds of years with all of your descendants.
Right.
And every time one of them's born and they can understand you explain to them, we're trying to carve a person. And we don't have tools because we're stupid and we hunt and we gather. So every now and then we make it back to this spot, and when we do, we try to scrape a little. So even if that was the scenario,
right,
I dare say I could scrape a better human with my bloody fingernails.
Kyler could make a better human than that.
I mean, I could use my feces and make a better human that would eventually harden.
Right.
And even give it like a little smile and a top hat. I mean,
hey, we should do that and then just like put them somewhere for people to find in hundreds of years.
Our poo?
Yeah. Wouldn't that make an interesting like history lesson in the future?
Oh, I'll give you my poo.
I don't want your poo.
I don't want to carve it, but I do want to put stuff in walls.
Oh yeah, me too.
I love that. I want it to be like really like I really need.
I want to draw like random maps and crap, like get maps and just put X's on it for no reason and then just hide them all mysteriously.
Well, that
would be fun.
I'm going to draw a book like, some of the mysterious Voynich manuscripts. And because you know how my mind works. I draw the Voynich manuscript probably twice a day. I have like the chickens with 4 heads and all this stuff. I want to make it so tame and beautiful and nice, but completely ridiculous language. And I'm not going to sit and take the time to come up with a language.
No, you're just going to random symbols.
I'm going to random symbol the whole thing. And just so many.
No punctuation at all.
Just so many things on there. And I'm going to draw the pictures, and I'm going to have something that looks mysteriously like a goat llama that is reading a newspaper and like, and like people on chains and stuff. And
I think I'm really going to do the map thing, but you know me, I'll do that, and then there'll really be something buried wherever I put this random X.
Yeah, I'll make that language, and they'll be able to figure it out.
It'll be like some kind of weird incantation or something.
This just in. The mysterious butt witch manuscript.
Oh, please call it that. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. I'll end on butt witch.
All right, so we're done with discoveries now. So let's just move on to something strange that happened in Michigan.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's so odd because nothing strange ever happens in Michigan.
I know. Well, and I apologize I don't have an update to the story. There might be one, but I forgot to go back and look. But this is about it's a funny story. Some mysterious meat scraps that closed a roadway in western Michigan. So apparently 8th Avenue in Ottawa County was closed due to hundreds of pounds of meat scraps scattered over the roadway. So the authorities were notified because motorists started slipping and skidding on hot dogs, sausages, and ground meat. And they closed it for hours as the crews cleaned up. Like firefighters were spraying down the road and bulldozers were scraping up the debris. But the strangest part is nobody even knows where it came from. Like there wasn't a wrecked meat truck.
The hell?
Or anything like that. Like then nobody knows where all this meat came from. Like apparently some guy was driving down the road, forgot to put his truck down thing or something, and just spilled meat everywhere. That's why I said I don't know if they figured it out now. I didn't go back to look to see if there was an update. I just thought it was so weird that this meat was all over the road and no clue where it came from.
Well, that's really weird.
Isn't it? I couldn't imagine driving to work in the morning being half awake. Sliding on some hot dogs.
Dude, let me tell you, if I was the Swanson guy and that happened, no one would know, because it would be like I would drive to the place where the job was, and I wouldn't even say a word. I'd get in my car, I'd lock the son of a bitch up, and I'd go home. I'd change my phone number, and they'd just be like, I don't know, Edward just quit. I think
dropped off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
All right, well, another strange Michigan story.
Really?
Yes, another one from Lansing, Michigan. This one is possibly a little more explainable, though. This is just a story from back in December where they found 6 store-bought cakes with names frosted on them sitting along the river trail near Olympic Broil in Lansing. So you can see the picture. The cakes are just sort of lined up there. But the weird thing about it is that they were still in the plastic. Like nobody opened them or anything. So they lasted for weeks, like in the cold.
Yeah.
And they were just sitting there forever. It was like a couple of weeks before they were ever even discovered. I guess it was too cold to be out walking on the river trail. But the funniest thing about it is there's a lot of theories about the names that were frosted on them, because the names were really strange, like San Lazaro and Alejmo and Shango. But a lot of people say that is a Santeria reference.
Right.
And at the time frame that they're thinking these were put out would have been early in December, because it was a while before they discovered them, and then that is the time for like one of the Santeria ceremonies.
Yeah.
So.
And if you knew that, you would not touch it, because.
Right. I'm not saying anybody. I don't know if anybody touched them. I don't.
You're
know
not
if they
saying
removed
that anybody
them.
practiced Santeria.
Apparently somebody did. But it was just a really odd sight to see them all. And I feel like it's weird though, because if you're going to leave an offering out, wouldn't you open it instead of leaving it in the plastic?
If you're an ancient Santerian god,
I suppose a little plastic isn't going to stop you, right?
Shouldn't really be a big. I mean, they're just taking the essence out of it.
Right.
So no, that's not. Does anybody know where Raja was around that time?
Yes, it early December. She's in the hospital having a baby.
She may have like projected. She's like, that's where she went when she was pushing it out.
All right, so let's move on to just some weird stories here towards the end of the show.
Mm-hmm.
This is a story from Utah. And this is about a Utah man who was in his freezer for 10 years before his body was discovered.
Wow.
Yes. And
like
apparently,
a walk-in freezer or just like a chest freezer?
It was an apartment, so I believe it's probably like a chest freezer, something like you kind of want me to do to you after you pass away. You know, pop you in the freezer. But apparently his wife passed away recently, and they found her inside her apartment. She died of natural causes. And as they were, searching the rest of the apartment,
She died of tainted meat.
They discovered the body of her husband in a freezer. Now, in addition to the body, they found a notarized letter signed by her husband stating that his wife did not kill him.
Wow.
They believed that, now it was notarized on December 2nd, 2008, and they believe that he died sometime between February of 2009 and March, because the last time anybody saw him was at a doctor's appointment in February of 2009. They believe he had some sort of terminal illness. And they talked to the person that notarized the letter, and she said that, she is a notary, but she didn't read the letter. They don't read things that they notarize. Their job is just to witness the signing of the documents.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they don't judge what you're getting notarized. They don't sit there and read it and figure it out.
I would.
That's not their job. A notary's job is just to witness the signatures of whatever you have. So She just stamped it and signed it, had no idea. And apparently he decided that after he passed away, he was going to have this, he wanted her to put him in the freezer, I guess, and have this letter that she didn't kill him, even though he was in the freezer. I don't know. It's very strange. I think the prevailing theory is that she didn't tell anybody because she wanted to keep collecting his Social Security checks. She claims, I guess her neighbors claim that she said that he just walked out on her. And that was the reason why he wasn't around. Very strange story.
Where did this happen?
In
Utah. In Utah.
About 35 miles southwest of Salt Lake City.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing on this.
No idea.
Let's just go on to the next story, please.
Okay, so this next story comes from the United Arab Emirates, and it's about the haunted Al Qasimi Palace. Now, this is a mysterious attraction. It's a huge, huge palace that was built back in 1985. And it's been unoccupied for years. And a lot of people claim that it's haunted, and it's ridiculously extravagant and huge. And it's just been sitting there, sort of abandoned. And I think you can go on YouTube actually, and you'll see people that explore abandoned houses. People have gone in there and looked around. They're not supposed to.
Yeah.
But they have. There's 35 rooms, unique chandeliers, marble pathways. There's still statues in there, murals. It's very opulent, very extravagant. Cost millions and millions to build. And nobody ever really lived in it. I believe after it was built, it was very recently after that abandoned.
Yeah.
But this article is about how they are going to open it up to the public to come explore until about April of 2020, and they're going to sell tickets, and you can go and not trespass,
right,
and actually walk through the rooms and take a look at it. It's like 4 stories. It's beautiful, beautiful architecture, but supposed to be very haunted.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, large buildings.
Yes.
Vacant.
Yes. Vacant.
They go in there. United Arab Emirates. I mean, there's nothing there. It's not nice. Mm-hmm. It's like a futuristic wonderland. Mm-hmm. It's amazing. I mean, the cops there. I think they drive Jaguars.
I think so. I think they just have a ridiculous amount of money.
It's something. I think they even got supercars once.
Yeah.
Like they're just. It's ridiculous.
It is. It is. I believe it does border over into the ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yes. I believe that there are rumors that go around about this palace, with the whole haunted thing, that supposedly the manor was abandoned after the people moved in, and there was, weird paranormal occurrences, furniture moving and stuff. But again, it's been abandoned so long that those are just, hearsay rumors. So who really knows?
Yeah, no. But I mean, large buildings are always haunted.
Yes. Yeah. Especially ones that have been abandoned for so long.
Not because of what happened there, just because the ghosts tend to like to go there.
All right. So how about a weird story out of Las Vegas?
There's a lot of weird stories in Las Vegas.
This one does not involve Zach Baggins, though.
I can't believe this came. I can't believe we got the story. I mean, that never happens. Usually what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
That's very true. Well, apparently this one had a video, so it got around.
Oh.
This is the story, and I know everybody's seen this, about the pigeons that people keep seeing with tiny cowboy hats on their heads.
Yes.
Yes, and there was a video someone took of a couple of pigeons that they saw that had these little cowboy hats on, and nobody knows how that happened, like how they got there, what was going on. And at first, people were like, "Oh, that's adorable! Look at that pigeon." But then this advocacy group saw it and were like, "How are those hats staying on? Like, what has somebody done to these poor pigeons that is making these cowboy hats?"
Were they
stay
advocates
on?
for hats or pigeons?
No, for pigeons.
Oh,
Advocates for pigeons.
Well, I mean, you never know. They might be like somebody's gluing these hats.
Well, I mean, pigeons are on that list of smartest animals. Who knows? They could have just put the hats on themselves. You don't know.
Maybe they decided we're cowboys now.
Well, there is an update to the story because they were trying to track down the birds because there's only 2, and they really wanted to catch them and try and figure out the mystery of what was going on with the hats. So they eventually did capture one of the pigeons, and as they suspected, it was glued on. And the pigeon was not happy about it, and it looked like it had been trying to get it off and couldn't. It's really not funny. I mean, it's funny, but it's really not funny.
I wish I'd give him little holsters and
They dubbed the pigeon Cluck Norris.
Of course.
Of course they did. I don't think pigeons cluck, do they?
I don't know. I guess it worked at the time.
But they are going to take it to a vet and see if there's a way to remove it without hurting the animal, I suppose. They're still trying to catch the other pigeon that they're calling Calamity Jane.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't believe they've caught that one yet, but apparently somebody thought it was funny. I want to know how somebody caught a pigeon and glued a hat on its head.
Because you're in Vegas and it's like 4 a.m. and
you're bored.
You're just out of your mind, like wasted. And you're sitting out on the sidewalk somewhere and you've been throwing up for a couple of hours. You lost all your money. And you probably got mugged.
But you have these 2 little cowboy hats.
Well, they were on top of your hamburgers in that nice place that you ate, but when you still had money.
I see.
They actually stuck a toothpick on top of your hamburger. It had a little cowboy hat.
Oh, I see.
And you just started thinking then, you're looking out the window, you see the damn pigeons.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And later that night when you're trashed, you just happen to have that Elmer's glue still.
Is that one of those conversations that starts with, it would be really cool?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If I'd acted on a lot of those, I wouldn't be a free man right now.
I know. All right. Let's move on to this next story about a haunted house. An alleged haunted house.
I love haunted houses.
So this is a story about a man who moved into a house in India, Delhi, India. It's a 3-story building, but people are claiming that he is very brave for moving in because supposedly a family of 11 killed themselves in this house. And nobody wanted to buy it or rent it or move into it or have anything to do with it until this gentleman came along and decided he was going to buy it.
There's always that one guy.
There is. He doesn't really believe in that sort of thing.
That's the guy.
And he decided that he was going to buy the house for a good price. And he moved in. Apparently the death of the family was very suspicious. It's still under investigation.
Was it really? I mean, I hear about it all the time. Like, all 11 just died at the same time from, gonorrhea. I don't know. That's
well, apparently 9 of them were hanging. Hanging deaths. And then 2 older women were just, one was hanging in a different room and one was just on the floor. And there were supposedly found alongside several spiritual and mystical handwritten notes that explained some sort of weird ritual. Their hands were bound and there was cotton over their eyes. It was all very suspicious and weird. If you go to the article, there are pictures of like ambulances lined up on the street taking the bodies away and just hundreds of people just standing there. Like all the buildings are really close together there.
Yes.
And hundreds of people standing there. But of course, once this happened, everybody knew and everybody was very superstitious and nobody wanted to buy the house. And one of the victims, the brother of one of the victims, ended up inheriting the house. I guess he wasn't there at the time of the killings or whatever. Yeah. And he decided he wanted to sell it because he didn't want to live there, bad memories.
Because he just killed 11 people there.
Right. And he couldn't sell it for what he wanted. And he started looking for tenants, but nobody would move in. So finally, he ended up selling it for a much lower price.
He could have sold it to one of those firms that call and do the scams on the computers.
I guess it's a pretty big house.
I mean, they're a dime a dozen down there. They're always looking for new places. I don't know, man. India. How could you live in India, even in Delhi, and not believe in ghosts?
I mean, I don't know.
India is one of the. I didn't think they had a problem believing in that kind of thing.
No, but this one guy that moved in, I suppose, he decided he didn't, it's not going to bother him. And they also found the family's pet dog on the roof of the house. He was dead on the roof of the house, which is weird. I don't know what the dog was doing on the roof. And, they're still investigating it. The police have never seen anything like it before. The neighbors also said that they didn't hear anything strange coming from the house. So
they heard nothing untoward?
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, last story. You ready?
All right.
Okay, so I just thought this one was really funny. And so since we just passed the holidays, I thought it was kind of appropriate. So this is a story out of Minnesota. And it's about an elementary school.
Right.
Roseville Elementary.
Okay.
Apparently 6 of the Roseville Elementary students stuck their tongues to icy poles.
No.
Yes, they did. And, it didn't happen just once. You'd think one kid would go outside and be curious and stick their tongue to the icy pole. But six of them did it over a span of like 2 weeks.
Wow.
And apparently it sticks, just like in the movie.
It does, yeah.
And it hurts. And it says that, luckily the teachers didn't have to call the cops or the firefighters like they did in the movie. Some of the kids just ripped their tongues away themselves. And it says one even returned to the pole the next day to see if anything was left on the pole. And the others stayed put until an adult brought them some warm water. And apparently it's been so bad that the school staff has started carrying warm water outside with them during recess, and they had to make a special announcement over the loudspeaker informing the kids to please not stick your tongue on the icy pole, that it will stick.
I would pee on it.
I mean, you gotta think it's Minnesota. It's probably pretty cold.
I'd probably just get jugs and jugs of pee from all the teachers and bring the students outside. Be like, students, we're going to meet outside at 3:15 today. And they all come outside. And, what is it, Mr. Johnson? See all these jugs? Mm-hmm. It's all our diabetic pee.
Right.
And we're going to throw it all on these on this pole here. All right, teachers. And they just spray it all over, maybe even use one of those paint canister things.
Right.
Just pee all over that thing.
So nobody will stick their tongue to it.
and well, of course, there'll be that one kid. His name's Utah.
Right.
And they'll be like, Utah, what are you doing?
Well, what happens if you triple dog dare them?
Yeah, would you lick pee for a triple dog dare?
No, but I don't live by kid rules.
Oh.
I mean, kid rules are kid rules.
Kid rules are kid rules. They're very different. So that was some great news.
Thank you.
It wasn't really great news. I mean, the news you did was great.
Right. Great news would be like you won the lottery or.
Oh yeah. Or time machines.
Right.
There's a guy working on time machine now.
Is there?
I hope it works soon.
Is it Mad Mike? Please let it be Mad Mike.
It's not.
Is he making it in his garage?
No. Actually, this guy is university funded.
Oh wow.
And big time university. It's not quite a news story yet, but maybe we'll talk about it on a show coming up.
Okay.
He's like 75. That was the best part of it. But he says he has a formula that he believes will allow time travel.
Wow.
Yeah, seriously.
People aren't going to let that happen.
No, he's going to die of natural causes.
Yeah.
That's why
Heart attack or something.
Yeah, that's why I was going to wait. I kind of figured that one always bothers me. The time machine one bothers me.
Right.
Because I figure if you were 75 and you've been working on it your whole life, don't you think that you would maybe show up and go, hey, we wasted 40 years on this.
Right.
So all you do is this and then go back.
No, you wouldn't. Because if you could time travel and you knew all of the consequences of messing with the timeline, if you went back and made yourself discover it sooner, you would change your whole future that you lived in then.
Yeah, for the better. So you didn't have to work on a machine for 40 years.
You don't know that. You don't know if it would be for the better. Maybe the time machine gets invented 40 years sooner and civilization has ended. I mean, you don't know.
And that's why they'll never get you to do it, because you have all these rules. See, the people that really...
It's called common sense.
The people that really time travel...
Right.
You know what we do? Mm-hmm. We go back and we mess with stuff.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah. That's what the missing link is. The missing link is we went back and found a really hot, prehistoric woman. Mm-hmm. And we were like, oogie jiggle jiggle. And, all of a sudden, the next round of babies were smarter. They didn't have as big a foreheads.
Stood upright and stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty crazy. Oh, she stood upright when we were... but anyway, so I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed it. And hopefully they won't be as long as this from now on. That's what happens when you leave us alone for a month. And we're going to blame you, not us. The problem was you. You put all this stuff in our way. No, just Happy New Year to everybody. I hope you have a fantastic year. I hope that everything that you wanted to have happen this year, you set some goals, and just remember, there's no goal that's too small.
That's right.
Just just get it done. You know, no matter what that is, everything may seem minuscule at first, but you're still accomplishing something. And as soon as you accomplish that goal that you set forth, you're going to be so satisfied. And it could be as easy as cleaning your room. Trust me. You clean the room and then it's just like you like it. And you come in and it's like, oh man, this is nice. I think I'll keep doing this. Making your bed, you know, it's just little things like that really go into the next level. And I heard something the other day. It was really, I'm big on that. Everybody's important. Everybody's special. And I heard this thing the other day that was really, really just blew me away. So the guy was talking, and I'm sorry, I do not really remember. I watch a lot of stuff,
Right.
and so and a lot of self-help stuff and everything, just because not because I need it, because I want to see what they've already used. But I really like this, and he was like, you know, everybody thinks they're insignificant or whatever, and what am I going to do that's going to affect the world? You know, I can't affect the world, and that's not true at all, because in a lifetime, you know, in a small number here, this is if you're not like famous or anything, you're going to meet and know probably 1,000 people throughout that lifetime. So when you do something, you know, those 1,000 people that knew you will probably, you know, hear about it or whatever. And those 1,000 people know 1,000 people. And that's 1 million people. So it happens quick.
Right.
And a lot quicker than what you would ever imagine. So when you do a good act, it is known. And, you know, it happens very, very quickly. Bad acts do too. But,
that's true.
You know, I believe in the law of attraction. And I truly live my life. And because it's a new year, and I already went there a few times on this show, that's the reason I'm talking about this. I believe if you believe it, you manifest it, no matter how impossible it seems, be it a relationship, be it whatever, I believe wholeheartedly, if you just see it, that you're going to have this, you're going to obtain this, and you will. And I just think it's a good way to live. And start small. Just start small, and you'll get there no matter what it is you're doing. So
it reminds me of this story that I used to hear when I was a kid. I can't remember if it was just in general or at church or whatever, about the little boy with all the starfish on the beach. Did you ever hear that story? No. This little boy walking down the beach, and there's all these starfish that had washed up on the beach. And I guess they were dying. And he was walking down there, and he'd pick one up and throw it back in the ocean. And then he'd, you know, walk a little further and pick one up and throw it back in the ocean. And so this old man was on the beach, and he stopped the little boy, and he said, I don't know why you're bothering to do that. He's like, there's, you know, hundreds and hundreds of starfish on this beach. You know, you're not going to make a difference just throwing one or two back in. And so the little boy picked another one up, and he looked at the old man, and he goes, it makes a difference to this one, and threw it back in the water. And I always thought that was really cool, because that, you know, just a little thing makes a difference to somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good story.
I always like that story.
ParanormalSideshow.com. That's where you go and find out all our links, all that good stuff. We appreciate you. We love you, and we'll see you next time.
Good night.